Okay, I will. Oh, yeah, that's all right. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, we had good stuff.
There's some coffee, and I haven't started yet, but I'll make some coffee in the tack room also.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Okay. And then
Now, are you going to be hooked
Testing. Can everybody hear us? Testing 1, 2, 3.
We should be able to hear it over here, right? Good morning. I stole your computer out of your office to try and get it back up. It's locally for you. I don't know how to log into YouTube to get it up and running. I had to update XSplit and stuff. So I can't get it onto YouTube.
How do you mean how to log into YouTube?
It was not set up automatically to start the Nest Cam on YouTube. And it says you need to authorize and put in a password. And stuff like that. I'm trying to get to Google Documents, and I don't know how to do that. If you can get over, I'll be right over, and I'll get that information. Thank you.
Okay, sounds working.
Huh? It is?
All right. Can hear us now.
All right.
Okay, hi everybody.
Good morning.
We've got Brandon Carpenter on the ranch for a partnership clinic.
All right.
Our first order of business. Hi everybody.
Good morning.
We've got Brandon Carpenter on the ranch for a partnership clinic. So we're taking a new twist. First order of business. Hi everybody.
Good morning.
We've got Brandon Carpenter on the ranch. Clinics to people for a partnership clinic exactly at the ranch. So we're taking a new twist. First order of business. Hi everybody.
Good morning.
We've got Brandon Carpenter on the ranch. Clinics to people for a partnership clinic analyzing the ranch. So we're taking a new twist. First order of business. Hi everybody.
Good morning.
We've got Brandon Carpenter on the ranch. Clinics to people for a partnership
Yeah, this is new for me as a twist.
Hey everybody.
I just have more trust that make a leap is the safety that works and what we're doing. This is try to minimize new for me some of the mistakes and technical viewers. I just have more trust that make a leap in the horse. Maybe work is different. And because what we're doing is on video. Try to minimize new for me some of the other mistakes and technical horses. They're not really from here. I just have more trust that what we'll try to do is in the horse. Maybe I've already looked at the video because your horse will try to minimize some of the diagnosis of horses on here. I just want what's going on, and I have the luxury of having a video that's similar to what try to minimize the same issue of diagnosis of horses in real time. I just want what's going on, and I have the luxury of having a video we're using similar to what try to minimize the same issue of diagnosis of horses in real time. I just want what's going on, and I have the luxury of having a video we're using similar to what try to minimize the issue of same issue of diagnosis of horses in real time. That's what we're going to have we're using similar to what try to minimize the demonstration. That won't be 100% sure. In fact, even if we have the same that's what we're going to have we're using similar to what minimize the demonstration.
This is my horse Lux. He's a 7-year-old off the track I got last April. And I wasn't able to ride him for several months. Severe white line disease, and he's a 7-year-old speed. All of our training last April kind of went up when I was able to ride him for I've been riding him now. Severe white line disease, and he's a 7-year-old speed. All of our training last April kind of went up when I started when I was 2. So I've been riding him now. Severe white line disease, he's a 7-year-old speed. All of our training last April kind of went up when I started when I was 2.
Okay, so really what we're looking at is we get a horse that's very long and some training. That's all training really is. How long was manipulation? Okay, so actually really what we're looking at is we get a horse that's very long and some training. First thing that strikes me, see how long this is out? Manipulate is back and around. Okay, so actually really what we're looking at really similar to first thing that strikes me, see how long this is out? Manipulate is back and around. Okay, so actually really what we're looking out watch your body really first thing that strikes me is what you're saying is that you're reading manipulated you're still back and around. Okay, so watch your body watch your body contact first thing that strikes me is what you're saying is that you're reading manipulated you're still back and around. Okay, so watch your body not a contact first thing that strikes me is what you're saying is that you're reading manipulated you're still back and around. Okay, so you're still there. You see his tip is made for racing. Now what he's starting to do is he's starting to relax. Notice how he's just to get by. You're still starting to relax. Watch your body. You see his tip fairly very just now what he's starting to do is he's starting to relax. And if you notice, you're still starting to relax. You're not breathing. Watch your body. You see his tip fairly very just ready. You're ready to do what he's
Well,
But
it's unintelligible.
Ah.
Okay?
shoot, what we're saying is unintelligible.
Unintelligible, yeah.
We were gonna. I should turn this off.
Anyway, and
Do you guys need anything else?
I think there, see how he bobs his head with a loose rein. When that rein loosens up, his head comes down. So he's trying very hard to relax, and you're still not breathing yet. You're getting better, but
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not
perching
breathing.
forward. I can see
Yes.
that right there that he is relaxing, and I'm getting a little better, but I'm still perching forward
yes.
and arching my back.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And what
Very good.
happens in this corner of the arena, and then again
On kind
where
of the
he's
opposite.
headed now,
Yeah.
he will pop his outside shoulder and kind of track, almost side pass out. So when he's coming around towards the road, he just pops that outside shoulder, and I have a really hard time keeping him in, and so
You're having to grab a hold of him.
yeah,
Yes,
and
it's a correction steering, not a holding him back steering.
exactly.
Yes.
And so when I try to use my outside rein to keep his shoulder in, or use my legs, he's reactive with my leg aids. he goes in and out of being really light and responsive or completely ignoring me. And when he's completely ignoring my aids and then I put them on stronger, then he reacts. Then
Sure.
he kind of blows up or kind of wants to bolt. He's a very sensible horse. He's not hot by any means.
He's sensible, but he's sensitive.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And there's a big difference there between being sensitive and out of control, obviously. So what you need to do when he's overly sensitive on that portion of it, so you've got a sensitive horse with body cues. So we need to reduce that sensitivity a little bit or direct it.
Okay.
Having a sensitive horse with leg cues is fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that. I like that. But it can be overly sensitive.
Okay.
He is undersensitive or not sensitive at all with that bit because he's on it all the time. So we need to change his way of thinking. There, you're both breathing. Look at that. That was nice.
better.
There, his head come up. You see how he picked up?
I can see almost, wow, that was pretty cool to see. I
There
can
you go.
see his head come up and my back arch at the exact same time.
That's right. Right there. There.
Wow.
See that?
That is incredible. And that's exactly what he's doing with his back.
That's right. He's reflecting what you're doing. Okay. So as the rider, you need to be able to make him respond to you, but then you have the responsibility to do everything right. And we don't always do it right, but that's what we do is mostly make it right till we get repetitive, and then he follows us and praise him for what he's doing. You know, his head comes down when it should, and you have this in and out where you're doing it right, you're doing it right, now you're not, and so being consistent. The biggest thing that's going to help you with your consistency right now with this horse is for you to relax.
Okay.
And yes, I understand you can't necessarily trust him to begin with, but you will learn to trust him because he's going to learn to trust you. Look, see how that head came down and it relaxed those reins? And look how much more posture. Look at this right now. He'll drop.
Go back a
You
little.
missed it right here. Dropped his head. Look where your body was. He rounds that back. He's consistent in his gait. He did not speed through that. So it's about getting off of his mouth.
Okay.
And if he starts to take off with you, there's nothing wrong with pulling him up and hold him up quick and then let go.
Okay.
And
So almost kind of
almost like
a
you're
release-
jerking him back and letting him go.
not quite a half halt, not like a half halt, but not a formal half halt.
That's correct.
Okay.
And with as little of pressure in his mouth or as little contact as you can possibly make.
Okay.
Because you don't want him to feel that contact and then push into it.
Yeah. So one thing that I have tried to do, one of the last rides I had on him, I thought, well, maybe if I do some halt to walk transitions, and that just makes him hotter. He hates it, and if I do halt to back, or, I mean, anytime I ask him to back up, his head goes straight up in the air. But he gets really frustrated, and it's almost like he wants to move out more because I'm doing these transitions.
And that's not uncommon. And what you're experiencing there is him doing something for the first time or something that he has very little skill at doing. Because how often do we ask a racehorse to back up?
Never.
Never. For what purpose, right? So he doesn't understand that halting or the slowing down. It's all about moving forward.
Okay.
So when you're doing that, you're teaching him. It's a learning moment for him. And yes, the frustration is there because this is not what I'm supposed to do. You know, hey, stupid human. You know, I've been taught for years, and I'm good at what I do, to do forward and do forward fast. So that's why I call it the rehab. You're having to unteach something or overcome the teaching that's taken place with something else. So and it's somewhat opposite as what we're expecting of him or what he thinks is expected of him. So the relaxation, really get yourself nice and calm and expect that he's going to take off, right? Because we know that that's what he could, but let him go. And you may have this fight where you're pulling in his mouth and letting him go, and then pulling his mouth, letting him go. And it's going to be very repetitive like that instead of hanging on him because he's pushing into the bit, you're tight, and you just kind of go nowhere, right?
This is kind of like when I've been driving Mystery and he's been rooting.
Yes. Same thing.
Concept.
It's exactly the same concept. This is just higher speed and with more purpose. And he's already done it. You know, we're not teaching him anything that he hasn't already known. So, this is there's really a lot here because it's mental. It's about him not having to move his body so much, but it is about mental and overcoming that mental. Really, the mental part of this is that I know what I need to do. Well, it's not. He thinks he needs to or knows what he needs to do. We are just having to undo or give him something new to do.
Okay.
And yeah, don't be afraid to use that bit and pull him up hard and let him go.
Okay.
And he will figure it out that, oh, I can't grab the bit, it's not there, so now I just might as well relax and go with it and drop my head down and I'm fine.
Okay.
And he will, unfortunately, you may from time to time or possibly for a long time have him absolutely revert back to what he used to do, because it is such an ingrained thing mentally and with muscle memory that that's what he knows is the right thing to default to. Especially if he's anxious, he's going to default to that.
Okay.
If he's upset or something spooks him, all of those kinds of things, he's going to go right back to what he knows best, because that's what he's always done. So
Well,
you're really going to do great things. You're going to have a lot of frustration here too on your part too. Don't discount that, because there will be. But when you're working through that, know what your goal is and understand how far has he come. You have to self-evaluate yourself and him all the time, and it'll feel like you're not getting anywhere. And then all of a sudden you'll start to feel, oh, hey, I just got 2 or 3 steps that were really good, and then you recreate that what you did and then build on it.
Okay. That's a really good thought. I tend to be a queen of greedy on him.
Hey,
So-
who taught you that, right? Yeah, it's something I didn't teach, because I am the king of greedy, and it's what I do to get more and more and more. And you get so greedy that you want to get super results.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but you got to realize that we're not that good. Give this horse a chance to catch up to where we want to be, and you
Okay.
have to do that through the repetitive movement and through the trial and error of it too. So it's a process. It's not just a one-time thing. It's rebuilding muscle memory, rebuilding a mental expectation of what he knows he should do and has to do. Look how stiff he is there at the beginning. There,
Yeah.
that's better. Yeah.
Well, we have a horse in the arena. We're going to use Raz as a demonstration, because Raz tends to have some stiffness and grab the bit and want to run through it or pull his head down. He also does the same thing where he pops his shoulder
Okay.
and wants to choose where to go.
Yep.
So we're going to use him for a demonstration. And he's all set up in there.
Okay. Now we didn't talk a lot about the moving that shoulder out, and when you say popping a shoulder, all they're doing is going off track
Yeah.
and trying to reach with that leg. That's what popping the shoulder means, and it's usually to the outside,
Yeah.
right? Because that's where they turn to and trying to reach. So when you feel that, use your legs and your knee, and bring that body back in, and try not to use the bit too much,
Okay.
because he will go back to that. You'll take his mind off of that, and then you're right back into a full holding him on the bit. So it's a process of correcting his body and his mouth separately. You got to desensitize his body and sensitize his mouth more. So you've got 2 opposite issues on 2 different parts of this horse. And so use those legs, and yes, he will be resistant, because he's going to push into it because he wants to go there. You may have to do exactly with your leg like you did on the bit, and that is grab that bit, and you may have to pop it in his mouth and let go. You may have to do the same thing with his leg, and he may bolt out there because he feels squeezed.
Yeah.
And that is pop that leg, just push that leg hard and let go. Don't push into it, because he'll resist and push and continue to push into it.
Gotcha. All right.
That makes
Push and
sense.
let go, and then if he gets fast or reacts, just
Stop it and slow it all down.
Okay.
Start over. There's nothing wrong with starting over from a slower and quieter portion of the movement, and then move up into where you were.
okay.
Because otherwise you'll just struggle back and forth with that, and so you bring them all the way down and start over.
Great.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna switch over to the ranch cam. So everyone, bear with us. We're just moving on over.
All right. And I will run out, and
He's in his pants. You want me to grab him now?
yeah, we'll have we got a groom here with me.
Brandon's personal groom.
My personal groom, my oldest one, Kalen Carpenter, is with me today, and I drug him off the ranch to come and maybe give a hand. So he's gonna go out there, grab the horse, and we'll meet you in the arena in just a minute.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Get the right video up here.
That a good boy. Yes, you're a new boy, aren't you? Yeah, all right. Good boy. Good boy. All right, we're going to grab a bridle for him. And I will just mount up and we'll kind of go over some of the same things. I'll try to recreate what we were doing with Taryn and Lux. And hopefully get a little bit of a solution.
So he has set back in the past with bridling. Just a heads up.
He is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, kiddo. You have a bridling issue sometimes, huh? Yeah.
So he did have,
I'm going to warm this bit up a little bit.
Oh, you're so special, Raz.
And all I'm doing is and it's just a habit I make of taking the chill off this bit just a little bit. You know, my interesting story, my grandpa used to do this in the wintertime, and my dad was a twin, him and his brother, and what one didn't think of, the other one would, but they would observe Grandpa come in and he'd put his bit at the edge of the stove, lay the stove open, and just lay it there, warm that bit up, and then he'd go out after he'd caught the horses, he'd just keep bring that bit in, warm it up. Well, Grandpa, or my dad and his brother were going to do a little bit of nice thing for Grandpa, and so they opened the stove, or opened the oven, they weren't very old, and threw his spurs and bit and everything, and it had silver inlay on it, and melted all the silver inlay out.
Oh no!
Yeah, how he still got the spurs. Oh, God.
Man.
Apparently he wasn't happy. Okay, so I'm just going to ask him to get up. Good boy.
So I switched him to that bit,
Okay.
and he does a little bit better in it, but he still
Bit more
he still
stick in
has
his
the same
mouth.
behaviors. He hates
up.
putting it in his mouth,
Open up.
obviously.
Open up. Yeah, boy, come on. Open up and just give it a little bit of pressure on that bar.
Good
Ask him to open
boy.
it. There you go. Okay, I wonder, he's got a really big bridle teeth. He's opening up. Does he mouth it a lot when you're riding? I'm wondering if we got
no.
just a tooth issue or...
I wondered if I was gonna have his teeth floated.
Yeah, it might
pretty
not be a
soon.
bad idea because, you know, he is very resistant. He does not want that in his mouth. So that could also contribute to him grabbing the bit. If he can stabilize it and hold it in his mouth, it's not going to hurt, right?
Yeah.
So that may be an issue. We don't know that until you diagnose it away or try to solve it away from the issue. Now it's in his mouth. The right depth, you know, it's just up to the corners of his mouth. One of the things about the bit that we're putting in, it's got a roller in it. It articulates in several places at the bit itself or at the shank, and then at the roller so there's a lot of movement in there. I don't think that that's really necessarily an issue so much as the resistance is just he's not looking forward to that.
Okay.
So I don't know. That's, you know, just something you have to play with that. You can't really necessarily know that. So I'm not going to pull on that bit when I ask him to move. I notice my hands are it's just draped over my fingers, and I don't want to put any undue pressure on his mouth if I can absolutely help it with the bit. Good boy. You don't want to cause any problems if you happen to have any problems. And I don't know this horse, so this is the first time I've been on him. Don't know much about him other than what you've told me. So, and I've just grabbed a saddle here, and just as you should, check my tack, and it was a little bit loose, like it should be. I could have just jumped on him and trusted my groom, and my groom did the right thing and said, no, check your own tack. Yeah, we're good. Ooh, easy, kid. There we go. All right. One of the very first things I do on any horse, get set. There, he's starting to chew a little bit and kind of relax. I'm going to ask him to back. Back. Because this does a couple of things, and this will be good for Lux. It's a huge thing for Lux because he will then start to give to that bit. Notice I'm just pulling on it. He's resistant, and then I let go when he moves. Good boy, pull. His head is high, and Lux will be just like this.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good thing to demo. There we go. I'm just pulling him around there, and I got a loose rein. I'm setting my body back because that's one of the things you're going to use your body with as well. Set him back, and I'm just touching that mouth. Good boy. There we go. Look at that. Much, much better. So we have to think about what's going on in their mind. He's thinking about taking that bit and going. We're thinking about having contact with the bit at times, but not letting him push on it. It's just a tool. Look at that big sigh. Good boy.
Good boy.
Good boy. That's a big sigh. All right, we're going to ask him to move, and he doesn't really give that much of a... There we go. Good. Now notice how much pressure I have on these reins. Almost none. They are loose. Trust him. Allow him to go. I'm going to show you what we want to begin with. And look at him move out. And you'll look, he's dropping his head at times. He's picking himself up. And he's looking for that bit. Not. He's not even at all. Now, when I put some pressure on him, now look what he does. He's going to start pushing. Look at
Yeah.
that. See that?
Wow.
Push. Yeah, and I'm just making contact.
So
if
you're
I keep-
you're letting him go at his own speed right now.
Right now, well, I'm pushing him along with my legs.
Okay.
I'm asking him to move out, and he's not. But look how tight he just got. See that?
Yeah.
And look at him grab that. Because I have contact. This is very, very simple for him. Now, he hasn't got the mind that he's got to rip forward and take off like a racehorse, like Lux. But now, watch what happens when I drop these hands a little bit and let him go. Watch what his body does.
He just kind of loosens up.
Loosens up. He moves forward. There. Look how relaxed he is. And he moves well. I'm not, look at how loose it's now. I just touched him, just barely touched him to get him to slow up. That's all I asked him to do. Slow up, and there, I touched and let go. And that is it. It is so light. Moving up, now I'm gonna touch and let go. Look at that.
Wow.
I just used my ring fingers. I just made contact with the ring fingers to the rein. Just made contact and let go. That's it.
Okay.
Now Lux is going to be a little bit more because as I'm going to cause a problem here. I'm going to make him root this, and then I'm going to pop him like you're going to have to do with Lux.
Okay.
And it's going to look a little violent, but it's a rehab. Okay, so I pull on him. Now watch what he does. His body already is getting stiff. See that?
Yeah.
And I'm pushing him through it. I'm trying to maintain a nice softness in my body and not change it. But he's grabbing, and as soon as he grabs that bit and tries to root it, then I'm gonna cause myself a problem. I'm gonna cause him a problem. There he goes, and I can feel him start to. He's kind of winding his body up.
Yeah.
There, he's just
very
running that
stiff.
shoulder out, just like Lux, and I just pushed him back. Okay. There. Okay, see how much more I grabbed him and pulled him, and it wasn't much. That's not a lot. That's very, very light, in fact. So if I hold him up, keep him up. Look how tight that hind end is coming up under his body. He's rounding that body out, and I'm making contact, and he's making more contact, and I'm really confining him and confining that body. There.
Okay.
See that?
I
how I
see.
really pulled him and let go.
So it's timing, and it's a quick.
Quick jerk and let go. And you're
Okay.
going to do this when you train mystery as well. We're going to get into this. Now, if I let him go, look what his body does. He feel him elongate his body. Notice that hind end is that his spine is longer. He's dropped that back. He's still got his back up into the saddle, but you feel how he's not trying to hurry his hind end.
Yeah, I can see he has more hip movement.
Yep, and now I'm using that right leg to push him in. There we go. Good boy. Good boy. Now, notice where his head is at. He's confused. His neck is up a little bit. He's a little tighter than he was because he's confused. Because I let him go, then I pulled him up, then I let him go, and now I pulled him up again, and now I'm letting him go. And all I'm looking for is consistency here. There, that head drop. Look at that. Better, better.
Much better.
Good, and he moves out better. Look at him, and he just tripped. But look, he started to pick up his speed and then tripped. So
how much of this is a horse getting warmed up, and how much of it is a learned behavior? Does that make sense?
That's a good question, and it depends on the horse. Depends on their experiences, right? A racehorse, when you start to handle them, what do? They get tight, they're ready to go. That
Yep.
mentally, they are already on the track, right?
Yeah.
Think about you. How much did you sleep last night in anticipation for this?
Not a whole lot.
You're excited, right? You're
Yeah.
ready to go. Yeah, me too. We all are. We're happy. We're thrilled to be here and do things. And so we tend not to sleep because of the excitement. They do the same thing. They get excited. Mentally, they're already there.
Okay.
So they're not unlike we are, really. Oh, yeah. He's blowing out a little bit of steam. But yes, that's a very good question. But in his case, the closer you get to doing something, the tighter and more anxious he's going to get. Most horses will be tight to begin with and then calm down. And then he'll go through that transition where later on he calms down after he's done it for a while.
So it's not a bad thing I feel like we struggle the most at the beginning of a ride.
Yeah.
Because of what you just explained.
And that's Lux.
That's Lux.
Yes.
And then when he gets warmed up, and his body's warmed up, and he's in the moment, or he's just getting going, then all of a sudden he relaxes more, and I have more success. So will that warming up period start to lessen the more that he succeeds and the more that he is learning?
Yes, and that's really your learning period, right? That's your time where you're going to change that behavior.
The warm-up.
The warm-up, because that's where you're going to make the most effect and the most change mentally on him.
Okay.
So that's your window of opportunity to do the most training. Now look at this.
Good boy.
Nice boy. Start up and let go. There. Good boy. And then encourage him on when he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. And I'm not talking to him a lot. We're conversing here, but when they do what they are supposed to do, there is nothing wrong with. Watch his ears when I praise him. Good boy. Good. See it. he got his attention. He knows what it is. Good boy. Now, I'm going to change this a little bit because he's really getting good and consistent. And look how he starts to speed up a little bit, and I don't touch him unless I really need him to slow down. And good boy. Good boy. Look at it. I praise him. His head drops down. He starts to relax even more. There. Just a little bit of a, and I'm literally that much, right? Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Stop. That much. Now
Dang.
I'm going to ask him to back. And let's see how he does this time. Back, back. Good boy. I'm asking, and I'm just touching and releasing. Look at my hands, how I'm just rolling my hands.
Are you releasing each step?
What I'm doing is that as he resists, as the second he resists, I let go. So he's resisting a lot because he's written the bit.
Mm-hmm.
So every time he resists, I pull, but then I instant release. I have to ask him, and then I release, and then I just keep touching him to reinforce that movement backward. What I'm looking to do is, there, he's much, much better than that first time, right?
Yeah.
And we've been doing nothing but go forward. So what I'm asking him to do is give to the pressure that bit. In the reverse direction. It's the same concept going forward, but he still feels the pressure release in that mouth. So do a lot of backing up with Lux as well. It's the same exercise, just a different direction.
Yeah.
There, look at that.
He makes it look so much easier than when I'm on Lux.
Well, and it will be. It probably will be. I mean, this is the best we're going to do, but this is a great demo horse to do exactly what Lux was doing. Body's tight, and he's rooting it, he's pushing, but you're relaxing, keeping your body, and I can't talk unless I'm breathing, right?
Yeah.
And you can't either. So if you need to, you just tell him what you're going to do.
Okay.
Good job, Lux. Okay, Lux. What I'm going to do now, and take a deep breath, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask you to just let go and relax. And if you visualize also what you're doing, your body does what you say it's going to do. That helps you, it helps him.
Okay.
This is a fairly high level of horsemanship we're talking about here. We're talking about our influence on the horse that corrects the horse's issue by correcting our body. This is high level horsemanship, okay? And so realizing that and knowing that and fixing a problem you have of breathing and relaxing will help fix him.
Okay.
You are one horse in this higher level of horsemanship here, and he's like, wait, what happened here? Who is this? What's going on? So Lux will do the same thing when you ask him to back up. Same issue. What my goal is to ask him to back, and then let go, and he just continues to back up like that. There, I got about 2.5 steps, right? That's
okay.
Asking, back, and I can use my feet as a continued back. See how he roots, but I let go. I give direction and let go. Good boy. Keeping my hands low. Now watch what happens to his nose. See how it comes down?
Yeah.
So keep those hands. There we go. Good boy. I'm really kind of overdoing the pulling on him. Ooh, and back. Every time you stop, ask him to back at least that much.
Okay.
At least that much. Good boy. You see that? He's been sighing, relaxing, blowing that air out. That's exactly what we're looking for and what we want for him to be able to do, to relax and just give to that bit and change that mind. It's the mind we're changing. The body's just following what the mind's telling it to do.
Yeah.
That's all of us, right?
Yeah.
So does that help?
Okay. Yeah.
How do you feel?
I feel like I have a ton of stuff we're working on, but I feel a little more confident. I like the idea of talking to him and relaxing and understanding that he's going to make some mistakes and he's not perfect, but if I communicate with him the right way, that he'll learn, and then
right. You're going to make mistakes, and you're going to make mistakes, and we all do. Don't beat yourself up. Don't dwell on them. You made a mistake. You can't change it. It's done.
Yeah.
Forget about it. Go forward and know what you did, and try not to make the same mistake again.
Okay.
Or make it with a lot less enthusiasm, right? And just do what you need to do to be better with yourself. It starts with us. It really does. And again, we're talking a higher level of horsemanship, and our beginners, that's what I teach them. It's about you. It's really about the horse, but it's about you and what you do to influence the horse. So this is great. So
fantastic.
Good. I hope this has
you.
helped. This is an easy horse to work with. He's pretty laid back. He hasn't got the mind forward issues. He kind of does, but not. But when you're out of his mouth, notice he does not work that bit at all. He's just there.
I just need to get out of that mindset of
Quit
controlling it with
making
his
that
head.
contact. Quit. Yeah, you don't have to be in control. This is not control. You know, look, he's touching that. And see, when I don't release the pressure, he'll grab it. Look at his head. Let me put it down. Where is that? And look, he just keeps, he roots. Look at that. And he works the bit. But I let go of that.
Then he relaxes.
He relaxes. There, look at
Wow.
that.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Very good.
Well, thank you, Brandon.
You betcha. Well, and I think we got,
we have Miranda.
I believe Miranda's
Z.
next, right?
Yep. Miranda and her horse Z. So we'll get her video streaming. So
Okay.
if anybody sees some blackness or darkness, don't worry. We're
working
switching
through
over
issues,
the
right?
feed.
All right. And I have a groom here that can take care of him for you. Isn't that awesome? Okay. All right. Okay.
I use the ranch camera while no one's doing it, I can put it right. Okay, so here, I'll give it back to you.
What's going on?
Just deal with your stuff. I'll deal with the rest, okay? Just don't put it out of your mind, okay?
Okay.
You're doing a great job. It went
Did
really,
that work?
It went really, really well.
Okay.
Over there, once you got it, it's great. I don't know what you did, but also change out to the new mics.
I don't know where they are.
They should be right up in here.
Maybe I'm blind.
You're
It's possible.
You have a little bit of an excuse.
Yeah, a little
No,
bit.
there's no excuse. None.
There's no excuse for me.
Seriously, they're not, they were right up there.
Yep. I used them that one day with Jake, and now they're out of here.
Well, let me find out where the...
Are they in a box? There's a white box. it up if I need to.
You'll just
Okay.
click anywhere on this bar.
Am I good? Am I
All
on?
right. So here
Yep.
we're looking with, this is Miranda and Z. And Miranda, how old is Z?
3 or 4.
3 or 4 years old? Okay, and she's something you just started working with.
Right.
Okay.
Brand new. Got her in April.
Okay, so I'm watching first thing I'm looking at is I'm watching her movement, and I'm watching your body and how you influence her. Now, your posture is really pretty darn good here. You're straight up and down. She's a very short-backed horse. She's a small horse, and so I watch her movement. She's picking up into your body, and because of that, she's kind of supporting you. No, your posture is very nice. I really like the way your shoulder comes over your hip. Your legs are down. You know, you're using your leg there. You come up a little bit because you're pushing. But you notice how as you come around the corner, she just pushed her head. That was a good stop, very good stop. And she kind of shook her head a little bit.
Yeah.
You're sitting a little bit too far back. If you
Okay.
can pull your body, your whole body, keep your posture, but just set your body forward. It will help take some of the weight off of her hind end, and because you're planting her back legs a little bit, and allow her to move up and under herself a little bit more. See how she takes the short steps? She's going to take short steps anyway, but she kind of short steps to support your weight, and it would be even more at a faster pace. You see how she places?
Yeah, I see.
Pick it up and sets down. And she's a very strong horse anyway, so it's
Incredibly.
yeah, you can tell. I mean, she's got to be a tough little monkey.
She is.
Doesn't sweat when she moves.
Never.
Yeah.
We went on a really long trail ride and she didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, you
My
can-
horse was like, oh my God.
You can see that in her. You can absolutely
She's
see
a
that in her.
tough little thing.
Okay, see how she's grabbing the bit there. Let's
Yes.
just come back just a touch.
Yeah.
I want to show this, how this comes. As you come across, there, look at she's looking down. She's there. She grabbed
Yep,
it.
yep.
Okay, let's do that one more time. I want to show how she drops that head. She's okay with it. Right now, she's fine, and grabs it.
Yep.
Okay. Notice how much pressure you have in her mouth when you do that. One last time. We're going to beat this to death. Look at the rein and how much pressure you have on her. Right? Now, you've got little to no pressure. Look at that. Reins loose. Reins. There, you corrected her. Reins loose. Reins loose. She picked it up, and now you've got more consistent pressure. It's there. There's contact, but there's a little bit more contact right there. See the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're holding that contact. See how you're holding that
Sure.
rein the whole time?
Yeah.
All right, instead of holding it like that, keep your hand a little closer to your body. Just drop your hand down and you pull and release, pull and
Sure.
release, pull and release instead of holding it on there.
Yeah.
She's trying to grab that bit and hold it.
Yeah.
Look at your body. Your movement on your upper body is your back's fairly straight, nice, and you're fairly fluid. I can't fault your posture. It's your placement. That's the issue.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing you can do is give just a hair bit more posting. You're still making
Yeah.
contact with the saddle,
Yeah.
and that's holding her down as well. Okay. Does that help? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah. Initially, I wasn't.
Oh, good stop. I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt
that's
you.
good.
I want to go back to that. I want to go
She's
back
got a
to the
nice stop on her.
Well,
we worked on that.
I
quite a
was going to
bit.
say, how did she get there? She didn't do that stop on her own. You're helping her because you're
She-
telegraphing it. Here
yeah.
it comes. As she comes around, you're going to set your body. You're going to ask. There, you're starting to set. See that?
Yeah.
You're backing up. Very
Yeah.
good. Very nice.
I try to make, at least with young horses, my philosophy is try to make things, especially when they're learning, like in this, to make it a bit more exaggerated. Like ideally,
Yes.
I don't think I would want to sit back that far when I'm stopping, but
You won't have to.
no, but she certainly responds to that really well, and
Yeah. You're
it's good. I think that was one of the things I wanted to get really nice on her was her stop, so
You-
that I didn't have
you
to
did.
do
I
it.
want to go back to one thing.
Runaway pony.
No, that's right. Because that is what. Let's go right back. Okay, we're going to stop one more time. And the exaggeration is very good.
Yeah.
It telegraphs to them. Very good. Now, the one thing you can do is that you're not doing, and we'll come up with another stop here that will improve this stop even more. Back up. When you do that, when
Back
she
up.
stops, immediately see you're stopping and standing. Good
Right.
job, and she's
Yeah.
doing a great job. But stop and immediately back up. Don't stop, stand there, and then back up.
No. immediately
you
go
make that one fluid motion going back there. See that? Look at that face also.
Yeah.
Let's watch
yeah.
this one more time.
That.
You got.
That's tough to deal with. I feel
Okay.
like that's our biggest problem.
It is, and you've got contact on the rein. See the contact,
Yep.
and she's taking it.
Yep.
Okay, what what is your writing discipline? What have you been schooled in or trained in? Is it English?
I was
or?
in English, so I did
Okay.
eventing
Okay.
and so obviously dressage.
Dressage.
I love show jumping.
Okay.
That was what I did mainly, mostly.
You know, those are great disciplines. There's a difference in our disciplines.
Oh yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
And the disciplines that you've been trained in are
Contact. Yes.
You got it. Absolutely contact. So, if you can take that contact away from yourself and give it to let that horse have what she needs, and if you can watch what we did with Lux or Raz, the same thing will happen. She'll quit rooting or searching for that bit when she doesn't have it. The contact there. Look at that. Watch.
Yeah.
As soon as that contact comes on, and you're causing the contact by keeping that direct rein, you're turning that direct rein, and you're holding that on there. So that's continually keeping the contact. If you just bump it, let go, bump it, let go, bump it, let go,
Yeah.
then she'll go to where she feels that bump, and then she'll come
turn.
around.
Okay.
And that is if you are looking at nothing but a direct rein. If you ever try to do a neck rein and correct it, support it, that's a whole different story we can work on.
Sure.
And is that what you're looking for, is a neck rein eventually, or you're just more interested in the direct rein at this point?
She's just so green at this point that I didn't feel that neck reining was my top priority.
Okay.
But I am not opposed to anything. I will happily try or do whatever. And I mean, ideally, eventually, yeah, she would be neck reining.
Okay.
But like I prefaced when we were on the phone before, that I am super new to this. So
Sure.
I guess I'm at this point sticking with the things that I do know and experimenting a little bit. She's kind of a little bit of a guinea pig for me as far as learning. Okay, I've never really taught a horse this green before. I'm going to try direct reining because that's what I at least know.
Well, that's your skill level. That's right.
That's what I know. But I would love to learn how to neck rein
Okay.
and to teach a youngster how to neck rein. The other part is that when this video was made, I had not worked with her on moving off of pressure on my legs, which we've been working on since I talked to you on the phone last time.
Great.
And I can tell you that the rooting and all that stuff has subsided a little bit because now I can control her quite a bit more using my legs instead of my hands.
Yeah, and it's a displacement or an enlargement really of her repertoire, what she's listening for, right?
Yeah.
So if you can't necessarily listen to a couple of things at once. I mean, if I've got something going on and I'm distracted by something else, you can't give 100% attention, right?
No.
So it's whatever is the most stimulus at that time that you're listening to. So that is exactly what you're doing. Now I'm going to probably say something contrary to what most people believe, and that is that the training is progressive for most people, and it is, and it is. All training is progressive. I don't care what you're doing. If one builds on the next, and you just work into it slowly, right? Well, I want to have my horse respond to what I ultimately want to have, right? So when I'm training a horse, even a brand new horse that's, I'm doing the initial training, the thing I'm looking at doing is getting to that goal right away. So the first time I'm on a horse's back, I ask it to do a neck rein.
Sure.
Why not? He doesn't know any different.
Yeah.
So, but in order to get that neck rein, I have to give it a, not just a neck rein, but I have to support that neck rein with, guess what? The direct rein.
Yeah.
And so I continually lay a neck rein on there, and then I bump that rein
Inside
around.
rein.
Now I've got this frozen right here at this spot because I want to show where your hand is at. You see how your hand is out beyond the where your toe is at.
Sure.
So if you can, and what that does is that pulls out away from her face. So if you can get her to come down a little bit and drop your arm just straight down to your knee, and then just bump it like if you were watching my demonstration on Raz earlier that was we streamed, then you'll see that I was dropping my hands and I'm just bumping with my fingers.
Yeah.
If you can do that, bump and let go, she won't have a chance to grab that bit, and
Yeah.
she will learn. And it's going to be clunky at first. You won't get the response, but you keep bumping.
Yeah.
You bump, let go, bump, let go, bump, let go, bump, let go, and you just keep doing that until she responds. And as soon as she responds, you don't bump anymore.
Yeah.
And then you only bump to support.
Yeah.
That will keep her from grabbing that bit, and she will drop that head down and pull that nose in. And it's so right here when you go through this, you'll see how your hand stays out. It's still out, still out, and you're bringing it slowly back in right there, and then you stop.
Yeah.
So look how long that was.
Yeah. I see.
Let's go back a little bit, and let's watch. I still like your posture. I really like it. No, you're really good that way. Your hands could be just a touch lower, but it's not bad. I like to keep my hands below the height of the saddle horn, and even when you're stopping, you're bringing it up a little bit, but not bad. Keep those hands as low as you can. It'll keep her head low, and it'll keep her nose low.
Well, now I see that. Now that you've mentioned how I pull my hand out,
Yeah.
like I totally see it every time now.
But you're trying to pull her around, and that's normal. I mean, you're trying to get every advantage. See, your hand comes out there.
I think my theory is that it's an opening rein, like as in English, I'm sure you know. Like we're taught the opening rein, like, and I've been taught that, that's how you're showing them, like literally showing them where to go.
It's a disciplinary difference.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to try.
Yeah.
The other one, I'm really
really
interested in that.
I'm impressed. How many total rides do you have on her? At the time of this filming.
Less than 20.
Less than 20.
Less than 20.
So decent stop. Again, back that horse up.
The thing that works in my favor is that she's incredibly sensitive, which is also something that doesn't work in my favor.
And that's exactly why she's doing what she's doing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You're overcorrecting her. Yes.
Yeah. But she's also, I've noticed, one of the huge problems I had with her is a confidence thing. Like she's always, when I got her, like even leading her on the ground, like she follows directly behind you.
Okay. Yep.
She was incapable of walking next to you. She couldn't do it. She would just absolutely lose it. So that was also a big part of our starting riding because she was so afraid to go by herself. I had Taryn lead me on the ground the first time. And, I was on top of her I was trying to stay away from her for the most part. But she focused only on Taryn. I'd give her the cue. I had taught her cues to go forward. Click, walk means go forward. Right. Clicking means trot. And she just couldn't
put it together.
She couldn't. She was just like and she stops too when she gets overwhelmed. She'll just stop. So she just stood there.
Okay, and that's that says something about her mind.
I'd rather that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd rather that.
If she gets confused and she locks up and stops, that's a safer horse.
Oh yeah.
Right? I mean, she mentally goes, "Oh, can't do it, stop," and let's reset instead of just blowing out of there or getting frustrated and upset and start to buck. That's another outlet for doing that. There's only really two reasons a horse will buck. Because they're scared and because they're mad. And frustration leads to anger, right?
Sure.
And when she's doing that, when she's frustrated, and she's almost to the point of frustration, she's not quite there. She's at the confusion point, and she quits. That's perfect. I mean, goodness, that is really good stuff.
She hasn't bucked.
Perfect.
Or took off.
You shouldn't have that.
No.
Seldom do I have a horse buck. If they do it, it's because they've either made them mad.
Yeah.
Right? Or they're scared. And it's not necessarily their fault when that happens. It's something I have done or a circumstance has created.
Right.
Okay, I want to come back here to, this portion, about 2 minutes or so. You've come through your pulls, and you're starting to pick her up. Right now we're frozen where her body is about to move forward, and look what your posture is doing. You are asking her to move forward, but see your center of gravity with your hind end is still fairly far. It's halfway beyond.
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out again. I'm going to beat this to death, but I think you will have much more success if you can get up there, and she will be much freer of movement. But watch when you transition into a trot. You're going to ask her. You asked her, and then she starts. Very good. And just picking that body up again a little bit more. You're articulating at the hips. You're fine. You're keeping a nice straight posture. I'm really impressed with that. I can't say enough good about
Thank
that.
you.
No, that's great. And There we go. There, look at
Pull,
see her.
she's pulling so
Yes.
hard through this. All
Yes.
of this. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, you saw that. That's what I was just looking at, right?
yeah,
here.
I can
Yep.
remember doing this and
Okay,
having
okay.
and like that, you know, she's popping her shoulder out to
Yeah.
go the other way and
Yeah, look at her look, search,
Yeah.
trying to, and she's mouthing. She's trying to get some
Yeah.
relief away from this bit. Let's just get out of her mouth.
yeah. Yeah. I have to give her more. Like I feel
Yeah.
like I do ride with soft hands, but even just any contact for her
That's
is
right.
pretty
That's right.
I don't know.
But see,
Tough for
you're
her.
not really stopping her movement so much.
yeah.
You're holding her back, and you're
Sure.
giving her something else to focus on instead of doing her forward movement or working really well. So yeah, yes, your hands are light. You can see that, and it's very good and very good job there.
Thank you.
It's just that get out of it.
Yeah.
Give her complete
Just let go.
lightness. Give her everything. Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll watch. And I like this stop again, but ask her to back up.
Yeah.
Stop there. You telegraphed. Very good. And you released, and she's good.
Yeah.
So when I get on a horse every time I mount a horse, even during training, every time I'm on there, look, she grabbed it, you let
Yep.
it go, she relaxed, she stopped.
Yep.
You can see it all coming together now, right?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
totally see everything that you're talking about.
Oh, good.
Totally see it.
Now, what I do is I get on this horse and I ask him to back up. Do you know how many steps I ask him to take? It varies every single time.
Yeah.
I will pick a number between 1 and 100.
Yeah.
And if I happen to pick 100, that's how many steps they need to back up. And if you watch the streaming earlier, that's repetitiveness with Jazz. At first, he didn't want to back up. And then when we ask him, he let go. And then just ask him a little bit, and you encourage that, and they will come back and just keep coming back. So do that with her. And every time you stop and back up, between 1 and 10.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
don't make it 3 steps every time because they learn to count extremely fast.
Yeah.
They learn to count not to 4, right? and it's just the way it is because they're gonna do what is easiest for them. They're gonna say, you know what?
I know what's happening.
I don't have to do 4 because I've never been asked to do 4.
Yeah.
So I want to just kind of freeze it here. We'll have a little conversation. I want you to. I can't have been this clear on the communication, right? So what is it here that you have questions about? Is there anything that I haven't been clear or that I'm not seeing that you would like to work on? And we can find it in here, we can work it, or we can talk about it and expand on what we've already talked about.
I'm going to have to, since I do get to ride with Taryn, I'm going to have to ask her to help me with my position.
Yeah.
Is there anything I should, like, are there any markers for me or, like, any way that I can, I know a lot of it's feel, so, I mean, I understand that, but is there any way that I can
That's a really good question.
figure out if I'm in the right spot?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. Now, I just happened to stop this at this point. You didn't have to look for it too much. I don't know how your saddle is rigged. Is the D-ring, is it a full rigging? Is it a 3/4 rigging? Is it a 7/8 rigging?
You're asking me questions.
Okay, excuse me.
I'm serious when I say I
Okay.
don't know anything about Western saddles. I put it on, I know it fits, and I get on.
Well, you think it fits.
I have
You assume it
done
fits.
some pretty, I think it fits fairly well as far as there's no, it's pretty even sweat marks, and I've put my
Okay.
hand underneath, and
Okay.
it's not pinching her anywhere.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because
Fitting me, maybe not, I don't know, but
Well, and I would rather have the saddle fit the horse.
yeah,
Than
I totally
if,
agree.
If one of us has to be uncomfortable, I want it to be me, not
Yeah,
the horse.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. If you look at your saddle and the swells or the pommel,
Okay.
where your knee sits behind that big old thing that sticks out in front, that the horn sits above, if your ring on your cinch comes down straight down below that, that is a full rigged saddle.
Okay.
Okay, and a full rigging means it's just full forward.
Okay.
Now, because it can't come in front of the rigging, because that's where your tree is at, the whole tree structure is set, so, you can't attach anything that's out there next to her neck. There's nothing there to
Sure.
hang on, right?
Right.
So that ring comes full forward of your tree
Okay.
and right underneath of the swells. So when you have a full rigging and you set that cinch right behind his or her leg, as the case may be, the rest of that saddle is going to come back on their back. So if you have a 3/4 rigging, what you do is you draw a line down from your swells and then down from the center of the seat.
Okay.
Okay, And in the center of that line, those two lines, that's if your rigging hangs down there, that's a 3/4 rigging. If your rigging hangs almost to the center of the seat, that's a center fire.
Okay.
Called
Well, it's
old
not
center
that.
fire. Yeah, and what that does is, as you can imagine, when that ring is there and you set that on, that whole saddle is going to move forward on their back, right?
Sure.
So depending on how that saddle is, this mare could take a full rigging pretty easy because she is short backed.
Sure.
She's got a lot of good solid structure. I mean, she looks like she weighs about 2,400 pounds. I mean, just
she's
just
a
her
heck
build.
of a horse.
Yeah, she's just got some dense muscle, strong. But what I see in this picture that we have froze here are a couple things, and you know what to look for now.
Yeah.
You're starting to pick up some tension on that inside rein, and your hand is out.
Yep.
Your body is back. You're not sitting up there because you're kind of sitting down in order to brace.
Yeah.
If you're not pulling, you don't have to brace.
Yeah.
So you're moving your posture back. Now we're getting a little bit more detailed stuff. You're bracing so that you can pull her head around because she's strong. If she needs to take that bit, she can.
Oh yeah. Oh
Right?
yeah.
So you have to be ready for that, and I can see that here. So keeping your body and keeping yourself rolled forward on your pelvis, up where it needs to be, or set forward on your saddle, up behind your swells. That's where you need to be, and just bump that. You don't have to use any bracing to do that, and it lightens her up.
Okay.
So, and you can see dropping your hands, pulling them in, all of these things that are going to be, and I think it's a little bit more difficult for you because you have such a history with the contact type disciplines.
Yes.
And it's very hard to break those habits because you have now muscle memory.
Yep.
Because of that, right? And why wouldn't you? And you're doing it correctly. I mean, so it's a matter of doing a different discipline. Myself, I've never done any of the dressage as a formal thing. I mean, I use dressage in my Western training.
Right.
I mean, we all do kind of those crossovers, but I've never been judged on it. Probably, thank God. But those are issues that I don't deal with. But if I went into that, I would have all of this muscle memory from a Western perspective that I would have to overcome.
Yeah.
So it's just, but it will make you better if you have this broad array of skills that you've got, and your posture shows here when you're turning. And I want to see this, and this is why we're coming to this, as we're turning. And we'll see if we can get a good spot. Oh,
I don't think that stop was not me asking her to stop. That particular stop. She saw something, and cause you can see her head went up, and she was looking over there. I didn't ask
Was she
for
just
that.
okay?
She see what I mean? Like if she sees something, like
that's where she
was like,
okay.
oh, okay.
Right.
But that wasn't me.
Okay.
Stopping her.
Let's go to when you turn. I want to watch your body. Look at your body over her spine as you come around.
Yeah, I tilt. I never thought that I really tilted, but I do.
We all do a little bit.
Forward.
But see where your body's at? Not bad. See how your shoulder is level as you come around? That's actually a pretty good turn. It'll do it again.
Okay.
And you're not at speed, but see how your body is straight up and down.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Thank you.
That's very good. I want to point that out so that you're not bracing, because at that point you're not really bracing and pulling, or you're not pulling this way too hard.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
I don't think so. I'm excited to go trial this stuff.
All right. Yeah. We'll see if you can get some film. I don't know how that's going to work. You're going to need some film today, and then we're going to review it later, or how will that work?
I do not know how I would be able to get possibly film today unless I did it later this afternoon.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know what we've got planned for that. Probably not. So but we'll follow up later on.
Yeah.
You know, certainly in another few weeks or whatever.
Yes.
We're gonna see how you do. I'll have time to do that, but
yeah,
I work on your so let me kind of give you a summary here. So we want to work on your body position in the saddle. See, that's look how much space you got there. You can throw your dog between you and the swells of that saddle. So pull your body forward.
Okay.
Okay. Drop your hands. Mm-hmm. Give her more slack in those reins.
Sure.
And only use the reins when you need them. Now you're gonna have to transition to that. It's gonna be, it's not gonna happen right away. It'll happen faster than you think if you let her go.
Yeah.
Trust her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's young. She doesn't have that many rides on her, so she's still searching and asking for consistency. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. You need to be consistent in all of this.
Yeah.
Bump when you touch her. Bump and let go. Don't give her a chance to grab that bit like that. See?
So even if she's continuing to walk on the path and I'm bumping and she's turning her head but continuing to walk
Use
this
your leg.
way,
Yep.
use my leg. Okay.
Use that leg and
Okay.
support you, and you can, and you put pressure on that leg, and or on her body with your leg. If that doesn't work, or that stops, then absolutely take your leg and bump her shoulder with it. Now,
Yeah.
understand that's a lot more pressure, and she may blow out of there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
has the
It doesn't
potential.
take much for
No.
her.
Well,
as
and
far
you have
as-
the potential to actually make her just leap out and take off. I don't think this mare will do that. See how you're laying that leg on there? That's great.
Yep.
I just wanted to find that spot again. We'll come back to it. You're laying the leg. You're nice and quiet as she's turning. There, you're pushing your leg in.
Yeah.
And you're.
And that was a nice turn right
It was a
there,
good
too.
turn. Take your
Yeah.
leg off on that inside a little bit more.
Okay.
Consciously shift your legs over. Both legs over. So there, you're really pushing on her that direction.
Yeah.
You have to get a little bit more because she's wanting to come out and around. And look, she's interested in the gate over there. Gate for her is a time clock or 5 o'clock. She
Yeah.
just quit. The one thing I would do is where your leg placement is, move it forward.
Forward.
Yep,
Okay.
move it forward just a little bit so that you're influencing her shoulder.
Okay. Yeah.
Not just pushing her. See how kind of clunky that front end goes?
Yeah.
Watch how it doesn't. She doesn't really reach with that inside leg on the turn.
Yeah,
See, she's
I see.
placing it forward. She just keep in a big circle. You want her to stretch and reach to the right with that leg.
Yeah.
And if you push that up on the shoulder more, good stop. Actually, you know what? You felt her stop. We're gonna call you out on something here. Look at here. I didn't notice.
I mean,
before.
maybe
Watch
I
your
did
leg.
ask her to
Yes, you did.
stop,
Watch
but-
where your leg is at. Watch
Oh,
where your
no,
foot
I
is at.
did. Put my
You
foot
did.
in.
You did.
Huh.
Very, very light, but it also speaks to how sensitive she is. Right
Yeah,
there. Look at
incredibly.
that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at your body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I did ask her to stop, didn't I?
Absolutely, you did it. Whether you consciously did that or not,
Yeah.
or we're just wanting to slow her down, she stopped.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so very, very good. You've got a lighter horse here than you realize. I think. You know she's light.
great.
Yeah.
If I didn't already have one, I would keep this one. She's great. She's awesome.
Yeah, she's nice. Now this is a project for you. Are you training her for someone or just are you flipping a house?
Yep.
Okay.
It was more. I mean, my horse has ring bone, so I don't really. I mean, pretty easy on him as far as what we do. But
Yeah.
so I wanted something and to learn. Like this is a learning experience for me and learning new things. And I've never started a horse before, so it was kind of a.
Well, let me tell you this, Miranda. If you've never started a horse before, and this is a project horse, I got to tell you, you picked the right horse to learn on.
I think so,
you
too.
got very lucky here, and you're not hurting this horse. So you're doing
No,
good things.
she's-
Here.
thank you.
I've seen professionals do
Worse.
way
Yeah.
worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so we got just a few minutes. We don't have to do a lot on. We got a horse out there. I'm going to do a demo on him,
Okay.
and just kind of show you. And it's going to be very similar to what we did with Lux earlier. So
Okay.
we're probably not going to see a whole lot different. So we're going to run out there, and
Awesome.
we'll let this play out, and we'll see what we can do. All right.
Awesome.
And I'm really not going to do much other than ride him and evaluate and do some stops and turns, because that's really what she's going to work on.
I hear Miranda,
You do?
and Miranda hears me, it sounds like.
Yes.
All right. We're working through our technical stuff. I'm just a horse trainer. I'm not a tech guy. So I just do what I'm told. Until I get broken up so much that they have to start doing robotic parts, so you gotta put up with it. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what I like to do to begin with on every horse I meet, I don't know this guy,
Mhm.
so I'm going to introduce myself. This is akin to talking with somebody. And smell me if you want. Okay. And just saying hi. It's it's like walking up to somebody you don't know, throwing your arm around them and saying, "Hey, how are you?"
Mhm.
And so you can be pretty rude about it, or you can be pretty gracious about it. So, all right, I'm gonna just jump on him real quick. Same issue. Want him to get his feet under him. There we go. Up. Now, we talked about for Miranda, her horse, good posture and sitting forward on his back. This is a short back horse as well, but look where my posture is and compare it to his shoulder.
Uh-huh.
And so you're sitting kind of back here, and look what he has. Look what it does to his back. So if I put my body forward, his back comes up. And it's much easier for that hind end to move. If you watch his hind end, he's moving much easier, and now I sit back and watch what it does. Look at there. I can feel him struggle and have to work harder. So bring that body up, and look at the fluidity of movement. Much easier for him to reach that leg up underneath of himself. All right, now, the other thing, I'm not touching this bit. Keeping my hands low and close to my body, and I bump. There, I just bump. There's three that are very, very small. There, I just touch and let go. And look at that. I touch and let go. That's it. Look at that. And I touch and let go. Keeping my hand low down by my knee. Okay? So you watch that, and you watch that. He's not grabbing that bit because he doesn't have time to. He can't. It's impossible for him to grab that bit. There we go. Now he's pushing against me a little bit. I'm going to use my leg. I'm going to push that shoulder in. You'll notice how my body is kind of twisted as I come around. Legs are both pointed to my left side. And I just bump, and I'm really not touching him. I'm not touching that bit. This is all leg. Look at that. See? And now I'm going to support it. There we go. Support with a little bump and those legs. There we go. Good boy. Good boy. Just let him walk out of that. Forget about it now. When we stop, if I'm just not in this horse's head at all, not touching him, not working him, let's letting him go. And look how nice he is. I asked to turn, hand low. Oops, there, he wanted to take off. So it just happened to be timing there that he wanted to come back, and I pulled him down. And I'm just bumping that space around. I'm not even using my legs. I'm just bump and let go. If you can see my hands, I'm going to pull my fingers out, and so I move it. Oh, good boy. And I bump and let go, like that. Just a little bit. Bump, let go. Look at that head come around, and he doesn't fight it. He does not grab that bit. He can't. So I'm going to come out here, and then we're going to work on this next part. And this, keeping your hands low, I'm going to stop. I'm going to telegraph just like you did. It's really good. Woo, back, hands low, and look at where my body posture is. I'm back because I want him to be reaching up underneath him and supporting himself, but he's not responding. So I pull and let go. And I pull hard, let go. Get more and more pressure on that bit. Pull, there, I didn't really have to. Now I'm just going to bump it. Bump, because I'm getting lighter and lighter all the time. Again, we're getting progressive on our training. There we go. See how the head come up? And then when he let go, he dropped it down. I'm going to give it a second. Good boy. And bump. There, just light. Look at that. Keeping that head low. My hands are low. Look for his head. He's not bringing it. He's bringing his head up, but his nose is staying low. And he's wanting to move that nose. There we go. And I want to keep him straight. He's all over the place, but really, that's a bonus. I can keep him from going in a straight line. There we go. Good job. Okay, I'm going to bring him back to the center over here. But there, he just did a neck rein based on I'm using leg. Oh, tons of leg there. Ooh, and back. Okay, there, look at that. See how much lighter that was?
Yeah.
Okay, now what I'm going to do again is I'm going to stop, because here's your stop and back. This is really going to make that really nice stop you're looking at. Come forward, and I ask him to stop, and it's one movement to go back. Ooh, back, come on back. There. That was a little sloppy. Back, good. And I'm just going to work more. There we go, good boy. And I'm putting more and more pressure and letting go. As soon as he starts to move like I want to, I let go. Good boy. Good boy. And he's a little resentful. He's like, hey, you know who I am? I don't have to work.
I don't have to work.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask to come up. And, ooh, and back. There, that's better. You see how he shifted his weight? He didn't really stop. Good, and I'm going to keep coming back. Back. There we go. Back. Oh, good job. And he gives me 3 or 4 steps now. See how I'm getting more and more out of him in a very short time.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's do one more good stop. No rein and rein. Woo. Back.
Nice.
Back.
I
Good.
see it.
See how his hind end is set under him?
Yeah.
And he's anticipating that he needs to do it, and it's just teaching him. And look at my hands. I'm just doing a little pressure, let go, pump, let go, and it's very, very light. Look at that. Very good. Okay, does that make any sense? Does that help?
Yeah, that does a ton, and it was really good to see the physical change on Butte, so I could see like kind of what I'm looking for. I do have a question though.
Okay.
So Z, generally, I think she's been very well behaved, but I do have a suspicion that if I am too heavy in her mouth or am making her frustrated or something, she would be liable to go up. How would you suggest that I counter that? I imagine teaching her a voice command on the ground first and then getting on into the saddle and doing it and seeing if that helps at all. But is there any other suggestions you have for keeping her front end from coming up?
Okay, that's a very good. The question I hear you asking is if you put in more pressure as you're going along, and I'll try to demonstrate as we go along here. And see how his head comes up when I put a little bit of pressure on him? Mm-hmm. And you're seeing that if you put too much pressure, that she'll get light on her whole front end. Her front end could come up and she could rear. Is that what I'm hearing now? Okay.
Yeah. And I know not to put, I'm not going to put a ton of pressure on him to do, bumping and let going and bumping and let going, but I just am worried that she's going to anticipate going backwards and she might become too light in her front end.
Yeah, that becoming too light on the front end because you're putting too much pressure is really by doing this. It's possible, but again, see how his head come up? Let me put my hands up here. Look what his head does. Head comes up. Yeah. Right? And yes, and he gets much lighter on his front end. So it's one for you to keep your hand low, watch where his head comes, and watch what his nose does. He's going to give. He's up. He's going to come down here in a second. There we go. Very brought it down. So if you keep your hands down, which keeps his head and nose down, his front end has a very difficult time coming up.
Okay.
Right? So it's like you, if you're going to jump, you're going to get yourself set and you're going to throw your head in the air with your body, right? Try to jump with your nose tucked down. It's very difficult. That's really what we're looking for him to do too. So we don't want to push against it, or him against it, but we want to have him, or in your case, your horse, have her stay low and not have anything to push up with.
Okay.
So keeping those hands light, and now you've got light contact like this, and see what happens when I do light contact with him. Look what his head does. Look how I'm holding back. I let him go. I look at his head does. He comes down and he elongates in his movement.
Right.
And he's much more fluid. So I'm going to make contact, light contact, and look what it does. It slows him up again. Yeah. So get out of his way. Even with light contact, quit making contact. Change that discipline that you're so used to, because it's a little bit different, and allow him to use his body. Now, I know in the dressage world, they want the elongated body with contact.
Right.
In some cases, right? When you're out reaching and using that horse to move with forward movement with contact, they're having to push through that contact. So it's kind of a contrary or a paradox to make them do that. All right. There. I think that covers what you can do with your homework and what you need to do with your horse. Keep your body forward. That balance is good. Stay ready with light contact, but no contact. You want light contact and mostly no contact. Most of the time, when you do make it, you do it, and then with your legs like this. I'm just pushing with the left leg, and look what he does.
Yeah.
Push on. Yeah, and he's actually trying to come around my leg there, but that's okay. So keeping this leg forward. I'll show you as we come around the camera. Keep this leg forward.
Yeah.
Comes around instead of doing this. Now, there. When I push on his belly, look what he does. If I just let him go, he's going to come around it.
Right.
See how he's trying to blow through that, and that's what she was doing too.
Yep.
So when I'll do it on the right leg now, if I come and put a little leg in there to push him, and look how he pushes that body out. But if I put the leg forward, look what he does now. There we go. Nice turn, right?
Yeah.
So your leg placement is extremely important on how this moves. If I want to move and disengage this hind end like that, there we go. There's some disengagement. But look how far back that leg is.
Right.
Way back. But if I do this, all of a sudden, and look what he does. He's straightening out and a move to the left. There we go. See the difference? Yeah. And so really watch your leg movement and your placement of that leg. It's so important because really what I want a horse to do, ultimately, if it's, my horse for myself, I want to have this horse move off my leg cue, mostly. Oh, good sigh. That's a big sigh. Good boy. He's learning a little something here, too. All right. Hey, Miranda.
Great. I think that was good.
Yeah, thanks for the video and being able to review that. And you've got a lot of good things going on there. So don't discount that and use the tools that you already have. It's just kind of refining them or changing them a little bit. And your horse is going to respond. And when they respond, realize what you've done right. And so you're learning what you've done, and you're learning how much to do it. So that horse will teach you as much as you're teaching it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well.
Good. Well, thank you. And look forward to a follow-up here in a little while.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Pull it back.
All righty.
Okay, now we're live, Carla. So thanks for participating.
Thank
and,
you.
Video submission. Yeah, this is good. It's kind of exciting stuff. They're dragging me kicking and screaming into the 20th century.
Me too.
I feel back. I was born a couple hundred years too late. Anyway.
Yeah.
So I read your bio, and you've got some issues. It looks like with your pony. That he doesn't quite canter like you want. He doesn't pick up, and he kind of goes off the trail sometimes.
Yes.
Okay, so before we start, well, let's do this. Let's go ahead and watch the video. It's very short. You got about a minute and 3/4.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start it, and we see you coming up the hill. Okay, and watching him.
He's already tossing his head a little bit.
Yeah, he's turning to the left. He's looking. He's watching you, and you're continuing on. Okay. Now, Jimon, he's just stopping for that horse. That's kind of normal. That's not a big behavior issue there for he's a herd horse.
And I'm trying to. I had a trainer tell me to try to practice keeping his head down, which is a more relaxed pose. And so I'm trying to do that while I'm riding him. I don't know if I should be, but that's also what I'm trying to do is give him signals to pull his head down.
Okay, I can kind of see some of that a little bit. Okay, I just got another run here. All right, kind of going off the trail a bit. That's just he's kind of running a little bit off to the side, kind of blind.
All right. I'm trying to keep him from doing that. Sometimes I can't help it, and he goes off.
Right, he's in charge at that point. Or he's just going. Okay, I see him, kind of tossing his head a little bit. Okay, and I see same thing. I see a tail flip here and there, like that. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I can't see that until today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did one earlier, and just before he said I saw him do one, and then he did another one. And I saw him do it as he come up the hill the first time I think.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and we're right at the end of it. So let's go back to the beginning here, and we'll reload this, and I'll just kind of hold right there. Now I got a couple of questions I need to ask you.
Okay.
Because there's two issues here. Now I'm going to be critical of him, and I'm going to be critical of you a little bit, so we can try to problem solve. So I hope you're not offended. We're just trying to help.
Right.
Okay, good. Thank you. One of the things I see is it looks to me like, think about his behavior from this point. You got a horse, obviously we're standing here with probably a GoPro, right?
Right, just a camera.
A camera.
Smartphone.
Okay, you did a great job of keeping that thing steady.
Yeah.
So you got a horse here that this horse really wants to come to. You would think that your horse is not with other horses. And he is really, by all intents and purposes, should be really focused on this horse. But when you ask him to take off, he's looking behind him. So my questions are, how old is he?
He's 12.
Okay, so he's a good, mature horse. How long have you had him?
4 years.
You've had him 4 years, and he came trained, I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
He was trained as he was.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, and we don't know how much that was. He's not doing calculus, let's put it that way.
Right.
Well,
neither am I, though, so.
We're all right. Genius. So, did he start his training at 2, 3, do you know, or is it unknown?
I don't know. I can't remember now if I was told that. If I had to guess, I think she said 3.
Okay.
But I'm not positive.
Okay. And this is why I'm asking some of these questions. We may have an issue where we've got some training that is not complete, and what I mean by that is that he's not done a lot of loping or cantering, whichever you want to put it.
Right.
I call it a loper on the western side of the Mississippi, so it's a lope to me. He may not have had a lot of experience loping.
I don't think he has.
Okay, because the behavior he shows is not atypical for a horse when you're just teaching them, and they haven't had a lot of experience loping,
Mm-hmm.
is they will look back like that. They're looking back and seeing all of this movement all of a sudden that's going on that they're not used to at this higher speed.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, the reason I asked about age of training and how long you've had him and when he was trained is there is the possibility that we have a back issue with him, where he's got an injury or certainly a overuse, and so he has, just a back issue that's been created when he was younger.
Right.
There is one thing I see you doing that we can maybe help you with, in that you may be holding him back a little bit, and that's where your body is placed on his back. So with those, we have a combination of things to go through here. So now there are some other things to look at, more of a physiological issue, and that is when you watch him urinate, does he have a hard time urinating?
No.
Okay.
So
I've
noticed.
Okay, good full flow stream. Doesn't spray when he pees or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I know that's a bizarre question. But what I'm looking for is to see if he has a bean that has formed around the end of the urethra. And oftentimes that will cause a back issue or a kidney issue. You have sore kidneys because you can't, you get the whole urinary system kind of backed up. And a bean is nothing more than a bunch of smegma that is surrounded the urethra, and it gets like rings on a tree. It just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and fluids, or they can't pee as good and completely empty your bladder, but the kidneys are still working. So their kidneys are up on their back, close to their hips, up against the spine there. So if you have a kidney issue, that always can come through as a back issue, and that's why I asked that. But if you've got a full flow stream, doesn't appear to have any issues that way, then you can probably rule that out.
Okay.
That is not uncommon for a horse to have a bean. So a veterinarian, or there are people that actually do that, that are skilled and have the licensing to remove beans. So just a possibility.
Yeah, I think someone had mentioned something connected to that in the past, and I watched when I noticed him peeing, and I haven't picked up on any problems with it. But again, I'm not around him all the time, so I'm not always seeing him pee. But when I notice him peeing, I have looked, and it does seem okay to me.
Okay, that's very good. Yeah, and it's not something that's going to come and go.
Okay.
That stays there, because that bean is it's a kind of a hard, kind of looks like a Cheerio really around the urethra. So we can kind of probably mostly rule that out, but you have to think about these things as a possibility.
Right.
Okay, so let's start to diagnose this a little bit, and kind of look at, he's coming up. If you notice, his head is high. He keeps bumping it up, and he's turning his body. He keeps looking to the left, and as you come by this horse, he's still looking to the left, and I think you're probably trying to rein him a little bit.
I am.
Yeah. But notice how he flipped his tail. He's taking off, still looking to the left. He's not, as he came by, he was looking to the left, where you would think if he wants to be at the horse, he'd be looking at the horse. So he's focused on you and what's going on your back. And same thing, we'll do the same thing. His head is low. You pick him up, and it comes up. He's looking, and you notice his body is not horribly out of sync. He's not, twisted or anything. But as you go by, we'll break this down. You can help him a lot more with your body posture. There he goes. And look, he kind of wants to go off the trail a little bit.
Right, he did a little bit.
Yeah, and it wasn't bad. Pardon me. Let's go back now. Let's break this down a little bit in a couple of spots. See if I can find where that cursor is. It went by on me. There we go. So we're going to go back, and we're going to break this down a little bit as you come up to it. Okay. About right here. We're going to start watching. Right there. Okay. You've got a lot of contact on him, and you're just trying to help him out. You're doing your best to try to keep him straight and going up the hill and get a good lope out of him. And I completely get that. That's not an issue. I see you've got, it looks like it's kind of there's a little curved bit on it. He's not grinding into it a lot. Going. Okay. Right here. This is where we want to go. let's come back to this. Working right here. Let's focus on your body a little bit. We've looked at his. Now let's watch yours.
Okay.
Let's secure your boom right here. Okay. You see where your stirrups are, and your leg here is bent a little bit more, and you see how your knee is way far forward of your body.
Uh-huh.
Kind of comes down under your elbow.
Right.
Your elbow in front of your chest. So most of your weight is, and when you look at that compared to where it's at on his back, most of your weight is in the middle of his back or behind the center of his back.
Okay.
So we're putting a lot of pressure on his lower back, and you'll notice how his belly. You look at his belly, how it's really rounded down, and it's almost the same as his back. If you'll notice, you can kind of
Follow
extract
that. Uh-huh.
meets the saddle pad,
Mm-hmm.
and just how the whole back kind of curves the same. So he's dropping his back. He needs to pick his back up in order to help him out a little bit. So I'm suspecting, possibly some previous irritation, from years of riding or riding too early or doing too much. But that doesn't make a lot of sense. If he did that a lot, he wouldn't be looking around like he is. So I'm kind of leaning away from that so much as I am. He's looking back going, okay, why does my back not feel good? Because I think we do have a back issue here. And part of this is where your body is at. And I realize I'm not trying to be mean to you. This is all I want to help you and help your horse. So, and I know you're really good about being open about this. So, can you see the distance between the swell, the pommel of your saddle, just as we talked to Miranda on the previous horse, and the front of your leg? If you can keep your body position forward in that saddle, that will help a lot. It'll help him a lot. So, let's go ahead and play that. And see how you're leaning back. See how you lean forward to help him, and then you went back. And we'll do this again. We'll get another shot as this other portion of this comes up. But notice how you're not too bad right there, but I think you're leaning forward a little more. Instead of placing your body, you're pushing your body forward. And let's try it again. Let's see. Another peek. He's picking up. Trying to get him to move, and he looks. Now let's watch your body as you go by him. We'll just let it play. See where your hind end hits and bounces?
Right in the back.
Yeah, you're not bending your knee much there, so you have an injury to your knee or knees that are bad?
Right, and I think I mentioned that to you. Yeah, especially my right knee, I can't put weight on it when it's bent. So horseback riding is harder these days with my knee issues. I have it also in my left knee, but not as bad. So I'm not putting as much weight on my feet as I used to, and also a little bit more on the left. I'm a little lopsided because of that.
You're compensating, and okay, that might be some of what we're looking at here too, because you're compensating to the left, which you're dropping a little, and you can kind of see yourself lean right in this shot here. If you can see that, you can see your body leaning to the left a little bit. And you may be putting a little bit of pressure on the saddle, on the tree, on that side. You're not balanced. And see what's causing him to come around. So I think we might be getting somewhere here. This is just a guess. Based on what we're seeing here, we're trying to narrow it down. Now, the good news is, in order for you to get your body forward, we can lengthen these stirrups a little bit, which will help take the bend out of your knee, which will also bring your body forward and help you to possibly put a little bit of pressure on your knees if you can stand that. And you say with a bent knee you can't get the pressure on there. Let's unbend that knee. Let's get your body forward and your feet under you. So if you can drop your and here's a good rule of thumb. So if you can sit in your saddle and just sit there and then stand up in the stirrups, and if you can put your hand between your crotch and the seat of the saddle, and you're making
a flat hand.
A flat hand, exactly right. Just put the back of your hand against the saddle and the palm, slip that under your crotch. If you can then make contact without, and just pull your hand out so you can clear the saddle, that's about right. And it's going to feel very strange to you probably because you're so used to riding with a short stirrup.
Yeah.
And that will put your foot down. Your pelvis will roll forward, which means you can put your whole body forward on this horse's back. And I think this is going to make a big difference.
Okay.
Because you notice, and then as you're running, just like this, let me back this up one more spot here. As you're coming by, look how your hind end kind of comes up and then just kind of sits on the saddle and kind of pushes his back down with each bounce. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, when you do that, if you can take that a little bit of that pressure off with a longer stirrup, that will help him to be able to lift his back and not put the pressure on there. And I think that will ease some of that irritation, because I think he's clearly irritated, and that's what is picking his head up. His head's coming up because his back is down. He's in a ventral flex type position with his back, which means he's just arching his back down. Now let's finish this off a little bit here, and then I'll go out and I will demonstrate for a few minutes and I'll try to recreate for you what a horse will do. See if we can see it. And then there's a tail flip, and a tail flip like that usually means irritation, pain. There's another one.
Okay.
Really good indication, or they're irritated with another horse, and that horse is not following him close enough to be really irritating him.
No, and he likes that horse to be close to him. So.
Yeah, there's not an issue there with that. So I'm going to go back again all the way to the beginning, and let's just let this thing play all the way through. See if we can see what we're looking at. And we're coming uphill. Does this horse, do you ever lope on flat ground?
Yes, but
Okay.
I haven't done a lot of loping, just some because it has been an issue. I have tended to do it uphill because you have a little more control if there's an issue.
You're smart. That's good, yes.
But yeah, some on when it's flatter. I haven't noticed. He's probably worse when it's flat for me to control him.
Yeah, no, and that tells me maybe that some of that is he hasn't been loped a lot. Then maybe you're working through some of that. I think we've ruled out that he's done a lot of loping. I keep coming back to that, but I think we've ruled that out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking back like he is out of fear. I think he's been doing a lot of loping, and he's looking at what's behind it and why is it. He's looking, throwing that head back and forth, and he's like, no, it's not quite. And you're really not pulling on him. You're just trying to contain him,
right?
But it's trying driving forward, and he keeps pushing that head up. So.
And earlier, he hasn't done this much more recently, but he had been doing little kind of buck crow hoppy things when you would lope him, and so I'm watching for that. I don't want him to do that when I'm riding him.
No, that's just self-preservation, right? That's good.
Yeah.
But
he hasn't done that for a while, maybe just a tinch.
Okay. And we can also get a look at saddle fit issues. And I do this with almost everybody because saddle fit is such a huge deal that it can be a problem. But I think the biggest thing we have these large issues to look at first, which is getting your weight forward.
Okay.
By lengthening those stirrups and making it more comfortable for you. I can tell you that you're sitting more in a chair seat, especially right there. And you notice, okay, there's a really good spot to stop here. When you go by and he slows down, you urge him forward by leaning forward, and then as he takes off, right there, as he takes off, you help him forward. He flips his tail as you get right there. See, you're leaning back on him?
Right.
Yeah, that's when he does a nice little tail flip there. It's like right there. He kind of leaps up and then flips that tail. Part of it is from the impulsion, but there may be an issue there with irritation on that back. So we'll start there and see how that goes. Now, if he does have an injury from the previous life before you, there's not a lot we can do about that. You can't undo that. You can make it easier on him, but what we're going to do to solve this problem will also make it easier if that is the case.
Right. Okay.
So we'll help there, and you're not really overly in his mouth with the bit. I'm okay with that. For what you're trying to do, because you got a loose rein on this side, you're just trying to contain him. Now, does he try to run downhill sometimes?
Yes. Right. That's part of the problem when he gets anxious or uptight about this when we're cantering. He'll often veer downhill and then be a little, I don't know what the word is, hoppy a little bit, and it's hard to keep your seat then when you're going downhill when he does that. So I'm trying to keep him on the trail.
Okay, that's a good indication. And he's trying to drop off the trail on his own.
Right.
Okay. That also, when you're doing that, or when he does that, I think he's had enough of pressure on his back and it's uncomfortable, and he's just trying to get off downhill and move that weight forward.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes sense to me that that's what he's trying to do, and I'm going to run this through. We're going to beat this to death, but it's okay. It's a short beat. Let's do it, and see what we can come up with. I think that just kind of reinforces that we got a little bit too much weight on the back of him, and that we need to move that weight forward. It'll help him lift his belly up, paint himself a little bit more there. And there's a spot there. I want to go back to this. See, the more you run this thing, the more you see. Okay, as he comes up, you're going to see him drop his head and his back will come up. And it'll help him right about in here. His head comes right there. Head comes down. There you go. And see how he's back?
Right.
But he stopped. He was getting ready to stop. But so keeping his head low is one of the keys. And so this person that told you this prior, I think they're spot on. That to keep that horse's head down will help them. It is. Well, how do you keep their head down? You get off their back. You get so that they can lift their back up. When their head comes up, their back goes down. It's like their neck and their back is a teeter-totter, with the fulcrum being their front leg. So if that makes sense, when you pick the back up, then the head comes down. Mm-hmm. That second one was better. Okay.
And she also said that if you do that regularly, it can help strengthen the back muscles.
It does. What it actually does is not so much the back muscles. It will help, but what you're strengthening more is the core, the belly muscles. So that big ring of muscles that comprises the whole musculature of the rib cage and lower and the abdomen. And when you tighten it up, if you're sitting in your chair like I am, and you really tighten up your stomach muscles, what do your back do?
Tighten up.
Tightens up, but it kind of comes forward and straightens out.
Oh, yeah, right.
You're pulling those, and you're doing the same thing with their back. If you tighten those muscles up, it lifts their back, and they are able to help support their own weight and your weight at the same time. So if you tighten the back muscles and let your belly go, what happens? Your belly comes out.
Okay.
And so they're what I hear them saying is not quite what we're wanting to achieve here. You always want a tight core and a tight belly as a human, and it's the same thing with a horse. They're just turned 90 degrees to with their spine to the ground than we are. Okay. But it's the same issue. You still have to strengthen that back by tightening, keeping that core tight. Okay. I think, do you have any questions for me about this?
No, I think you've explained it pretty well.
Okay. What I'm going to do then is this really is something that's going to be trial and error, obviously, on your part. So I'm going to go out and get on a horse here, and I'm going to try to recreate, get him to lope, and I'm going to be tight and really contain him with his head up and try to drive him forward with my weight back, and I'm going to shorten my stirrups so that it forces me to put myself into a chair seat like you have there, and put my weight back and show you how difficult it is for you. I think it's going to be much easier for you also when we lengthen those stirrups. So we'll have a little bit of a time to do a good demo of the what you're doing and what we're trying to achieve, and show you how that works on the horse we're gonna do. I've never loped this horse, so this will be a good test.
Okay.
So if I end up in a puddle or something like that, they're picking me up with a stick and a spoon, and those things went awry.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm going to stay on the air here with you, Carla, and we'll get this horse ready, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, sounds good.
Play to the end. And this is a horse that we used earlier, and had the demonstration with.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 40653155145 is not available. At the tone, you've pressed the incorrect key to disconnect. You've pressed an incorrect key to disconnect.
You have reached the Bemler's home. We'd like to know that you called, so please leave a message at the tone.
Are you still there? To disconnect, press 1. To record your message, press 2.
I tell you, I'm not a tech guy,
Right.
and I want
Then I didn't know what to do either.
Okay, and well, there's not much you can do other than wait for a call. I tell you so.
Yeah.
All right, I got this thing now. I got my other half of my equipment with me, so I've got a horse out here. We're certain stirrups on him.
Oh, I'm getting that echo again.
Okay, I am too. How's that?
Now it's good.
Okay, I'm not sure where that's
When
coming.
when the live feed starts going, then I get the echo. When you stop that, I don't get the echo, but then I can't see what you're doing.
Okay, and all I'm doing is walking, and
Right.
I'm hearing the echo as well. I'm sorry, we'll get Karen on this. Karen, we're getting an echo. It's a delayed echo. So I'm not sure how that's happening. I just heard a beep.
I do too.
And yeah, so in the echo. And we can't hear Karen call. So I think it's something in our connection. Are you watching Ranch Cam?
Me?
Yeah, Carla.
Yes, I see you.
Okay, is your audio on the computer?
It's off the computer, yeah.
Okay, take your audio off. Just shut your speakers off, or hit the little speaker and put the line through it. That sounded a little bit. How's that?
Okay, my speaker's off.
There, now we got.
There we go.
Yeah, hey, that was you, not me. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay.
Amy, those are tech people.
I didn't know.
We just proved. No, I didn't know. I figured that out. So, okay, I shortened the stirrups on this horse.
Okay.
All right. So what we want to do now is I want to demonstrate where my legs are going to be and what kind of a seat I'm going to sit in. And it's going to be fairly short, obviously. Oh my God, it's going to be way short. Okay. So you'll see. Return for the camera here. You see where my feet are at?
Yeah.
See, I've got a slope to my leg.
Yes.
It's not really bad, but it is short. But when I stand up, I can make a fist and put it between my crotch and the saddle.
Yeah.
That is way too high. So what this also does, you notice when I stand up, where I sit, and where my body is positioned, and when I sit down, look how far back it sets me on his back.
Right, yeah.
Out in this position, here's his back, and I'm putting my hind end about where yours is at. Look at his head come up. Okay, now I'm starting cramping already in my hip because my legs are too short. Okay, so I'm taking my weight on him. And look, I can already feel how he just doesn't want to break up. Pick up. Come on, kid. See that head come up? And I'm really not. Okay? Now watch as I'm going to move my body forward. Yeah, he wants to stop. He doesn't like this. And this is really difficult for him to pick my weight up. All right, this is good. Ooh. All right. Now, as we're not even going to get him to break into a lope because it's hard for him to pick that back up. But what I want to do is do the same thing. Then I'm going to bring my body up, lift myself forward. I'm going to artificially do this, even with a short strut. Much better. I can already feel him loosen, the head come down. See where his head and neck is?
Yeah, yep. A little lower.
A little lower. There, a lot easier. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. Already see the difference there. I'm going to stop, lengthen these stirrups back out, and hopefully we're going to take some pressure off of him. Easy, kiddo. And it's a little wet in here, which is not something I'm over concerned about. But your footing is going to be important, wherever you're at. Easy, kiddo. Easy, kiddo. There we go.
Who is that horse, do you know?
This is Jazz.
Jazz?
I believe. All right. So, put myself back together here. So, that puts my weight back. I really had to work to pull my body forward, get my weight up. And it's not a easy thing to be able to do that. And at the same time, keep a good seat in the saddle.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to lengthen my stirrup, get my leg back, and we'll get the same posture that we had I had this morning or prior to this. This was a good demo to show you what it kind of does to your body and how it affects him. And bear with me so we can get this stuff together. Easy, kiddo. And he'll probably thank me for this because I'm a little heavy. I'm not a small guy, so. All right. Now I'll come back into the same spot. There we go. Okay. I'll come back down here to the camera so we can see where we were at before. And there, now, if you'll notice, where my body is in his, around, get to the cameras. If you'll notice where my body's at, when I sit and I just look straight and I'm relaxed, I look down and I can just see the tip of my toe in front of my knee on both sides. I'm just sitting here.
Can you go more sideways to the camera?
Absolutely. Oh, we're looking at the camera right there. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, good.
Okay, sorry. When I'm sitting here, if you'll notice, my feet are flat, or my should be up just a little bit. If what I want to at least is to have my flat foot. And then when I sit here normally and just look ahead, I put my head down and I can see my toes just in front of my knees. And you notice I got a lot steeper slope than I had before. My knee was like this before, right?
Right.
So which pushed me back in the saddle. Now, my pelvis is right forward, and look where the weight is on my hind end on his back compared to where it was before. I'm forward or into the center of his back. That's going to help him lift. I can just stick my hand up between my crotch when I stand, but I can miss and lift off of his back when I need to. So you see the posture difference.
Yeah.
Okay? So we're going to ask him to move now. And I'm keeping my pelvis and my weight right over the top of my feet. And this will help lengthening the stirrup, will help take some of the weight or the torque off of your leg, hopefully. Okay, so I ask him to move. I can feel him moving much, much freer already. His head is up, but it's lower. There we go. Almost. And I'm getting my butt up off the saddle. And I'm keeping it up. There we see. We can at least get him to break into a lope. You can see how that stepping there. We go 2 or 3 steps out of him. You can see how we had to work so hard. And I'm getting myself forward. Ooh. And you can see how I'm lifting my body up. Now, I'm going to do one thing because I was just a little bit just a hair too long on this. I'm kind of in between places on my stirrups, you woo kid. That's all right. He says, why do I have to do this? Do you know who I am?
Are you shortening them one hole?
Yeah, I'm just moving it one down, but I'm kind of a little tiny bit long, and every hole is going to be a little bit different.
You're moving it down one.
Well, I am right now. I'm moving it back up one.
Oh, okay.
But down from where it originally was.
Right.
But every saddle is going to be different. You know, our leg lengths are different.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tons of variables. So you just have to play with this yourself and find out where that spot is, where this is going to work best for you, and be able to get that set for your leg. And this will help him a lot. I don't know if you can see the movement.
He broke into the canter easier.
He did, and I can feel it just even when he's trotting, and I'm bringing him up to it in a transition. He is much, much more fluid, and I can feel his back lifting instead of coming up, and it's not as hard for him. He's not struggling to do it. I can feel him struggle the other direction or the other way, and have to put a lot of effort into just trying to maintain that. Okay, so I'm going to again turn this so that you can see a little bit. Okay, so I'm kind of in between on these. Now this I can get a little bit more height in the saddle, but I can pull myself forward again. I got a lot steeper slope. I'm not sitting like this, and you notice what my body does when I pick those up, right? Okay. So I'm over his shoulder and off of his back, and let his head stay down. There we go. That's much better. You know. There we go. There we go. And this will help you lean your body forward, keep your body up, and weight off your hind end. And you're just making contact with the saddle. You're really not putting your weight on him. See the difference there? Mm-hmm. And he transitions much nicer into, there we go, from a trot into a lope. You left the corner here. Good boy. Good boy. And watch, let's concentrate on his head and neck as we move, where it comes out when he takes up. He's not picking it up. He's not looking. There we go. Good boy. And he's almost like I'm not even boarding back here. You know, he's not paying attention to me at all.
Right.
So, you know, I create a problem and I'm going to lay myself back and force a problem. We'll see if we can do it in mid-stride. Where? There, see that? He started. He came up and he came out of a lope, and I'm really sitting back. And I can feel the struggle for him. You notice I'm bouncing up and down. He's having to pick my body up. And look at it, he doesn't want to stay in the gate. Yeah, it's tough. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's irritated. Ooh, good boy. And he's trying so hard. He's really trying hard. Okay, I'm going to bring my body back up, set myself balanced, and watch. Look at that, much more fluid movement.
Yep.
Okay, you see the difference?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Very good, yeah. It does.
I know I've used the signal to a horse where you kind of lean back and sit in the saddle as to slow down or stop.
Yes, just like this. Now we're back up.
Right. So
yes.
I must be doing that also, like you said, when I'm riding. Too
well,
much,
yeah.
So.
You can't help it either because where your body placement is forcing or being forced because of where your leg placement is.
Right.
You can't help. You can put your legs under you to pick yourself up.
Okay.
But like this, you can't. You pick yourself up, you're just going to push yourself backwards, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Prevents him from working like he should and picking himself up. But if you sit here, you can pick yourself up. And where do I come? I come either straight up or over the top of him a little bit.
Forward. Okay.
So when I want this horse to take off, and let's see, instead of transitioning, let's see if we can just jump right up into a lope. What is my body going to do? I'm going to telegraph to him what I want him to do, and he will reflect what I need him to do. So I'm going to lean forward, pick myself up. That's what I want him to do. He didn't do it real well or at all. So, there we go. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Get myself up over him so he can pick himself up, and I have to have him lift with me. I'm lifting. I'm not responding to him. He's responding to my body.
Okay.
And I'm lifting up and helping, getting out of his way and getting off of his back so he can come up to me.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Sounds like okay. All right. Good. And you'll just have to do this over time. You got to fix yourself first. Fix where you're at, and hopefully that issue won't come up with your knee. I think this will make it better. I know if I've ridden a shorter trip, a long stirrup is much, or a long trip with a long stirrup, you're much more comfortable. People tend to like to sit back here on their horse, and because they feel more secure when in fact they're really more out of balance and it's harder on the horse. Getting yourself positioned correctly and staying there is really where you want to be and what you want to do. And it will help him, it'll help you. The short stirrup is also kind of a liability to you because if something happens, like you said, he starts to crow hop or pitch a little bit sometimes. He hasn't done it as much, but he does. When you're sitting back with a short stirrup and all of a sudden he goes forward and it pitches your body, guess what you do? You come forward this way. And most of the time when somebody comes out of the saddle, they don't go that direction. They come out over their shoulder. And a stirrup will help you do that. And you don't want help going out over their shoulder.
Right.
Right. So, and the longer stirrup, I have freedom of movement. I can move this horse and adjust. Let's see if you can see the camera straight on. I can adjust what I need to do. I can move both legs forward for a stop. I can get under myself to lift and take off. If I need to do a turn, and I can engage the front end and the hind end. I've got all this movement that I can do with my leg. When I have a short stirrup like this, I'm really limited to what I can do. I just have a really difficult time being able to put that together. So it's going to feel really like you're out of balance. And let's talk quickly because I'm going to go through this with some of the folks today. How you set your pelvis is very important. I can roll my body and roll my pelvis. What I want to do is, for women, they tend to have a pelvis that sits up and is wider and flatter. So you need to have the horse's back level like this. And if you sit like this, you're not having this issue when your stirrups are flat. But the moment you lengthen those stirrups, your pelvis is going to tip, And so what you want to do is a good rule of thumb is bring your legs up, or one at a time, bring it up about the height of your swell. Your hind end or pelvis will tilt. So if you're flat, anyway, you pick that body up, and it rolls that pelvis up. Set your feet down, and now your pelvis is rolled. You're sitting more on your butt bones of those little ischial tuberosity that comes down on the bottom of your pelvic anatomy, and you're sitting more on that. That puts your whole pelvis in line with his back. Guys are kind of built like that normally anyway, so we're lucky not to do quite as much, but simple anatomy on the women, if you roll that pelvis, otherwise you're sitting here over your pelvis and you're out of alignment. When you roll that pelvis down, keep it down, you're lined up, it will feel strange to you. In your case, it may not, because you've had a chair seat, and it may help you to, there we go, keep that pelvis and that body aligned with his back. Good boy. Ooh. And then you just what you did, we stop with a good transition back like you talked about earlier, but you can see that body and where that position is. You will have a lot more set seat, if you want to say, or stable seat. If you're pitched forward like this, and then you're sitting back, that's a recipe for just bouncing right out over the top of that saddle. It takes nothing for me to roll forward, and we'll demonstrate this on some of the people here when we get their seat set, and I'll show the difference, and it will be surprising how much more stable it is to do that. So if you're hanging around and watching that, or you can certainly archive it and look it over too. So, do you have any other questions for me, Carla?
Well, I do have one. I have, on the saddle that I use mostly, I have covers on the stirrups, and I'm wondering if they are preventing my foot from being where it should be on the stirrup.
Okay, so
you probably noticed that in the video.
Yes, you have really short tapaderos of your saddle. Yes, I noticed that. But if it's not letting you push your foot through the stirrup, that's important. Or they're for when you're hung up in brush and things like that. But your stirrup is fine as long as your foot is making contact and comfortable, and you can get your weight on there.
Okay.
It didn't look to me like it was pushing your foot back, because it looks like you got fairly small feet anyway, and you're kind of pushed in there about where mine are at. If you look where the heel of my boot comes compared to the edge of the stirrup, I think we're about the same. You might even have yours in there just a little bit deeper than this. So I don't see that that's an issue.
Okay.
With the saddle fit, there's always the possibility of a saddle fit, and I'm hitting this last because I see the big issue is your posture.
Mm-hmm.
But the saddle fit, if a saddle is too small, it'll occlude the movement or stop that movement or pinch them, and then the more you do that, the worse it gets. Sometimes people put, I'm going to stick an extra pad on there and soften that cushion in there, make more of a cushion. Well, that's okay, but when you do that, I equate this to putting on a pair of boots that are a little tight, so I'm going to give myself a little bit of cushion, and I'm going to put on a really thick, heavy pair of soft cotton socks, because it's going to be a lot more cushion. Well, when you do that, you just tighten that even more, right? You just put more material in there. So the best thing to do really is have a good saddle fit, and that can be an entire clinic.
Okay.
And we may cover some of that at different times. I think we're going to cover a little bit of that today in a very general way. So hang on, and I'll do that at some point here early. But when you have a saddle that doesn't fit and you don't recognize it, that horse recognizes it, and they will take a lot of discomfort and a lot of pain before they really show it to us, and that we realize it. If you're really paying attention, you'll see it in their performance, but you may not necessarily see that. So it's something to really look for. People get saddles custom made, and that's okay and fine at that moment in that horse's life and that part of that season. If you do that, have a saddle made at the end of the summer when they've been ridden a lot and they're in great shape, the saddle fits. The next spring when they're fattened up from the winter, that saddle is not going to necessarily fit. They're going to be too heavy, or as they age, their back changes. Our bodies all change as we age, and theirs are no different. So you get the best you can with a generic fit, and then you try to get a good pad And there are some very, very expensive pads out there. I've got one that's about $250 that I've been using for a little over a year to try on different horses, because I have a lot of different horses come through my program, what I'm doing, and so I can't buy a separate saddle for every horse. And I've got several saddles that have general fit, and then I put this nice pad under to fit it, and it has done a really good job so far. And you know, I hate to endorse any one product because there's some good products out there, but you know, offline we can talk about that if you wish later on too. But make sure you've got a good saddle fit, and stay tuned, and we'll cover a little bit of that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if that's it, Carl, I think we're probably finished up for now, and then we're going to have a chance to get together at a later time and follow up and see how you've done with your pony, and see what that's helped you. If it's not completely done it, maybe there's some other adjustments we can make, and go from there.
Okay. Sounds great.
All right. Thank you very much for participating again. I know this is a whole different way to do this, and it's a learner for me. And of course, you know, the horse stuff is easy. We're incredible, but it's the tech problem we're having to overcome.
All right. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you, Carla. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's one of the first things we're gonna talk about. It very well could be. I'll have to watch you. You can see it already. Okay, you can see yourself evaluating.
His son has come with me, and he's helping to get this horse. It's a green horse, meaning not a lot of training on it, and so they're just asking them to back out of the trailer instead of turn around and jump out. Very good discipline, so they're just working with him over there, and he'll join us later. But that's kind of what he's getting, and thank God I brought my son with me because he's as competent. No, he's not. He's not as good as I am. So they're going to do that there, and there's some lessons there, but it's nothing you guys have to worry about because this is not – your horses will do that. We won't worry. We'll maybe ask him what he learned later on. So we'll do that with each of you. We'll go through something you want to do with your horse, and that brings me to you, Sue. What is it you want to get out of this? Okay. You were watching the last, okay. Yes. That's huge. And that's going to be about your awareness of your own body and how you affect that horse. That is a giant leap, really, because a lot of people, I think with the amount of time that you spend in the saddle, which is, I think, occasional here for the most part, right? That's kind of exclusively what it is. And so you don't have a lifetime of things that you've been doing wrong. It doesn't mean you're doing things wrong either, right? And sometimes it's hard to get, some of the times that you meet people who say, I've been riding my whole life. I know what I'm doing. And you watch them go, well, you could do something a little better. How's that, right? You got to be diplomatic about it or try to be nice because this is an ego-driven sport or activity or a discipline, however you want to put it. I mean, I've got an ego that can take a beating because I've been doing this for, decades. I mean, generations we've been raising horses and training. So your awareness of your body, what you're doing to the horse is huge, and that is a little bit higher level of horsemanship, which is great. But it should be a beginning level of horsemanship. We should have that higher achievement. So that's great. We'll work on that. And then we have Pearl. Pearl, what are your goals? Yeah. Well, yeah, there's that. That really they'd rather be out in the pasture with their head down and a mouthful of grass, right? But they do enjoy the interaction. I know they do, because I train horses. I've got a horse now that I'm working. At first, he didn't want me around because he's kind of an aloof type of personality. But I step out of the house and he starts nickering at me and talking to me, and I go out and he comes to me and he wants to go on a ride. So there's that activity that they like. So yeah, and the consistency again is your awareness of what you're doing that holds that consistency or doesn't allow them to wander with their consistency of mental acuity. So yeah, Peggy.
To speak.
Oh, we got a speaking stick. Nice.
I know it. We don't have to repeat, do we?
Nah.
No, but this will catch our questions.
Much better than.
The mic is the yellow end?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. All right. A little bit of both.
Okay.
I've been doing this, 5 years or so, and I've never felt like I really understand the proper seat.
Okay.
So
You want to go ahead and you want to do what Peggy's doing. You'll be able to learn from her.
From me.
And I'm sorry, Sue. I'm sorry. Because I know it really well. But so.
Yeah, I really want to learn. I want to feel the proper seat because I don't know if I've ever really felt that. And I think poor Rocket goes nuts when I ride him because I'm not consistent.
Okay.
Because I don't always really know the right thing to do.
So really, we've got a seating issue and how I affect my horse in their gait, and you've got a consistency of movement or gait and just a mental acuity, and you've got both.
Yeah, and yesterday Suzanne mentioned one thing would be good for me, watching me because she was behind me on the trail ride, was I don't consistently get him to gait. He'll break into a trot, then I'm all trying to hold him back, and I don't. So I'm doing something not consistent to get him into a gait.
Well, and that is true. Now, the other part of that is they won't necessarily stay in a consistent gait either. You can really make them consistent, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to break gait at times too. Even for me, terrain is an issue.
Sure.
Your speed, but it's mostly us. Okay. So yeah. This will help. This is a common desire to have and a good goal. And again, it's a little bit higher level of horsemanship than what
Maybe
you
it's
would
a little
normally
too
think.
high for us.
Oh no, I know how smart you guys are. So So I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. How's that?
That's why I'd be able to get on.
Yeah.
And stay on.
And stay on. That's the whole
on.
issue. There you go.
Yeah.
Those are my goals.
So yeah, we'll work on all of those. We'll work individually. Others can watch, and then we'll talk about it, and then you can. It's always tough to go first, right? Because you get to be the guinea pig. Yeah, everybody points it. So that's not a problem. We'll do that. We'll slow it down when we need to. I mean, this is really kind of a nice way to do this because you'll get a lot of work, each individually, and then together we'll work, and I'll work on different things. And I may stop and say, hey, watch Peggy. Let's see what she's doing. This is what she's doing right. This is what she's doing wrong. Because you need to know what you're doing right as well. That's important. Yeah. Sometimes more important feedback. Because if you're always doing something wrong and you keep getting corrected about what I'm doing wrong, like, okay, what am I doing right? What do I need to? What's the goal I need to be? That's right. That's right. So good. All right. That's easy enough, Peggy. And we got Paula.
Yeah. Hi there.
Hi.
I'm actually just auditing.
Okay.
And but I do have goals, and it's similar. I also it's one of those things where I feel like I know what I need to do, but I just can't
put it together.
Put it to practice.
Yeah.
And it's mostly about relaxing and relaxing my thighs and in the seat. And then my second goal actually is not for me but for my horse. Like he's older. He's 18. He'll be 19 this summer and starting to have some potential issues with his maybe
geriatric.
And
he's
stuff
a
like
geriatric
that.
horse, right?
And so I want to work on how to strengthen him and give him a consistent experience.
Well, have you ruled out issues with it? You don't know. Okay. Because at that age, that's my my suspicion that he's got ring bone, which ring bone is nothing more than arthritis.
Right.
Same thing. Okay. Well, you know what we all do is whether or not we know it or not, right?
Well, now put someone on your back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I've got 15 people riding my back all the time, right?
Yeah, right.
Figuratively, is just as much weight.
So I want to figure out how to give, and he also paces, and so I want to figure out how to help him with that, and to help strengthen him in general. Give him because I'm a club member out here, so I come out at least once a week.
Okay.
And so I'm hoping maybe I can be like something that gives him something consistent besides the guests that.
Okay, and this is a Dunrovin horse that you ride. Okay, all right.
Smoky.
So this is very good because what we'll also do so that you guys have an understanding of what you do, which is all you have a common thread here, is the horse is part of that, obviously, but how the horse's build is very important and can make a big difference on what we need to do. Right. Yes. Longer back, how their legs are put together underneath them, and we'll cover that fairly quickly. Honestly, I can spend an entire clinic doing nothing but gating and on conformation.
Because actually, Taryn did one of those on the web comparing Smokey to Raz.
Yeah.
And because Smokey has a imperfect conformation or whatever, he's more straight up and down than.
He's kind of post-legged.
Okay. We all do. We're all have imperfect bodies.
Right.
Right. I mean, we really do. We have
we
issues.
Could bring him out too if that helps you with that.
Yeah. Oh, by all means. I would like to see that with the demonstration because it'll help everyone else understand. I mean, this horse right here is way different than this horse right here, and they're the same breed. These are all walkers, I assume, right? Yeah.
Mine's not.
Yours not.
Mine's not.
Okay. A quarter horse. Okay. Yeah. And this will be great because we'll have a compare and contrast with that too. So okay, great, Paula. Thank you.
Okay, so since we were talking about ring bone, if you guys want an example of ring bone, my horse's front feet have it real bad, so you can go look at his feet if you want to later. My goals, he's had pretty much the winter off, just kind of want a tune-up sort of. Mostly for under saddle, I'm more interested in seeing how I can get him to correctly work in the Western discipline.
Okay.
Because he's been completely trained English, and now he's kind of regressed kind of back to like, well, I'm just going to dink around, and you'll see, he shuffles.
We talked about muscle memory earlier, right?
Yeah. So he can move out, but, obviously for the ring bone, it's better, I feel, for him to kind of come back a little bit and collect and that kind of thing. So I would like tools to help me work on having him sit back.
That'll be interesting because we got a different issue to work on. We want a really balanced ride with you guys. We want a balanced ride with her horse as well, but we want to save the horse because we know we have an issue. And I can see it from here. You can see how just above his hooves, how the pastern is between the joint from here to here. Notice right here, this is a nice smooth bell-shaped transition, and you look at how they're puffy above
Super
it.
bumpy.
That's the arthritis. That's ring bone. You can see it there, so you can imagine it's the same as our phalanges, or phalanges are where? Right here.
Phalanges.
Metatarsals there, down there. So he's got 4 feet, not 4 hands. Otherwise, he could climb trees really well. So, yeah, this will be a good compare and contrast on what you can do to help save this horse a little bit. He's not a walking horse or a gaited horse, so you don't necessarily want to worry about keeping him in gait as far as a intermediate gait that we're gonna talk about. But it's a matter of saving him and doing the best you can, because he's how old?
11. He's not old.
He's not an old horse.
He just has old horse.
He's got a body. He's got an old body. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, okay,
Yep.
good.
So that's it.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm Taryn.
Hi, Taryn.
Hi, Taryn.
Oh, sorry, wrong meeting. Yeah.
Welcome. I'm sick, so sorry about my ugly voice. But I'm using Raz in the clinic, and Raz we just got this winter for Dunrovin, and he's a fine horse. You rode him this morning. He gaits really well. He's beautiful, sensitive, but he's only been used on the trail. He's only ever just been saddled and gone up, and usually alone, so he's been able to walk out and go as fast as he wants, and he doesn't have arena experience, doesn't really know how to move off the leg or side pass. Those are all new, but his big issue really is when he's in a learning situation, he gets really frustrated, really confused, and then he just wants to escape. So we've had issues the first couple times in the round pen, teaching him the turns and the stops, and he would get so confused he wanted to just jump out.
Huh.
He literally.
Well, you know what happens to us when we are overwhelmed? I just want to leave. Right.
Yeah.
Same issue.
He just wants to get out of there. See you later.
Oh, you hurt me.
His other big issue is on the trail. If he's in the back and the other horses start going, he wants to rush. Like, he's so afraid of being left behind. Holding him back, he has gone up, and he has gone up so far that he hit me in the face. So he does rear. It's really only in that situation. I was teaching him to go over one of the bridges the other day, and I felt like he was so confused he thought about it. I could feel him come up, but he never actually did rear. But he has reared on the trail.
Okay, I got to ask a question. Is it confusion? Because when you're putting him across a bridge here, that's a pretty specific and focused activity.
Yeah.
Is he more in a resistive mode than he is confused?
Probably, I guess, resistive.
Okay, because there is a difference there, and you can handle it different ways.
And I think that part of it is confusion because he doesn't know to move off of my leg. So if he's trying to go around the bridge to the side and I try to move him over with my leg,
He feels like he's squeezed and wants to take off.
He doesn't know what to do.
Okay, so
his
that
last
little
resort
boat
is to go up.
Okay, so he gets a little resistant, but he's also a little bit of avoidant, and then feels this closed-in feeling of claustrophobia, or man, I'm getting pushed, and so the answer is just to get away from it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's good evaluation of him. From what you're seeing, you have to learn to read your horse, and by that I mean, what is this horse telling me? Why are they doing what they're doing? Is it something I'm causing? Is it external? Are they having a bad day? If it's having a bad day, you need to suck it up, Buster, and let's get over this. No, really. I mean, you gotta treat them as if they are a child, because they definitely have a developmental age that they go through, and they will always try to manipulate you. That's just the way they are. And you know what? We're the same way. You think about it. We want to get what we want. Of course not. See, she's trying it right now. nice passive way to do that, right? Okay, so let's do something here. This is going to start a little bit slow, but so that you have a very good understanding of different anatomy. I'll pull a saddle off of two horses that look relatively the same in structure.
Or if he gets Smokey, he doesn't have a saddle on.
Let's grab him. That's perfect. Thank you, Paula.
Smokey and Ike might be similar. They're a little similar.
And who's this horse?
Bubba the horse.
Bubba the horse. He's a happy Bubba. So what we're going to see is a difference in the overall basic anatomy of the differences between our walking horses that you guys ride and your non-gated, or gated horse and a non-gated horse. And gated horses are varied in breed, and there are different characteristics they look for in how they place their feet. The footfall sequence is roughly the same, but the support sequence and the speed of it is different. So you take a walking horse or a Tennessee Walker, which does an very even, or their signature gait is a very even 4-beat gait that's nice and smooth, but it's stretchy and reachy, so they cover a lot of ground. A Pasofino is a Latin American breed that is also gated, but they're extremely fast. And their thing is how fast they can put these feet up and down without much forward movement. They're like a parade. You see parade horses that are doing it. Those are usually Pasofinos. Not necessarily. Some of them are very obvious. This guy, see how he's got a lot heavier hip, hind end, and his hip comes up. I can tell by looking at them, close sometimes, but you know what? Not always. Oh yeah, see how? Hey kiddo, how you doing, bud? Hi, how are you? And I'm just gonna breathe into his nose, let air from my nose into his, not my mouth, because we eat things that are similar to horses, you know. But they got a sweet, so I breathe through their nose, and their nose, they got a sweet smell to their breath when they're not ill, and they're usually not. You know, I mean, healthy as a horse. So look at the size, this big rounded structure here, thick, heavily muscled. This is a very big hip, big old rounded hip here. This guy, a little bit smaller. He's smaller in structure anyway. Look at this guy here. Your saddlebreds, things like that, have what kind of more of a peaked hind end. But these are all different sized horses too. This guy's he's got a big hip, right? Big old boy. He's got a big hip on him, but for his size, he's got big shoulders. I mean, this is not typical. So if you're looking at him from a distance, I'd go, boy, he looks just like maybe he's a walker. But see how this hip is smaller overall in comparison to his body compared to that guy. He's got a big driver behind, and that's where you get your power, is that driving from behind, right? The breed is, for this guy, is a Morgan Thoroughbred Cross. Morgan Thoroughbred Cross. This guy is then bred to a Narragansett Pacer or Canadian Pacer. These guys are then crossed to a draft horse. So that's that heavy, thick, and then they breed them back. Because if you breed those are the three main breeds or ingredients to this cake we're making here. The Narragansett Pacer is a horse that a guy was fairly famous for riding a couple 100 years ago named Paul Revere. They had a lot of Narragansett Pacers, Canadian Pacers. Those were most of our wealthier people rode gated horses. This country out here was settled on gated horses after the Civil War. Robert E. Lee rode a gated horse named Traveler. Right. You know, most of those officers had gated horses. Smoother, they're nicer ride. These guys were developed a little bit later. These guys have been developed for centuries. I mean, kings rode gated horses. Nobility did not. All right, your dukes, duchesses. I'm sorry, the proletariat didn't. You know, they walked, or they had whatever was left over, because they're so smooth. They make you look good. A lot of the old Hollywood films, I can watch old black and whites and go, ooh, gated horse, gated horse, gated horse, because it made those actors who didn't ride well look like they could ride well because they're nice and smooth. Yeah. So you got basically a Morgan Thoroughbred Cross in both of them. Then the Pacer, or Canadian Pacer, Narragansett Pacer, which is now an extinct breed as a pure breed. And then you've got the usually like a Percheron mare, Percheron cross that they would breed the quarter horse to. That's a quarter horse. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and and now we got, you have that as a general, and then you've got Hancock breeding, you've got appendix breeding, you've got all kinds of different characteristics. Hancock tend to be very large horses. Then your cutting horses, like your little small 3 bars, different breedings. And I don't know my quarter horse breedings that well. So, and you know what? Frankly, my walking horse breedings I don't know that well because it's irrelevant to me. It's the horse I'm looking at. All right, you can have something that's so well bred. And my dad had a long diatribe about this one crossed by this. You know, just he was funning, but ultimately it doesn't matter because it's what that horse will do. So, when you look at this horse's back, let's start here. This is how you figure what this horse will do or what they can do or how they're differently built. Now, a gentleman in the 70s wrote an article, a supposed expert in gaited horses out of north of us, and he said that gaited horses are gaited because of a gaiting gene. Well, guess what? There has yet to be a gaiting gene isolated. And when they do, man, it would change the way you do things because then you'd start to breed for a gated gene. But which gait do you want? Do you want a pace? Do you want stepping pace? Do you want a trot? Do you want a foxtrot? What do you want? You know, and those are, as in the walking horse world, it's the same gaits in different breeds called different things. Running walk, Paso Llano in a Peruvian Paso. So Icelandic, a Tolt, to, you know, so they're different names, but the footfall sequence and support sequence is what we're looking at. So what you look at is, look at the length of this horse's body. From here on his back, the top of his withers, top of the shoulder, because he's got this big shoulder blade here, and then you've got his back. Where does his back end? Good, yeah. So we don't know. So we have to look. Their backs are similar to ours. They've got a rib cage here underneath of this shoulder blade. They've got a shoulder blade. We have a ball and socket type arrangement to ours, but you've got ribs under here, and they're kind of hard to see on him because he's well managed. But you come and you find the last rib right here. I feel this rib, and I come up, and I feel right here is where that rib attaches to the spine. Just as we do. We have a rib cage that comes down, and then we have a lumbar sacral span that's got unsupported. And where do most of our back issues occur? Right here, because it's not supported, right? So I look there where that last support is, and I'm just going to pinch his back down and see where he breaks, where that column of our lumbar spine attaches to the hip structure of the pelvis. So if I do this and I look where this breaks, right here. See that? Do you see where that attachment is? And so I draw a line here. Look at the span, the length of this unsupported back. Okay, so this is good and bad. This is, right? But look where his hip bone is. The tip of his hip right here is right here. So you'll find on our gaited horses that where this breaks, and I may have this a little bit right here, where I have this back, there's a distance here behind his hip. In our non-gaited horses, if we come over to him, hey kiddo, and I do the same thing, I find his rib right here. And he's like, yeah. And I pinch this, and I find that spot right here. Find it. Yeah, it's a little far back right here. Okay. So this is where the attachment is. Where's the tip of his hip? Right here. It's almost in line with it. Much closer. You got a much shorter back. So these guys can maintain that short back or maintain their posture much easier. However, what it does not allow them to do is give the movement where they can collect and get that leg under themselves. All right? So you've got that. You've got the distance. You've got from here back here to the back of the pelvis, from the hip bone. And you've got this line here. And then from there down to his stifle joint. This is a joint right here. And that's a fairly sharp angle. Look how sharp that angle is. He's already collected. This is his bone structure, the pelvis here, and then you got the bone that connects here. Then you've got the femur. Okay, so you see him over here? Okay. So you've got this distance here, and where the attachment point is, and then the angle that comes here is a very sharp angle, right? And then you've got from here the distance between his stifle joint and his hock, or where he breaks at the hock here, and from the hock down to the ground is pretty even. He's a little bit long. It was. That's all right. He was standing up straight. Now, if you come to this horse and look at the same thing, look how much longer this back is. Much, much longer, which if it's unsupported, like we worked with one of the horses earlier, you can ventral flex that back or do this to it, and look what it does. See how he drops his belly? That much will make a huge difference on how he cannot pull that leg down. So let's make him stand up. Ooh, kiddo. Ooh, kiddo. Okay, so we look at the tip of his hip right here, and I find there we go. So here is angle here. Look at how this is a lot more open, right? So this horse also, this distance from here to here, and then from here to here is not equal from here to the ground, but it's quite balanced. This horse has looks to me like he could pick those legs up and set them down a little more instead of stretch and reach. He doesn't. He's post-legged. Okay, he has to if he doesn't get under himself very well, and that's what I'm saying. If he's post-legged, he doesn't reach and stretch quite as much as he can. You're right. He picks the leg up and sets it down instead of picking up and reaching and have the ability, because this is nothing more than a series of levers, right? You got to think of them in those terms. And what we have here is a back that is a bridge. So the strongest portion of this bridge gets help. You have a pillar here to support the bridge, which are these legs, and it's long, long back. You take a look from the distance here to the distance over his supported back, or the length of the full back, and you compare that from here to the distance right behind his ears, which is the pole, and it's pretty darn even. He's actually a little bit longer on his head. So what you've got a lever here extending out that's going to counterbalance. The longer that and bigger that head is, it's going to help lift that body up. He's got that going for him. So you can have negatives. There's a very long lumbar sacral span, which is unsupported, which means we need to kind of sit forward on him a little bit, but you drop that head down, head comes down, back comes up. And that will help to balance him out a little in that way. Now, the front shoulder is the same way. You can come up here to the point of the shoulder, to the withers, and if you look at this distance, and this, come here to here, and this slope, and there's some different ways to look at it. Some people say, 52-degree slope. Well, no, seriously, yeah, or less than 50, more than 55. I mean, there's all kinds of, and it varies because everybody has a different opinion. Right? I mean, it really is, it's about opinion. So now you've got his humerus, or upper arm bone, coming back here to the point of the shoulder. And this is a very telling, look how long that is. The distance, that's a long humerus. And look at the angle is almost a 90-degree angle. So he doesn't have necessarily a lot of reach with this leg. If this was way down here and at more of a slope, he'd have a longer lever, which long lever on an angle can reach further, right? He's back here it's fairly long, but he also, I'm going to stand up here a little bit here, guy. Right there. There you go. But it's, for his size, it's not overly long. It is. I mean, it's a good length there. But if you take the distance here and you pull this up, and that comes up to about here, you want this distance to be at least as long or longer than half of this distance. Because, again, you got a lever on a lever, which gives you full extension, right? And then if it's a really flat, fairly flat, he'll have the ability to reach further. If it's really steep, he's already reached out about as far as he doesn't have a lot more reach for him. So you're looking at all of those components together. This is more of how he's going to move. This is very much about how he's going to pull his hind end and reach forward. Yes, yeah. And then we help them with our bodies, where we place them or we retard their movement or we enhance it. And so with this guy, there's not a lot that you're going to do, because part of this, I think, is right here in this back structure. This isn't going to change a lot. You're not going to influence it a heck of a lot because it's already fairly supported. You're not going to do a lot to it. What I do notice, and I think, okay, yeah, thank you. What I do notice with these guys in a comparison on newborns is I think that we have a lot looser. Now, this is just my opinion. I think we have a looser musculoskeletal attachment system through the ligaments and tendons on our gated horses than we do our non-gated horses, because I think they have more flexibility, more movement. These guys are fairly tank-like, and that's part of the Percheron breeding or the draft influence in them. I think the thoroughbred, they're a pretty lucid and loose bunch as a whole, but that draft influence with a heavier muscle, I think, creates a difference in them. Now, when these guys have babies that hit the ground, I see non-gated foals gating like crazy. They are doing running walks like amazing. They're loose. They have not, and that's what has led me to this over the years to say, but you watch them as they develop and as they get more and more muscle, pretty soon they lose that flexibility. These guys don't lose that. So I think there's a basic muscular these are more of a fast twitch muscle. These guys excel at high speed, short distance. Our guys don't necessarily, as our gated horses. So they're not that much further behind, but you know, when you're taking a sport such as barrel racing, roping, and it's a matter of tenths and hundredths of a second, that's the difference between a career and not, right? So we're really not going to influence him much. The biggest change you're going to see is how they can support this back or not. So if you look from here to here, look at the slope of this shoulder. Look how much steeper this is. It doesn't have quite the slope that our gated horses do. And then his humerus length is here. He's got a pretty lengthy humerus, actually, and at a pretty good flat angle. So he could be fairly reachy with his front end. Is he? He can be. Okay. And that's one thing that we got to do. We got to teach these guys that they can go to the potential of their bodies. It's like any athlete. That's really what they are. Is they're an athlete. So with that, that's it. On a very quick overview. Now, what we want to do is if we have a horse that is pacey, meaning moving both legs on one side at the same time, these guys don't pace. They're trotters. They are diagonal, and so they'll move a hind, this right hind, and the left front at the same time, pick it up, and put it down. Then they alternate, and it's a suspended gait. It's in the air, they're off the ground, and they set them down. That's why they're rougher in their gait. These guys will trot. They can do exactly the same thing. They can trot and have a two-beat diagonal suspended gait. Sure, absolutely. But they can also change that depending on how we influence this back. So if they're very trotty, what tell us about our back? That they're really over-collected. So what do we want to do to uncollect them? Lift that head first, right? If we lift this head, watch what happens to this back. It drops down just a little bit. It doesn't take much. When your body's on him, bring his head down. Look at his back come up. Now, one of the things that we also do to influence this is the use of implements. What are spurs used for? To make them go faster? We all think so. Can be. We misuse them. If your horse needs to have attention, it's because we don't have his attention in his noggin, in his brain, not his body. We're compensating. But what spurs really are truly supposed to be used for is to lift this belly up. Look at that. You pick that belly up. If you pick this belly up, look what it does to his hind end. And he's able to push this leg up under himself further and get a better gait. All right? And so we're going to work on some of this influence. When his back is low, if he's very trotty like this guy, if you could, you'd want to pick his head up to drop this back down, get off of his belly, drop this back down, and when we drop his back or we push it down, watch what happens to this hip. See that hip structure, how that rotated this way? what that does is it pulls this leg back, and he can't collect himself as quickly and get under himself, and it causes him to pace. Okay, it's very complicated. It's physics, really, is all it is. Now, the other thing that we can do, that'll cause him to uncollect or get into a pace away from a trot. Yes, if you want to correct him from a pace into a trot or get him away from a pace and towards more trotty to a running walk, you want to lift that back up. So it depends on what you're trotting or pacing. You need to know what your horse is doing. Is that helping you? Is that helping you? I am your best friend, aren't I? Look at that lip. Yeah. Okay, good enough. You're welcome. You can pay me later. Okay, so Smokey if he's a pacey horse, that means he's moving both legs at the same time, which means normally a horse, would you mind walking him just because this is a walk? Let's just walk him from over there across here, and we'll watch his hind foot on the same side. We'll try to kick that front foot out of the way. See that? He's got to make room for it. His foot does. Okay. So what you're wanting to do, he's very collected. So all you're doing is speeding that up in here with a walking horse. That's the same gait. You're just faster. So if he's collected, but when you're pacing, this hind leg is not coming forward fast enough to kick this one out of the way or for this one to have to get out of the way. They're moving in unison. So this horse's hind end is lagging what it could be. So it's uncollected. Yeah. I think it's going to be the same. Yeah. So I think you're not going to see any different. Just going to be the same look as here. Yeah, go ahead and walk if you would, Paula. Thank you. But see, same thing, same walk. No difference here between these horses' gaits. Probably won't. It probably won't. Go ahead and speed him up into a faster walk, Paula. Just walk him really fast this way. And I doubt that he'll do it. He's not a high energy guy. See, it's starting to lag a little bit, right? He's not quite got the closing the distance on there. Now let's see. There you go. A little better. See how that hind end lags a little bit. So that is him being uncollected or not collected. Now, if you can trot the horse, you'll see. Can you trot him? Would you try that? No? Okay. You can see how his front end. He's a little bit choppy on his movement when he walks. You can tell he's got the ring bone a little bit. That arthritis. See how the corners move? Diagonal corners move at the same time. The left front, right hind. He will do the same thing, but he'll also pace. He's very collected when he does that. He's bringing this hind end underneath of him. When these guys trot, they're collected. When they pace, they're not collected. That hind end is lagging, so you need to bring that hind end up by dropping the head to lift the belly, or picking the back to picking the belly up to lift the back. Same thing. You got to round him out. Think of him rounding, and so dry as that hind end underneath of himself. Or both. And then one last thing. Tipping that nose. Watch what happens with his back, and this isn't as much of a noticeable amount, but when I pick his nose, look at that. See that back come up? When I tip this nose under, so you think about this as a cable system. We've got a bridge here, and you got cables attached here, through this to here. So when you drop this down, this back comes up, and we can do this in ourselves. If you put your head forward, feel that tension between your shoulder blades, and it tightens your back. You start working down your back. Now drop your chin down and feel how much tighter that gets. Same thing with that. You're lifting that core. Or then if you tighten your belly up, your back kind of starts to round. Exactly the same thing on these guys. So think about what you're needing to do. But if you want to have your legs go behind you, let your belly go, and feel what your pelvis just did. You just come down. He's pretty balanced. He's actually got a little bit longer distance from here to here than he does from here to here. It's not much, but it's there. No. It actually helps balance him. Because if you have a long, now here's our quiz part, guys. If you have a back that's very long, because your question is, the length of his neck, does that make a difference? And yes, the answer is yes. Him particularly right now, no, because of his build. But if you have a horse with a really long back and a shorter neck, what is that going to do to him overall? Less counterbalance, and his back stays down. It drops his back. He doesn't have the ability. He can't get any more reach or any counterbalance out there to lift that back up. So he will most likely tend to be very trotty. Or, I'm sorry, very pacey, because he's dropping that back, dropping the back down, and this hind end comes behind him. Right? So if you've got a very short back and a long neck, what is the horse most likely to do? He's very collected, and you can drop that head down and keep him collected. You may have a harder time getting him to pace or to get it to uncollect. Now, this is very technical stuff. Your question? Balanced. Balanced with the hind end underneath of you. That's more collection. Like a tilted pelvis, that's what he's getting, but his legs are just following him, right? So if you're collected, your collection really means balance. Collection means different things to different people in different disciplines, though, too. So for this fact, yeah, I see some of our English writers meaning different things. Your collection a lot of times takes place at the front end, right? Depending on what you're doing. So it depends. I want the body collected. I want them balanced. I want this hind end under them so that they can move and have a good balanced posture so that they can achieve what I want them to achieve as far as a walk. And by pace, I mean gait, not speed. Yeah, when we talk about, yes, a pace is a gait, is one of the gaits. So when we speak of pace, a good question. When we speak of pace, it is not about necessarily speed. It's about the name of the gait. A pace is a name of the gait. So when these horses are moving in unison from this front end to the hind end is moving at the same in unison, that is a true pace. When they pick them up and set them down on the ground at the same time, that's a pace. When they picking up and then the hind end comes down just slightly before the front, a stepping pace. Okay, so then when they put all four down at the same time, equally, and in a very even 4-beat sound, that is a running walk. And then when they go on the diagonal, now we start into the trotting. When they go onto the diagonal, yet they put the front foot down just moments before the opposite hind, that's a foxtrot. And then when they pick them up and set them down at the same time, diagonally, that's your true trot. Running walk. Now, there are different breeds that have, there's a foxtrotter breed that is basically, it's an offshoot of the Tennessee Walker or the gaited horse, which was developed, throughout, our early history in this country, meaning the U.S. and the Middle Ohio Valley during the Civil War, tons of gaited horses, but they didn't necessarily call them a Tennessee Walker. That was developed as a breed in 1939 with an official breed registry. So they were gaited horses that did different things. Now, this is a Tennessee Walker. His signature gait is a running walk. That's what we really want him to do, right? A foxtrotter, their signature gait is the foxtrot, which is nothing more than a Tennessee Walker breed, which was developed for more towards that foxtrot, more of a consistent signature gait. Can a foxtrotter do a true pace? The answer is yes. How did you guys get that? Yeah. Yes. And it's all based on their particular body structure, right? So when we look at a Tennessee Walker doing a foxtrot, is that the gait that's their signature gait? No. Is it a good gait? Probably, if it's based on their body conformation. Now, if I have a horse that's built like this guy, he looks more like is he do a pretty decent running walk, nice and consistent, okay? He looks like it to me just as a first glance. Well, I was on him, I guess, and you didn't have any issues there either. But do I want this guy to be a horse that does more of a stepping pace? I don't care. I want him to do the best gait for his conformation. Because if I start making him, if I have a horse that's built, he's more of a pacer, tends to pace a little bit more, this black. He foxtrots. Okay. He doesn't have that the real build, but that it is obvious to me on that his hind end and front end. You get a horse that he paces. Okay, and his body. We went through this. Okay, the question is, what is the pace? Okay, yeah, that's when the legs on the same side move in unison at the same time. So you'll see, I can't help myself. I'll see things on TV. I watch camels. I see a camel moving. And I say, oh, camels! Look at him. He's pacing, really pacing the faster he goes. And this guy, if he's a pacer, tends to pace. The faster you go, the more he will pace, more squarely pace, whereas picking him up and setting him down. More in unison and very much diagonal. And you'll see that in their head, how their head moves. So we're kind of getting into a lot of technical aspects, but you guys need to know this so that your influence, what you want to do, your consistency, and then your movement together, yours as a combination. We're all talking kind of the same things here. Well, and that's a good question. What you say, if he just tends to pace, let him pace. If his body is conformed to do that, right? And I want to look at him over and say, okay, can he pace? Is he more conducive to pacing? And if he is, you're right. Or am I doing something to him to make him pace? So what I want this horse to do, when I raise a horse, I want this horse to last 25, 30. I'd like them to have a nice, long, healthy life. So if I get a horse that's more built to pace, I'm not going to push him into a foxtrot, because if I do that, I start overworking his body and stretching and making those muscles and that whole structure and frame do things that they maybe shouldn't do for a long-lasting, long life. Because if you ask me to go on a run, I'm not built to run. I don't like to run. I'd rather fight. You're just gonna get out of breath anyway, right? So anyway, but my son, he's more of a runner. We're built differently. Our bodies are different. I'm not going to ask him to lift a lot of weight consistently because he won't hold up, right? Same way with me. No, I make him lift the weight anyway because I need the work done. But do what that body is wanting to do in the best way it can do it. Now, there are a lot of horses like a Mystery. The horse you're training, I've seen him pace and I've seen him trot. And when I see a horse that does both of those things on their own, I go, ha, this is beautiful, because right in the middle of that is a running walk and the smoothest gait you can get. So that's what I'm achieving for. But it's so important to look at your horse and what they're capable of and whether they're lazy and because you do need to support them and push them into those gaits sometimes that they can do, that they're just too lazy to do it, as you point out. It's very true. Very capable. Yeah, I've ridden this horse. Right. It's from the hind. Right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If they're built for it. I'm not going to ask a horse that's really built to trot to really disengage either. I want them to, if anything, that they'll work with that foxtrot, which is a little bit smoother gait, but most of our horses at least foxtrot at the most anyway. Because they're a gaited horse, they've got this back structure that helps them or hinders them in which gait they're going to achieve for. But yeah, that's a very good question. If I have a horse that's already built one direction, and it's the direction that's not necessarily for us, like the pace, and we're asking them to disengage, and they do that naturally, is that setting them up for success? It is for their body type. right? So you want to work with their body type too. I want to go ahead and encourage them, because even a horse that is massively unbalanced or very pacey, I still want to build that core up a little bit, because it's easier on their back ultimately. So we may work into a stepping pace, which is a little bit more, instead of a true pace, it's a pace where a gait where that hind end comes in, just sets down before the front does. So it's kind of a halfway between the running walk and the pace, the true pace, hard pace. Don't get me started. Yeah. Yes. Right. Part of that is how we're sitting, because we're going to ask ourselves, where do we want to sit on this horse to get the best out of them on their back? And typically riders that are unskilled or don't have a lot of formal training or a lot of training tend to sit back and don't sit where they should, and they're doing this. They're just all over the place. They're not sitting up where they should be and helping the horse. So yeah, and you're exactly right. But that's not the horse's fault. It's the rider. And if you have a rider, well, let's put it this way: you probably weigh 100 pounds less than me. You're not gonna say, are you? See? So I'm about 220. I'm just a little under 220 now, right? I've lost some weight. I look good. I know I do. So you're close to 100 pounds less than that. 80 pounds to 100 pounds less, right? Okay. So the difference between me at my weight, if I'm riding correctly, and you with 100 pounds less, call it 100 pounds, riding incorrectly, which is harder for him to pack? Her. Because I'm riding correctly with more weight. Right. Right. Absolutely. That's right. Have you ever backpacked? Have you ever had something your backpack not quite balanced? Right? Same thing. So, but yeah, you're right. They will hollow out. Some of that is conditioning or lack of conditioning, and not their fault, and not really the rider's fault if they don't know. Right? These are good, safe horses. However, we've got that issue. Now, what you're talking about on that show circuit of those ring horses is not the discipline that we like or want. I mean, they are a rail horse, and they force those horses up. They force them on their hinds. They force them up. You'll notice they pat them, and that is not something I endorse. And so it's what it is. I mean, there's a lot of changes in the industry that over the years that are happening, and that is not something that I like in any way, shape, or form. I just don't like it. Don't do it. The horse is not natural by any means. So and the true gaits have changed for desirability over the years, just as they have in the look of breeds over the years. Things change. You take a look at look at some of the old books, like periodicals like Western Horseman's been around for a long, long time, and they'll take a breed. What is the perfect thing that this breed looks like? In the 70s, take a look at early 70s, what the perfect Appaloosa horse was. Now you take a look at today, what they want is a perfect Appaloosa horse. Those horses don't even resemble each other. Body builds are different. Coloring is something, let's not even talk about coloring, because you're not going to control that. Right? And if you're buying a horse for color, I've got a whole bunch of cars to sell you, right? And they're all probably red and fancy looking, right? So what we're going to do is support our horse in the best gait they can, and at the end of the season, when they are hollowed out, they're tired, they're lazy. Fatigue is a big deal on gait. If you ride them correctly, your horse will last longer too. I mean, I've taken horses in the backcountry and ridden 20 plus miles. I've covered the best I think I ever did with a horse and a pack horse is I covered 15 miles. That's not true. That was without a pack horse. 15 miles in about 45 minutes. Smoking. And the horse was built. He's a big horse, built for it, and a really reachy running walk. How do you do that? That's a lot of mile per hour. But it was consistent. It was even ground. It was nice trail. Everything was going for me. Right. Yeah, exactly. Wind at my back. Yeah. No snow. Yeah. But I've also taken a horse and a pack horse and went about 21 miles, 22 miles, in an hour and 45 minutes. Slow down to the pack horse. Again, good trail, easy trail. I'm out of Yellowstone Park, and so they can do that. But I can't control what that horse behind me is doing because they've got a pack on. And that horse is pacey. I couldn't change it. I'm not going to change it. He was designed mostly to do that. It's more of a stepping pace. But anyway, so that's our overall look at these guys. Looks like they're still working with that pony a little bit. I wanted to do some saddle work. We'll get to that here in a little bit. And how that influences their back as well. But let's get on them and ride a little bit. So who wants to go first? Who's the first victim? You got to tack up. All right, Sue. Let's get you on. And I tell you what, we can crowd up here, watch, or if you feel like sitting on your horse and you just want to get familiar, that's fine too. There's nothing wrong. You get warm, yeah. Stand over them. Yeah. So close. That's all right. You're doing what? You're doing fine. You're going slow. This is a young horse. You can tell. Yeah. Hawk and Brandon. Nice to meet you. I met Julie. Yeah. That's a nice looking little colt too. He's gorgeous. Gorgeous little gray. Yeah, no. You're started on something. Well, here's my philosophy about this. It's just strictly my opinion. Ooh, that's okay. Good, you got scared a little bit. That's all right. Didn't die. But once you get started on something, and then if you do what you've taught them is, hey, that's their boundary. All I have to do is last that long, right? You don't want to do that, and they need the discipline, and it's very hard to simulate this on the ground. You're on the ground. That's just my opinion, and I agree with that. Yeah, we sometimes quit and change because we get frustrated, right? It is usually us. Yeah, that's right. Good. Yeah, he's patient. He's and you know the time you spend doing this is not wasted time. He's not wasting. That's exactly all you're doing is you're building up to that point of okay, he finally steps down and goes, oh hey, right, and then pretty soon he's going to step it down and he won't pick it up quite as fast. He'll do it. He's going to have a few more of these, and then pretty soon he's going to put it down, and then he'll go realize hey, there's ground back there, right? Yeah, it does help. What is a good help is if you can get your tires down and diminish that difference a little bit. Yeah, that'll help. But you know what? They have got to be able to do this at some point too. You're gonna, so. It could be higher than this, Oh, absolutely, absolutely, much higher. You can take him right back in. You'll take him out, turn him around, just kind of decompress him a little bit, let him go. Big sigh, blinking his eyes a little bit, and look at him. Look, he's okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And what he's doing here is he's just trying to avoid Kalen. He is. He's just so if I don't see it, it ain't happening. Right? hey, I'm an ostrich today. But yeah, and then let him do it, and then because he loads fine, he'll come right out. He just doesn't want to back out, and this that's okay. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know he can do it. This is really, really. You know what? It looks to me like that's what it would be working on, right? And there are lots of clinics that I have people who have issues with their loading their trailer or trailering and loading, and especially absolutely for that while. And you know what? It's easier. What he's doing is a lot of times tougher than it is to get him to load, because usually I can get a horse loaded in 5 minutes. Yeah. It is, because you're asking them to do a couple things they normally don't do. How many times do they back down off of something they can't see? They don't do that. You know. Oh, he's so close. Good job. He can now see how he's rolling that foot. He can feel that. There's nothing. Those proprioceptors. He knows where it's at. Absolutely. So there's not a problem there at all. So I'm going to work with Sue real quick, and well, you guys are doing good. This is good for you guys. All right. All right. We've got a young horse in the trailer that needs some help to unload. Really nice looking little gray horse, and he is kind of being helped out with my son, and he just needs to learn and understand that he can back up and back out of that trailer instead of coming around forward. So they're working on that. The one thing that they could do to help that with a little bit is to be able to get those tires down and drop, or get into a bank to drop that distance from the top of the ground to the top of that trailer and diminish that a little bit so that it can drop in. But it's not a huge deal. A horse at some point needs to learn how to do that anyway. And so it's just an intensive training. It really is a training session for him. He has to realize that he can do it, and they're going to work on that. So. Okay, I've got everybody. We've got our mics on, and Sue's going to be mic'd up here. And
oh, there's no button, but it must be on.
I think it's on the top.
Yeah, I just turned it off mute.
There you go. Yep.
But
off mute.
Sometimes there's a red light or a green light.
Yep, there is. There's one.
Okay.
Right there. He's going. We're good to go. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Now I can hear you. You're squeaky and
okay.
squealy on your voice. Is that normal or is that the radio? I'm just kidding. I'm just giving you a bad time.
Oh, you mean like this, Brandon?
Yeah, like that.
Like that? Okay. Yeah.
All right. So what you want to work on, as you said, is the influence of your horse and get him to gait well.
Yes.
And know what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay. So the best way to do that is let's just evaluate you.
Okay.
The first thing we want to do is let's bring him up here where we can kind of see with the camera. One of the things we want to do is how your seat is in the saddle. Right?
Yes.
That is a huge influence. And you guys were here and watched the earlier things.
Right.
And what I was doing with the horse and
right.
throwing them off and being out of balance. So what we want to do is, and I can see your hip right now. Now I'm going to put my hands on you if you don't mind. Okay. Is your hip, your pelvis is tipped forward. So your pubic bone is down, your hips are up. So your legs are not bad in height, but how you're sitting right now, when I grab you and do this, look how easy I can push you forward, right? So if we just do this, and we'll worry about your strips later. Let's bring your legs up, and both legs up. See how your you feel how your hind end kind of, they're scooched. Now hold your hips right where they're at. Drop your feet down. Feel how that hit, now your pelvis is rolled. You can feel the front of your pubic bone is kind of forward, your hind end is kind of sitting down a little bit more now.
Now, how am I not sitting too far back?
Well, you are.
Okay.
We're going to fix that too.
Okay.
We're going to get this. Now when I push on you, look at how much, look at how much more stable you are.
Right.
I'm pushing.
Right.
and you're
Definitely.
not trying to push back.
No, no.
So look how much more stable now you are on your seat.
And
there.
I'm off my sits bones.
And you're off your, yes.
Which will be much less painful
A little
tomorrow.
more comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You should be on them a little bit, but not
Yeah.
not much. So now the other issue is if you can keep your hip rolled like that, you're
Yeah.
going to have your balance because a horse's back is flat, or relatively flat.
Okay.
And you were sitting like this before. Now
Uh-huh.
you've rolled that pelvis,
Right.
so that you're more parallel. You have more like contact on your horse's back.
Yes.
Right? Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. That will help you. Now it's going to feel weird.
Yeah.
It feels like you're out of balance and you can slop all over.
And
the
it feels like I'm using a lot more muscle. Like
You are.
core
core muscle.
Yeah.
Use tighten that tummy up because you
Yeah.
tighten that tummy up. This back
brings it
is
in
straight.
automatically.
Yes. And you'll have better posture. You'll last longer. Riding is not easy. It's
Okay.
work, and it should be a little bit of work.
So my instinct is to do this.
Your instinct is to lean kind of forward. Now what
Yeah.
we need to do is set your whole body. See this horse,
Yeah.
you're sitting, your hind end is back here, right here.
Yeah.
You need to be able to set this whole everything
Right.
forward. So, yeah, this is rigged fairly low. So what we've got here a rigging of about a 3/4 rigging, which is okay, but we really need to pull everything forward on him. He's an older horse.
Uh-huh.
His back is a little bit more dropped
Right.
from age, so he's going to naturally pull his saddle back. What we want to do is try to pull everything forward a little bit on him.
Okay.
So for right now, just kind of put you got a little bit of space here between your leg. There you go. If you can do that and put your feet down. Now I'm going to ask you one thing. Stand up in the saddle and put your hand under your crotch. Can you reach? Is there a lot of room between you and the saddle?
There's 3 fingers.
That's too much. So you got 3 fingers worth of distance between your pubic bone or your crotch and the saddle. I'm going to put you down 2 notches, and we're going to try this. Now these are now when I say notches on these, I'm just putting them down different hole lengths, and every saddle's a little different. So I have to have you stand up and work that out. Stand up and down on that a couple times. There we go. I'll put you down 2. We'll do the same thing.
Now, by
here.
sitting more forward in the saddle, I'm feeling more pull in my
groin, yes.
groin.
Right.
Because it's wider in the front.
And part of that is when we get this straightened out, that won't quite be as much there because you're in a chair seat. There we go. Okay, now see how much room you've got between your crotch and saddle. Not quite
2, 1.5 to 2.
So you got about the width of a palm, right? Right in there. Yeah, you're close.
Like
so,
about that much.
Okay, so now you can stand up and clear the saddle when you need to.
Yeah.
Now go ahead and sit yourself down like you should. There you go. Good. Now, how do you feel about where you're at in the saddle? You're forward in that saddle.
Yeah.
Now. That's better. You've already pulled yourself about that far forward.
Okay.
It's going to make a huge difference on this horse's back.
And I do feel more upright.
You are more upright, and you should be more upright. You're more balanced instead of
And I don't, and then the tilt doesn't feel as unbalanced.
Yes, good, because we dropped your stirrups down.
Right.
Right. Because you're trying to untilt your body with your legs being up like
right.
this.
Okay.
And you can kind of do that, but you can't do that and hold your legs down. Now your legs will help you, and it's all about rotating your hips and where your body's at here.
So now I'm feeling a stretch right here.
Mm-hmm. That you didn't have before.
Right.
Right, because and now
then,
you're not sitting quite as far back on your horse.
Yeah.
Either. Just doing this.
Okay.
Will make a
yeah.
difference.
Yeah.
I would really like to pull that saddle a little bit further forward, but let's see how he does.
Okay.
So let's ask him to move. Now, did you spend the time putting the braids into his hair?
Yeah.
Nice job.
Thank you. Come on. Come on.
So if you and I move around a lot, you guys.
Okay.
So okay, go ahead and let him go a little bit. Give him a little bit more. There you go. Look at that. Did you feel that? Just kind of nice.
Come on. There you go.
What's wrong with that?
That feels good.
Different?
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
That's a very small change in
right.
you, how you influence him. So let's do this, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
About where the cones start over there.
Right.
Kind of work across this way. That way we stay on camera.
Okay.
And then just inside of this bigger mud puddle. And just kind of over that one. You stay inside.
Inside of that.
So what you're doing now is you're still making contact on his mouth. You feel how he's got the rein a little bit in his mouth there. Just extend your arms. And you know what? You're gonna tighten these up. we've all got these wavers.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will help
Teacher
tighten
arms.
those up. So just put those arms out there, hold them out, and it's going to take a little bit of muscle fatigue
Okay.
to have to overcome. But just go ahead and let him have his head.
So
And if
my
you-
hands aren't out too far?
They're not out far enough. There you go.
Wow.
Now just urge him on. Just relax. There you go. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Okay. You got him up into starting from a running walk to a foxtrot. You were kind of in between those gaits. So go
Okay.
ahead and just hold him there as he starts to speed up. Just bump him back and just say
Come on.
easy. Nice. Very nice. A
Come
little more speed.
Yeah.
Okay, pulling back. Foxtrot. There you go. Good.
Come
And you know, it's kind of like stepping on a gas pedal and hitting the brake, but it's very,
Okay.
very subtle, right?
Yeah.
Now what you're feeling and what you're experiencing is your influence, your horsemanship on this horse, and look how it's influencing his gait. Has he done this much before?
No.
No.
Not unless there's a horse in front of him
Right.
that's
and
doing
you-
what he wants.
And your body position is much better, so you've pulled yourself forward. So now our issue is we know what he can do. Now let's hold him consistent
Okay.
in that.
Come on.
Now pulling back ever so much. There you go. Let go.
Oh, too
Don't-
much.
Yeah. Don't hang on his bit. Just pull him back and let him go.
Okay.
Pull him back and let him go.
Come on.
There you
There
go.
you
Right
go.
like that. Just hang that. Just keep
Oh.
it going. Just like that.
Come
Just
on.
keep him moving.
Come on.
A little more.
Come on.
Yeah, there you go. Slow down. So pick him
Come
up.
on.
Now, if you can lift your toes up ever so much. There you go.
There you go.
Pull him back just a bit. Nice. Right there. Head's come down. Did you feel that head drop down when
Yes.
he slowed down?
Yes.
He was trotty. His head was up when he was trotty because he's pushing.
Come on.
Nice. Very nice. Very good job. Now you're getting more and more consistent. Very good job.
Come on.
Your concentration, I see the smoke rolling out of one ear on this side. Good job. Very good
Come on.
job.
Come on.
Nice.
It's just like telling him where I want him to be with the cows.
It's exactly what you're doing. You are influencing this horse. First, you're doing it mentally because you are there. Now lift your toes up just a bit. There you go.
Yeah.
See how that changed your posture
Yeah.
and what it did to him. Okay, when your feet are back,
Yeah.
let's kind of turn around here for the camera for us, and let's show them where your feet were at.
I was back
you were
here.
back like that. Now, you guys, when you have your feet like this,
Yeah.
and I know I want your leg down, but when your feet are back here like this, okay, even though you're set well, guess what can happen
yeah.
with you, right?
Okay.
So what you're doing is you just as the horse has a fulcrum here,
Yeah.
you've got a fulcrum here.
Okay.
And if you've got these feet back, where's that put your weight? If you got them here, keep those feet under you, and a lot of you'll hear people say keep your heels down.
Yeah.
If you keep your heels down, that does keep your weight down, but it also makes you heavy in the saddle. Again, now we're talking higher horsemanship. So if you lift your toes but keep the contact in your feet, you're going to be light on your feet, but you're still going to have a good base.
Okay.
Does it make feel the difference between
Yes.
this
And
and
this.
Feel that difference?
Yes.
Okay. So, and keep that those feet in front of you,
Okay.
and that way you don't get out because you pull those feet back and your body
Yep.
goes like this.
Okay. Come on.
Can you guys see what she's doing? The
Come on.
difference there with her?
Come on.
It's much more. She's feeling much more than you're probably seeing. But look at the consistency of this guy, and you can give him a little bit more rein if you want to. Very nice, right there. Just hold that. Hold that. Oh God, that's nice. Very
Good
nice.
job,
He's
boy.
smooth.
Good job.
He's consistent.
Come on.
Outstanding. Your feet are up. You're doing really well. Your posture's better.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on. Come on. Come on. That's it. Keep going.
Give him a little bit more rein. Just sneak it out of your hands a little bit.
Yep.
Just sneak it out. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Nice. Right there. Slow him down just a bit. Just easy and let go.
It's a slowing down. I have to do it less.
Less. You want to be in his mouth less. You want to pull and let go. And if you have to pull harder and let go, that's okay.
Okay.
Because because what he'll begin to do is you'll pick that hand up, and when he feels it pick up, then he'll realize what's going to happen, and then he'll slow down for you.
Okay.
What I always do is I talk to my horses constantly.
Okay.
When I want them to slow down, it's the word I use is really irrelevant. It's the way I use it.
Okay.
I say easy.
Oop.
Easy.
No, not that easy. Come on. Come on.
Nice. He's got a nice foxtrot going on there.
Yeah.
Nice. And a foxtrot's a fine gait. That's a really good gait. There's nothing wrong with it.
And Taryn
Very
said that's what he does a lot. He has a better foxtrot than a fast walk.
Than a running walk?
Than a running walk?
He might. You can adjust that if you wish. I mean, it's a great gait. There's nothing wrong with that foxtrot. I like a foxtrot. And his is especially smooth.
Yes.
But if you slow him down a little bit into a running walk, because
Down.
it is so close, there you go. Just now speed that up a little bit. When it gets super smooth, and you'll hear that even 4-beat gait, like right there.
Right
there's
there?
a running walk. Hear it?
Yep.
Now he's slowed down a little bit. He's into a fast or flat walk. There we go. Keep him moving. I would work him in both gaits. If this was my horse,
okay,
I would work him when I want some stability of the gait, say I'm climbing something, keep him in that foxtrot.
Okay.
The running walk is fine too. It's not like it's a pace. A pace is a little bit less stable gait because you've got a support on one side. You got this side supported. He's leaning over on it.
Uh-huh.
The other, and he comes down on the other side, so you get this rocking motion back and forth.
More like an elephant.
Or the
camel.
Yeah. So you get this movement back and forth. On a trot, it's diagonal, so that movement is underneath of them, but you get the suspended gait. The foxtrot is still, it's not suspended. It's an uneven 4-beat gait, but it's there.
But it's
underneath of him. That's why I tend to prefer the foxtrot to the stepping pace on ground that's really uneven.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because they're more balanced over
Sure.
the top of their feet.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know what else to do with you.
You did
Thank
it.
you for coming this
Okay.
weekend. We're done. No.
It's been nice to meet you.
That's right. Continue.
Yeah,
On
I need to keep working on that for the muscle memory.
muscle
for
memory,
me.
and then the one thing that I can help you with, I
Okay.
think that will help you ultimately is give him a little bit of rein. There you go. But when you want to stop him, go ahead and pull up. Al, half that time. There you go. And if you have to do this, that's
Okay.
fine. But it's in and out. In and
Okay.
out. Make contact and get out, because if I go ahead and touch my hand, as long as you can.
Oh, so it's like
right?
that game.
But what you're doing is you're doing this. You're pushing. Well, go ahead and push on me, and then see what I'm doing.
Okay.
But you want to push, and so he
So
gives
it-
up.
okay.
Right,
So it's
but
really
instead
like-
of him giving up, you want to get away so he can't push.
So like this.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
When you make a correction like that, make it quick and let go.
And let go.
Because otherwise they'll start pushing in, just like he's
Yep,
doing right
yep.
there. See what Peggy's
Sure.
doing? Peggy's having a little difficulty with him, but you did, but he was pushing on you before you did. Now you may have to do harder and then let go. Sometimes you have to be kind of hard with them, but I would rather be very tough on them, say
quick
20, 30 times, and that they learn, than the rest of their life, or a couple 100 times on a ride in their mouth and
Right.
making more contact ultimately.
Right.
So if I take 20 times and I go like that 20 times or like that 20 times, how much total time am I in his mouth?
Same amount.
Yeah. I got 2 seconds, 3
Millisecond.
seconds.
Yeah.
Right. But if I do this 200 times in a ride, I'm on his mouth almost constantly.
Okay, got
What
it.
does that do to his mouth? Makes it
sore.
hard, sore,
And
hurt.
he fights
learns
back.
to fight. He learns to work through the pain or the discomfort, and then he just does it in spite of you, and he becomes what we call cold-mouthed, where now when you pull on him, he doesn't respond.
do anything.
Right. Does that help?
Yes. And
Okay.
do you think when I saddle him next time, I should try it up higher? Because I start with this right behind his shoulder
Yeah,
blade, but then it tends to go back.
He's, like I say, he's an older horse, and he's
Uh-huh.
starting to hollow out, and he's getting to be an old man. And we don't all stand up like we did when we were young. And that's what's happening here with his back.
Okay.
Is that this saddle's a little bit narrow, but if we can try to overcome that, we may consider changing your rigging a little bit. Now, I know Suzanne wants things set up a certain way.
Right.
That's just the way the ranch is. But you're riding very balanced because you've got almost no. I can get my hand under that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So we may consider moving this back. Oh, I almost sneezed. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was almost a sneeze. It didn't happen. But we may consider moving the rigging back so that it sets the saddle forward.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll try that. So, and you may play with that a little bit when I start working with someone else here. But and then I'll work with everybody individually, and then we will work together as a group. And this might be an opportunity for you to see if you can maybe make some adjustments on that.
Okay.
And I don't know if Taryn is handy or not. There she is, right there.
Okay.
So, all right. So who's
Now,
next?
And so while you're working with the others, can we work out of camera site? Is that okay over here?
Yeah.
Because I really want to get this seat as
Concentrate on
part
it.
of my muscle memory.
Right.
I don't want to.
And you're going to spend the rest of the time here, and subsequent trips, getting that feel again,
Right.
and then working on that. But really concentrate on your posture will affect him all the time. So if you have not quite as good posture, you're not going to get quite as good a performance.
Got it.
I know you do. I can see it in your face.
Woo, I love it. I love it.
I'll take that from you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it off. So.
Okay. There we go. And then who's next? Pearl the Pearl. All right, I'll let you do that. Yeah. Taryn, you guys have any issues with us moving this rigging a little bit? He could be pulled it. Okay. I may have you help her work with that if you don't mind. Move the whole saddle forward, move the rigging back a little bit so that the saddle comes forward. It's almost a 3/4 rigging right now. If you can pull this back a little bit, I don't know. Yeah, you can adjust that. Pull that rigging back a little bit. Make it a center fire so that it puts that up a little higher. And see if we can do that without affecting his shoulder movement quite so much. Yeah, it's counterintuitive. You think, oh, I want to move it forward, I'll put everything forward. No, because it doesn't. It has to go over the front. Yes. For him, your question is that adjustment for him or for her, and it is for him because what we did with Sue, I'm sorry, yeah, we moved her body forward, and look how it affected his gait. Really nice, and she had almost minimal input for control except for speed. Didn't have to influence him at all because her whole body was the influence. Where his saddle sets is a little bit behind the shoulder, and it's a little bit back. So if she pulled that whole saddle forward, that would help. The way to achieve that is to move the rigging back, so that it comes back so the saddle sets forward, and that would probably help. He's going to be a geriatric horse, so he's starting to atrophy, behind his shoulders, and we're coming out of winter, so he hasn't had a lot of probably extensive work to get him into shape. So that is part of that hollowing that takes place. We may not overcome that. It might be just where he's at because of his age too. But you do the best you can. She can certainly influence her body, but the saddle may not be much we can work with. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. We'll do that. Absolutely. Okay. No cursing, Pearl.
Did you click it?
I am so tired of
I
her
did.
cursing. I mean, it's just.
I did.
Oh my God! No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, sweetness.
There we go. Now that sounded pretty insincere, didn't it? It's not the Pearl we know. Okay.
Because it is.
We're going to do the same thing with you, Pearl.
All right, good.
We want to have, and this is what I'm getting at with sometimes the issues. You have somebody come in and they're like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing," or "I'm set right." Well,
I
you
don't have
realize
that
it.
problem.
And I know you don't. So I don't mind. I'm going to put my hands on you here and there.
Yep.
But if you're sitting comfortable, right, like you normally do, okay?
Yes.
All right. And I look at your hip bone, your pelvic bone. You're sitting a little flatter than Sue, which is good. But you were already expecting that at some point.
You're gonna yell.
I'm just going to push you up. See,
Yeah.
it took me nothing to do that, right?
I need to more tuck in.
Yeah. So the easiest way to
this
kind of get
thing.
that is it's just bringing, and you're just forcing your pelvis down. Okay.
Mhm.
Now go ahead and drop without moving your pelvis. Drop your feet down. Okay. Now you don't have to lean back, but now your back is a little straighter as well.
Mhm.
Okay. So now when I do this,
A little harder.
look at that. How much
I feel like though I'm hunching.
You are hunching. So what we need to do is we need to tighten these tummy muscles.
Okay.
There you
straighten
go.
up more
You
like
tighten
this.
those tummy muscles, and we'll look what your back did.
Keep
You
that
just
back.
you set
Right.
up, and then just sit straight up. Okay. Now you've got the basic seat. We've got 2 short stirrups on you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So
Okay.
when you stand up, you can probably get your whole hand underneath. Oh, you can throw the dog through there. All right. So what we need to do now is we need to fix that. One thing that we'll notice on a short stirrup. I want to bring these down 3 notches on a short stirrup. what you will tend to have is tired knees and sore knees, achy knees at the end of a ride.
Yeah, I have bad knees.
And you got bad knees anyway,
Yeah.
so there you go. It's all that time you're spending on them praying, right? Exactly. I understand it.
Praying, don't fall, don't fall.
Don't fall, don't fall. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to move these down. I'm going to make a pretty significant move on them.
Okay.
Because you don't have really super long legs.
No, I don't.
No, I noticed that you're built much like I am. I got short legs and a long back.
Yeah.
So I have issues there.
Like Ginny and I last night were saying our legs are the same length, but I'm about 3 inches taller than she is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 For a little tiny gal, she's very leggy.
Yeah,
For is not
yeah.
very tall. Okay, let's put your foot in that. Let me do the other one.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, you're good. I've been kicked harder.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's try this. Okay, and I don't see. Okay, now stand up, and if you can just clear your hand, and if you can't,
Barely.
Okay, let's take them up one because you need
Wait,
room.
I can just.
You can't really clear the saddle then, can you? Feels like your legs are reaching to get to the stirrup.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pick it up one. And this is so important. Where you sit and how your legs influence you will make a huge difference. Come up one. It is amazing what are, it's again, it's simple physics.
Mm-hmm.
What we do with levers and stuff. Okay, let's try that. I'll try the other side. Bring that back up one. Okay, let's try that.
Okay. Yeah, I can get a hand.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I dropped you down 2 notches total.
All right.
All right, so that's a lot. And
Hear that, whiskey?
we're gonna now, when you put your legs down and have your pelvis tipped like it should be, you should be much better off.
Okay. So. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And your feet look pretty good because now
Sit straight.
your toes are not down. Because when you have a short stirrup, you're also pulling your legs back.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
yeah.
and you can't push them down because it's too short.
Yeah.
Balance issues. Okay, so
All right.
how does that feel?
Feels
a little
good.
different.
Yeah.
Look at your back. Yeah, your back is straighter.
Whoa.
And I can't push you. So keep those tummy muscles tight.
Okay. Whoa,
Yeah, we'll just take a walk here.
Come in.
And put a little bit of weight on your feet, not a lot. There you go. And your knees are going to hurt. Do you expect them to hurt when you ride?
My right one, yes.
Okay. Hopefully this should help. We've dropped them, significantly. We maybe dropped them an inch or so, which is quite a bit. Okay, so as you're going along now, stand up in your seat a little bit more. There you go, your upper body. Yeah, just kind of set it up a little taller. Yeah. And don't let it kind of slop around so much.
Ignore that horse. Come on.
And he's like, what's going on in there?
Whiskey, come on.
They're killing horses in that trailer. I know they are. They kill them dead every time. All right. So go ahead and just leave a little bit of your rein out. Just a tiny bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Are my hands in the right place or no?
Let your right one out just a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. There you go. Now they're even. Now put your hands out in front of you. There. Now just let him walk and let him kind of settle into that.
Okay.
You're going to have him kind of get used to this.
Okay.
And he's kind of gawking a little bit.
He is a
now,
gawker.
Hold those arms out, and we got these upper arm wavers we all have.
Yeah.
If you hold your arms out, those will totally and completely go away.
Really?
Yeah, so just stick those arms right out there. Know you're doing yourself good.
Oh, my Lord. I need that, man.
So let your arms out. Take any control. There, feel him speed up just a slight bit there. So give him that rein. Just let him have it.
Yeah,
and
I think I hold too tight on the rein.
Too tight. Everybody does. You're not trusting your horse. You don't want to just completely throw him away. You want to be able to have some control and be able to pick that up. And that's why I have you put your arm out. So let's do this.
Wow.
If you can stay about right over here instead of going off camera.
Okay.
Let's stay about from the end of those cones.
The cones?
Kind of towards the tree here.
Okay.
And then around and then on just this side of that puddle over there. The second,
All
the
right,
bigger
okay.
puddle.
So cut it
And we
like
just-
the middle third.
Just the middle third, and just keep coming around.
Come on, baby.
And then what we're going to ask you to do is, as you come around, bump him.
Okay.
Bump his nose around, or neck rein him, whatever you like to do. I don't know if he'll there. Look at that. That's pretty good. I like that bump because you went like that and just let it go. Perfect.
Okay.
The less time you spend in their mouth, the more communication you're going to have.
Okay.
It's more subtle, and they're listening for it instead of hanging on it and being told what to do. You don't like being told what to do, right?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Not really. Neither do I. None of us really do. Not unless it benefits us.
So now, I mean, he just seems to be like wandering on his own.
Okay.
I'm
that's
a
your
little
fault.
bit telling him where to go, but not a lot.
Okay, so that's the other issue, right?
Right.
That's what you want to work on is the consistency, is what you told me.
Right, right.
So be very consistent. You pick a spot you want him to go and go right to it.
Okay.
And you keep picking spots, and you see dark spots, you see individual pieces of gravel or whatever in here.
Okay.
Just
So I'm
go
going
right
for
to them,
this.
and don't let him vary off from those. So what he's doing when he's picking his own place, he's riding you.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
we're
he
gonna
knows
go
it.
right to Paula. Come on.
And give him a little bit more speed. Let's
Okay.
make him work. There you
Okay.
go. Make him work a little bit more.
Come on.
And I'm not worried so much about gait with you at this point. We'll get there. It's about being consistent. So let's just stay right off of there and now go right straight to that little aspen tree right to the right. Straight to it.
Come on.
And when he starts to move his head or something a little bit, use that rein and pull him right back to where you want him to go.
Okay.
And when you get up there, take a left turn.
Okay.
And then a left 360 and go right back down this rail.
Okay.
So that you're giving him much purpose in what he's doing.
Come on.
Tight,
Come on.
tighter, tighter, tighter. Tighter, right in, bring him right on, and a little bit more rein. Okay, is that where you wanted to go?
I'm going to Paula.
Okay, perfect. And you'll notice how he's starting to hold his body a little bit more.
Yeah, and he's speeding up a little
And
bit.
he's
too.
speeding up a little bit more. He's cueing off of where you're wanting to go.
Okay,
Let's just go and get there. That's what he's
Okay, come
doing.
on.
Okay. And when he starts to move his head a little bit to get away from that or look around, then just bump his nose,
Okay.
pull him back over where you want him.
Should I be bumping with the feet too, or no?
I'm sorry?
Should I be bumping with the feet too?
You can, yeah, because he's not wanting to go very far with you.
Yeah.
Or very fast. So
Come on.
that's the other thing is you can make him work a little faster.
Come on.
Now, when you come up, there you go. That's better. Now, when you go to Paula, turn one way or the other and turn it really tight right there. Don't make a great big giant
Okay.
circle. We want to have purpose to this. He's still kind of wandering on you. Turn right around. Tight. Tight,
Come on.
tight, tight, tight. All the way around, Pearl.
Oh, all the way around.
All the way around.
Oh, sorry.
Make him turn. Keep going. Tighter, 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 tighter. Use that right leg and push on that shoulder. There you go. Now come to me. Okay. I'm going to help you out here
Yeah.
a little bit with.
Help me out a lot.
Yeah, no, it's what we're going to do is as you were coming around, you were banging on him to make him go forward or to turn.
I was trying to get him to turn.
Okay, so when you do that, the one thing I will do with a horse a lot of times is, especially early on, is I'll put some pressure and just hold that leg in there. Hold it
Oh,
against
just
him tight.
hold it rather than
Hold it.
pump.
Yeah, and then if you need to, then bump. Then just give him a little boot with that one.
Oh, okay. So
And-
hold to kind of, I want you to go in that direction. Oh.
So he's pushing away from pressure.
Oh, so I was telling him also that go faster and.
Right.
Okay.
And that's okay. The other thing a lot of times I will use is I will just slap them with a rein.
Mhm.
I'd rather do that than bang on their bellies all the time.
No, when I was doing like that. Is that?
That's fine.
Okay.
You're fine. Because
Okay.
you're not teaching him to neck rein.
Yeah.
Right? So you're fine. And you really don't have to give up too much, but you will, because as you turn this head, if you hold that hand right there, and as you pull this neck around, look what it does. It gets tight. So
Yeah.
you have to give that rein up.
Yeah.
So we'll show folks that when you're doing this, you've got this rein here. You're
Mhm.
even. When you pull him, if you don't move this hand and you pull this around, it gets
can't-
tight on the
yeah,
other side. So
yeah.
yes, so you have to give
Yeah.
that away.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and get out of his nose. And then when you pull, and just bump him,
Just to-
and bump him tight. Make him come right on, do a nice tight circle.
Okay. All right, buddy.
There you
Come
go.
on. I'm gonna
And,
go
and keep your hand low if you can.
So. Come on.
There's a lot to this. I'm only asking you to do a half a dozen things at once. Okay, toes up a little bit. There you go. Get those feet in
Come
front
on.
of you.
Come on. A little more action here.
There you go. Better.
Come on.
There you go. Good. Good. Keep coming.
Good boy.
Good job.
Come
And
on.
you're kind of hanging, but you're just kind of continue to bump him. That was really good. There you go.
Whoop.
It's all right. Just a stumble.
Okay, come on.
Tight turn. Come on. Yeah.
Whoa.
Keep making it. Okay, now what you're experiencing there is a little bit of a resistance from him going, I don't want to have to do that. So make him go tight. Keep your hand low.
Low.
There you go. That's better.
I feel like I have too much rein or something, that I'm way back here. No?
Are you doing what?
I feel like when I was trying to make him turn tight, my arm is like way back.
It
there.
is. So that's why.
okay?
So what you can do is, as you get both hands together, there you go. Shorten that rein and bring it down.
Okay.
Just let it come down. Let that rein fall down as far, because you can't make your arms longer.
Right.
And you don't want to lean down.
Right.
And it's a temptation to lean inside that turn. Don't do that, because we'll get into that a little bit later. About
so what
how
I
it
need to
influences.
do is, while I'm doing that,
Just work your
And then
hand
work
down
it
as far as
back,
you can. Grab it and then pull down, and then as he turns out of it, let that rein go back to where you had it.
yeah, that's what I need to do is
And
going back.
rein management is not necessarily something that is
Come on.
really instinctive.
Come on, fat boy, let's go over here.
It will become that the more you do it.
Come on.
There you go.
Okay, a little faster. Come on. I'm going to do a tight turn here. Come on. No, this way.
Oh yeah, good, very good.
Come on.
Oh look, he thought he could just step right out of that
Come on.
and head
Come on.
right back. Now come down back over to me instead of going to Paula. There you go.
Come on.
See, if you start to set up a pattern, did you see what
knows
he did?
it.
You come around, he wanted to go and you kept him coming around.
Yeah.
Good
yeah,
job.
Yeah.
Good job. It was
Okay,
very subtle,
baby.
but he knew it and you knew it and I knew it. So that was awesome. So one thing I really try to never do is be a pattern setter.
Okay.
Never try to do the same things over and over at the same, because they'll pick those patterns up. I mean,
And then
we're
they just
all
know.
patterns. We all function by patterns. Be as consistent as you possibly can about being inconsistent.
Okay.
Inconsistency
So
is your
change it
consistency.
as much as you can.
Constantly. Yep.
Got it.
Because that way, instead of just going through the motions with you, now they're listening for you what you're going to ask.
Gotcha.
Big difference, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
She's going to sneak up on me.
All right, now let's try the same thing.
All right.
Let's put some speed to it.
All right.
Let's get him to move. And if you just need to go in a big circle, that's fine.
Okay.
We can go for a little bit, and then we'll unwind him as well.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
That's better. That's better.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Ah. Come on.
Okay, slow him up just a bit. Bump him slow up, easy, and let him go. So easy. See how you're hanging on him? Now let him go. Now pull him up fast, hard. Pull him hard. Say easy, and then let him go.
Oh, yes, I tend to.
Yeah, you tend to hang on him.
Yeah.
And so that's why he continues to push through that.
Come on.
Very good. That's much better right there. Much, much, much better. Now turn him to the right. Go across the arena. Straight across. There you go. Keeping that speed up. Yes. Now slow him down. Oh, good job. See how he already started to respond.
Yeah.
Good job.
So it's just a fast.
Yep. Fast and let go. And when you do that, make sure you're sitting straight up, that you're not pulling your body towards him.
Okay.
Towards his head.
Come on. Come on. Come on, skate.
Very
Come on,
good.
come on.
He's already a different horse. Can you feel it?
I'm
yeah.
not sure.
Oh yeah.
Let's go this way, baby.
There you go. Good job.
Come
Turn
on.
him around. Turn
Come
him
on.
tight. Let him go whenever you want.
Come on. No, don't worry about that horse. Come on.
Easy, hard. Pull him up and let him go. There you go. Good. The minute
Okay.
you feel him start to take off, do it then. It's all
Okay.
about timing, because you're letting him go.
No, come on.
He starts to pick up, and you're getting him on 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6 before you get
Yeah.
him shot down. If he starts
All
to
right.
do
Now
this,
here. Okay. Now
pull him
here.
right down one
Come on.
step, and then let him go.
Come on.
Because that's going to be that more precise
Come on.
correction. Slow him down a little harder. There you go. Better.
Come on. Now I feel like I'm not controlling him at all. Come on. Let's go this
Yeah,
way.
pull a little harder. You're a little bit more speed, and he's not used to having. So you're gonna have to have a little bit more force with your rein in order to control him at the higher speed. Because
Okay.
he's not.
So I
he's
need
not
more of
used to-
a.
More of it, and let it go. And if it doesn't respond, then right again and do it again. There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with doing it 3-4 times till he makes himself stop on your command.
Okay.
Let him pull on you. Yeah, he's just pulling with you. It's easier to say he thinks he's going to come to me for some savior
No.
because now you're putting pressure on him to make him do it, and
Right.
he's like, I don't have to do this.
Come on, baby. Come
There
on.
you go. Good job.
Come on.
Slow him up a little bit. There you go. Now, there. Now, keep him going. Nice. Nice, consistent.
But he's going where he wants to go.
Okay, don't let him go where he wants to. Then you correct him
Come on.
immediately. Don't give him the only decision that he should make is to decide exactly what you want him to do.
So when I am trying to turn him, do I, like right there, when I wanted him to go, like here, do I lean on this or do I short do it?
Pull it, and just exactly the same as you do when you stop him or trying
Okay.
to slow him down is bump it. And pull your hand down. Just drop your hand low.
Okay.
And pull him around. His nose will drop and head
Okay.
will drop better. Ah, that's a better turn already. Because
Okay.
his leg is reaching
Come on.
out
Come
for
on.
you.
Come on, Whiskey.
Tell him and tell him easy. There you go. There, better.
Okay, yeah,
And you notice he's not trying to grab that bit.
right, yeah,
When
yeah.
you hang on him, he'll grab that bit.
Yeah.
When he doesn't have a chance to when you get it, pull and let go. So we're going to work a little bit more on you with your consistency.
Yeah.
Your balance is much better. He's already moving better for you.
Yeah, it feels, yeah.
Feels better for
like
you?
a validation, like,
Yeah.
I think maybe, 5% of the time maybe I did this, but now I'm more aware of it.
And that's what it takes. And if you're aware of it,
Yeah.
it's your responsibility to do it
Yeah.
because it's going to help him.
Yeah.
And if he's acting better, you're more comfortable.
Yeah.
It just builds. You build on each other, and you build this relationship. It's all about
I think
relationships.
the key is the and not, when you're nervous and he's going fast, like,
Well,
but you're right. Then he wants to push
and if
forward.
I hold on to something,
Yeah.
I've got control, right?
Right.
All right. So, and we'll do a little quick fun demo here in a bit about control. Good job. Very good job.
Great.
All right.
Peg a leg. Thanks, Brandon.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to wonder if it was going to push into him.
Really?
That's not bad.
Such a nice boy.
Yeah, that does push in. It's not bad though. Believe it or not, a thinner pad would help. If you can get just a really thin pad, it would be probably optimal. We'll see if, and maybe after lunch we can find that. But so far, that is it's not horrible. It's not really pinching tight, but it could use a little bit more. You bet. I'm good. Battery size, okay. Do we have a thinner pad? What's a? Okay. Okay, let's try. Yeah, let's try that. So, all right. Now that she's getting mic'd up, just go ahead and play a little bit. You look like you are to me. How are your legs? How are your knees? Do you have knee issues? Okay. Yeah, and Pearl's got her stirrups are lengthened. They look a little bit still short to me, but if you're comfortable, you have that illusion because you have such a short leg anyway that it's going to be like that. But you're still significantly longer than what it was. And I want you to monitor your knees and how they feel. I do. Yeah, you need to go. We need to let's bring you down and let's work with it and see what we can do. It will make a big difference. It's already better, and keep your toes up and not so much your heels down. I'll do with you what I did with, there we go, Sue, and there's your, now I'm not a beyond. You get under there, push. Okay, you're good. All right, let's do that. And that's going to drop you down. There, you're setting your pelvis. That's even still now looks a little bit better. So put a little bit of weight on there. Now here's the difference between putting your heel down, feel that, and now put your toe up. Feel the difference in lightness, okay? So don't put your heel down. Think about keeping your toe at least level or up slightly, but put a little bit of pressure on that. Yes. And keep a little bit of pressure on your stirrups. You don't need a lot. I used to teach about half your weight on your stirrups and half on your butt. That's for beginners to really kind of get their feet so that they didn't fall off. But most of your weight, when you're balanced here, you don't need a lot of stirrup. You're right there, yeah. All right. So go play with that a little bit while they're getting ready, and we'll.
And so if you can just say on that side of his.
Oh, Sue, she's looking really good.
So over there?
Yep.
Okay.
Looking really good, Sue. Very good. Very good. Nice. Very nice. All right, Peggy, you're ready?
Yeah.
What's that look? That was not an affirmative.
That was. I'm ready. I don't know about rocket.
All right. Let's pull over here so we can get closer, a little bit closer to the camera, and we'll do the same thing that we did with Sue and Pearl.
Okay.
For you and your seat, because I see just a couple things really quick.
Okay.
Same issue. So let's turn so we can get a good spot on the camera, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So you already got the advantage to see what they're doing, where your leg is at. And look how easy I can push you forward.
He's beating me up.
I'm beating you up. So you feel that, right?
Yeah.
And I see your hip from here to your pelvis. You're not really overly tipped either. So I mean that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So let's pick your legs up.
Yeah.
And we'll lift them, these up on
Both
the
of
swells.
them?
Now see how your hind end. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put my hands on you here, but
Yeah.
see how that peeled down. Let's get these out from under you.
The what?
You gotta. There you go.
Oop.
Okay, so now keeping your hip right where it's at. Now just put your legs down and into your stirrups without letting that hip roll back. It's gonna feel a little strange to you. Okay.
Okay.
Now, when you're like that, I can't. It's much harder
Yeah.
for me. It's your balance now. Your weight is sitting there. One thing we need to do, I think, is now have your test whether you can get your hand between your crotch and the saddle.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of room?
2 fingers, maybe.
Let's drop you down one, and because your legs look a little bit. You're a little leggier than Pearl is. Who isn't? Who isn't though?
Who
right?
isn't? Yeah, really.
Don't admit that. It's beat up on Pearl Day.
Because she can take it.
She
so
can
well.
take it. Oh, wah. Listen to that. Okay, like today's any different, she says. Okay, that's much better. Now go ahead and lift up and see if you've got room.
Yeah, barely. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit, like 2 fingers maybe.
But you can completely clear the saddle.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's what we want. Now, if you're sitting here and your hip is turned, there you go, and you're just looking straight out.
Yeah.
Now just look down. Can you see the tips of your toes above in front of your?
I can see the right one, not the left one. But maybe it's just because I don't have it through there.
You're not sitting some weight on it.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, I can see the tip of both of them.
Okay. So now you're much more aligned. Let's take your body now and take the whole body and set it forward in the saddle. There you go. That's better.
Like right there?
You're getting off of his
Yeah.
his back.
Okay.
Okay. So now you've got a combination of everything that we've done so far. Everybody's been basically the same. You notice how similar the issues are?
Yeah, yeah.
But completely different things you need to work on.
Yeah.
It's very
The first year that we went, I think my knees were maybe 2 or 3 inches high. I mean, my knee
hurt.
I hurt. I mean, that trip was so hard because I hurt the whole time. And I know now it was because, I didn't have the right length on
the alignment was
yeah.
there. Yeah, let those legs. When we're standing, are my legs bent?
No.
Of course not.
Yeah.
That's the way we're meant to be.
Yeah.
So when we do this, right now I can feel it. It strains them.
Yeah, yeah.
Same thing, but we got to be able to clear the saddle. We just can't be a passenger up here. We need to influence. So
right.
Let's go ahead and take a trip around, and what we'll do is stay kind of on this side of this mud puddle.
Okay.
If you can do that, and then kind of go from that cone over there, stay on this side of that line from the cone to that tree, aspen on the right, then we'll have a full camera view. It'll be really, really good. Okay. Now take a right turn. There you go. Yeah, kind of stay inside that line. Okay. Now, you got a lot of rein on him.
Yeah.
So just go ahead and extend your arms. There you go. Drop him down. Now look at his head did. See that head?
He went
what
down.
happened when you let he just dropped that head?
Is that good or
That's
bad?
a good thing. He's trying to find some comfort, and you're not holding him up. So go ahead and turn him hard. Pull that head right around. Okay, so what we've got with him and you, drop your hand when you pull. There you go. There you go.
There we go. Yeah.
He's just kind of riding through you.
Yeah.
And he's grabbing that bit.
Yeah.
So you've given him the ability to not have to worry about that bit because he can't find it because
Yeah.
you're not on it.
Yeah.
So put your hands out, let him move, and when you want to pull him around, you're gonna have to be a little bit more forceful. Put a little bit more on it. And
I'm
then
just a
let go.
softie. That's been my problem all along.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, these are 1,100-pound kids.
Yeah, somebody reminded me that you really can't hurt. I mean, you can hurt him, but anything I can do can barely hurt him.
Me
I'm not
too.
strong enough.
No, that's right. What they do to each other
Yeah.
is brutal.
Yeah.
And they can hurt it, but they seem to just.
So in terms of the giving him rein, like where is it? I think I do that wrong a lot.
Okay, see how he's searching for it?
Yeah.
Now just put your hands out. He's looking for it because he's looking for the pressure. He's had so much pressure on him, he's uncomfortable without it.
Yeah.
So when you took the pressure away, coming over here, he dropped that head looking for it. He's like, okay, where's it at? I got to be able to push on that.
Yeah.
And that's what the issue is about. So we're going to have to change him a little bit. And it's normal for a horse that's ridden by a lot of different people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is because most of us are all about control. I got to stay in control.
Yeah.
So, but they know who's riding them too.
Yeah. Oh, they can. He takes one look at me and he goes, "Ah, it's Peggy."
I got a day off and still get paid, right? So knowing that is a really good important thing that you're a little bit soft on him.
Yeah, I know that.
And you're not being mean, you're being firm.
Yeah.
Because ultimately it is your safety that we're worried about, and you being able to do what you need to do the entire time.
Yeah.
So go ahead and let's take him around now and ask him to move, and then we're gonna see him search.
He's doing
So give him a kick.
That's good.
He's gonna look for it. And then you may have to just bring that hand way up that rein and make him come right around because he's going to be a little lazy on you, it looks like. How's your balance feel?
I think okay. I'm up way higher than I'm used to, which is good.
Yep. Yeah, you're balanced. Much, much, much better balanced. Okay.
And I'm upright more. My back. I'm straighter.
And your back is straight, and use those stomach muscles.
Yeah.
If we have back problems as humans, it's because we're not using those stomach muscles enough,
Yeah.
right? We all know that. We just don't do anything about it. Okay. And he looks a little bit herd-bound to me, like he wants to be with the other guys. So bring him on around. A little faster, a little harder, and there you go. Push him. Now make him go.
That's correct.
Because he's getting sloppy about, I don't really have to mind. Remember how we had Pearl going in tight circles?
Yeah.
Do the same thing with him. Make him come right on around that he's following what you want him to do.
Okay.
So take a little bit of a right turn there. There you go. Now take a really tight left turn. Bring him right on around. There you go. Really tight. Nice. There you go. Good, 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 good. Better. And right on past me. He's going to look for me to help come and save him, and I'm not going to do it. Very good. There. Now you're getting a little bit better control. You're not having to hang on him as much, right? Don't you feel that?
Yeah.
Good.
I've got to learn more about, tug and release. Tug and release. Yep.
Yeah. Making contact and getting rid of it. Okay. You're kind of getting into the blind spot there, so let's get out of there. There you go. Better. Better. Yeah, now let's go ahead and speed him up some. Let's make him work a little bit faster because his mind working. Yeah, good. Keep him coming. Keep him do it. Keep doing it.
Come.
Drop your hand a little bit if you can. That'll help him.
Yeah.
Bring that nose around.
Okay, that's good.
And he's just kind of wanting to take the day off and be with the other horses.
Yeah.
So this is getting to be kind of new with him. And take a right turn a little bit. There you go. A little more. And speed him up and then bring him away from those horses. There you go. There, that's better. Now we're getting some speed, getting some work out. Now take a quick left turn. There you go. Better. Like go. Oh, good, 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 good job. You felt him how much more responsive he was, right?
Yeah.
Keep him going.
Yep.
And just be at random. Hand down. Pull that hand down, and then yeah, there. See how it tips his nose a little bit more instead of picking his head up. It holds that head down and makes him turn better. Good.
Okay.
There you go. Now turn him right now instead of waiting to get all the way down there. Good. Very good. Let go. Good. Kind of hung on him a little bit there, but it's okay. You're getting used to it. Now slow him up just a bit. Okay, toes up. Get those feet forward. There you go.
So to slow him up, what should I be doing?
Same thing. Just bump him and say easy, and bump him and let go. Bump him and let go.
And see, now I'm way back in the saddle. There we go. I know. Yeah, I know. You don't like this, do you?
What we'll do, I think what we should do with you is maybe have him going faster.
Yeah.
And then stop him and back him up.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
There you go. And stop. Hard. And really get on him if you have to. There you go. And back him up. Back. Quick.
Back.
Hands low.
Back.
Bring your hands down. There you go. That's better.
Back.
More. We're just going to keep backing him up.
Back.
There you go. Keep going. There, his head's coming down like it should. Good. Keep coming.
Back.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
Back.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
Back.
A little more.
Back.
Keep moving.
Back.
Keep moving.
Back.
Keep moving. A little more. Keep coming. Okay, see now what he's doing. This is a good spot. He's got to the point where he says, I don't want to do this
anymore.
That's when you really have to assert yourself and
Yeah.
and make him listen to you. So let's just back him all the way up there.
Back.
There you go. There you
Back.
go.
Back.
Good.
Back.
You're letting go
Back.
just enough. You're kind of just almost
Back.
you're releasing the contact, but you're right there.
Back.
That's perfect. Good job. Keep
Back.
going. Keep going, Peggy. Keep going.
Back.
You're doing great.
Back.
You're doing great. You're doing just
Back.
exactly what you need to do.
Back.
And he's going to resist because he's like, I don't have to do this.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yeah. You're Peggy.
You don't understand the way we play this game.
Back.
Pick him up. Keep going.
Back.
Keep going.
Back.
Okay.
Back. Come on, Rocket.
There you go. There. Look how much lighter he got.
Yeah.
Feel
Yeah.
that? Okay. Good.
Now
All right.
One
Now-
more. Back. One more.
There.
There
So
you
just
go.
keep backing him up in a different direction a little bit more. And I always try to keep their bodies straight and back in
Yeah.
a straight line. But we'll get to that. We're working on getting him to
Straight.
listen to you and coming back.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's go down about halfway or so and then spin him around in a circle, a
Okay.
full circle,
A tight circle.
a tight circle, and then come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, not just go down and back, but go in a circle and then come back.
Okay.
And let him go. Let him get some speed up. Good. Toes up. There you go. Better. Hands low. Keep those hands down. There you go. Tighter. There. That's better. There you got it. Good.
Okay.
Nice tight circle and then come back to me. Good. Better. Notice how the reason I had you do instead of just a circle and come back is because I knew he was going to want to
He
go.
was going to
"Oh,
want
yeah."
to come back. Oh, I'm done.
You're doing
Yeah.
something that's unexpected, and that's the whole point. I told Pearl exactly the same thing, that if you can be as absolutely inconsistent about what you do consistently, that's what you want to do. Make sure that you don't set patterns.
Right.
And that way they have to listen to you because they get
Right.
smart and they go, okay, I'm going to go down here and I'm going to turn and I'm going to go this way and I'm going to turn that way and I'm going. They figure that out in
Yeah.
a hurry. We are animals of patterns. We look for patterns.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Efficient, right? So if
See, when
you
he's
don't set a pattern,
when he's pulling, he's just trying to find
He's
the
trying
pressure.
to find it. Pull it, let it, and
So I
just-
should let him.
I would let him have it. Just don't let him pull on it because what he's doing, he's searching for that
Yeah.
pressure. So just go ahead and be aware that he's going to take it, and just let him have it. Don't even let him find it, and he'll get used to it not being there like that. See how he's searching? See
Yeah.
him search?
Yeah.
You see that, and if the camera can see him, we'll put him off to the side here, and they can watch. There we go. Stop him, and we'll just watch him. He'll look for that bit. Watch him dropping his head. Look at that, looking for it. He
Yeah.
can't find it. There's nothing there to pull against. You can't. How do you punch air?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So don't let him have anything to find, and then he'll start to forget about needing that pressure.
Okay, because he does that a lot.
He's
Yeah.
looking for it. He's uncomfortable not having it because he likes to push on the bit, which makes him less and less sensitive for you to.
Yeah.
Because you'll notice when you're pulling on him, you have to pull much harder than the other guys do with
Yeah.
their reins.
Yeah.
And that's just him being heavy. So if you can keep from being, there he goes again. See, being consistent about what you do, make it inconsistent. He'll stop doing the rote memorization. It's like, oh, okay, I think this is what we do when we turn a corner.
Yeah.
And he starts listening to what, okay, what's she going to listen to or want me to do, because I don't want to be told. I'll do it. They're happy to do it. It's a matter of you being able to get them to do it.
Yeah.
Right? And being inconsistent, because then they're listening. They go, okay, what does she want? And then they start listening to cues and responding to what you're asking them.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go around a couple more times, and have you work on some speed. And remember, keep your hands low, toes up. I'm only asking you for all of these things at once.
All right, hands low.
But your posture is very good.
Hands low.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go. Let's go.
And there you go. Especially when you do a hard turn, just drop that arm down and make him come around you. Hand low. Drop your hand. There you go. Much easier.
Yeah.
That's better. Especially coming away. Yeah, he wants to follow me. There you go. Good job.
Yeah, we're going
You're
this way.
putting on the pressure, and then you're letting go. It's very good.
Okay.
There you go. And slow him up if you want. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, see how you're kind of hanging on him? So pull it, and it's going to be hard for you to do because you're a softie.
Yeah.
You keep wanting to, oh, please, please, please. Don't beg him. Don't beg a horse to do anything. You tell him what to do.
Yeah.
And if you have to, get on him and let go. It's better to do that a few times than it is to hang on him.
Yeah.
So when he starts to take off like that, pull him right down and
Gotcha.
make him start and just start him over.
Let me try that again.
Okay. Because what he'll start to do is as he takes off again and you pull him down, he knows he's got to stop and he'll slow right down. It's building that in there. There you go. Nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Feel that difference?
Yeah.
Makes a huge difference. Go ahead and let him have the rein. There. Let him go. And if he speeds up, then you correct him again. But let him completely have those reins and get that pressure out of his mouth. That was way better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Okay, let's go, Rick. Let's go.
And toes up. Your posture's good. There. You can actually make him move away from you. Good. There you go.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Much better, right? You feel much more in control now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. Let's do that one more time. Now, as you come down, instead of really slowing him down, just slow him down enough that he stays in a really good gait and go all the way. Let's just go around the arena that way.
Okay.
In a good gait at a higher speed, but now you're controlling him.
Okay. Here we go.
Slow him down. There you go. Ooh. Ooh, get those toes down, or toes up. Heels. There you go. Now bring him right on around. There you go. A little more speed.
Here we go. You got an itch? Okay.
He's looking for excuses now.
Okay.
He's being schooled, and he's like, yeah. Okay, let go of it. There you go. Good.
We're going to go this way this time.
A little pacey. There you go. Let him go. So pull him, let go. And what you're tending to do with your feet is letting him come back.
And
Get
that
him in
makes
front
me,
of you.
Gotcha. Because I fit,
Yep. That'll help you a lot.
Yeah. Because otherwise I feel like I'm going too forward.
You are.
Yeah.
And that's how you can come right out of that saddle.
Yeah. All right. Let's go, Greg. Let's go, Rocket. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
All right. Toes up a little bit more. A little bit weight on your shoe or on your saddle. Good.
There you go.
That's better. Oh, much better. Now keep him. Now move forward. Make him with some speed and turn and go the other direction at speed. Keep him coming. Keep coming around. Get out of his face a little bit. Make him go. Let him go. There you go. Good. Yeah, you're correcting him. He's wanting to go what he wants.
Yeah.
Where he wants, and you're correcting that. That's perfect.
Let's go, Rocket.
Toes up. Feet in front of you. There you go. There you go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let him have it. Don't hang on the rein. And when he takes off, then pull it up and let go. There. Better. 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 Much better. Yeah. Feel how you're not kind of on him all the time.
Yeah.
But I can see you searching for a comfortable spot to be in. You're not finding it.
Yeah.
Because you need to let go, and you're like, I can't do that. But no, that's much, much better. You see how you're affecting him, and you just got to get a little tougher. Look at, okay, let him go. Let him search for it. Let him have it. Don't let him find that bit. He's just got to get to learn that when I search for it, it's not there. I don't need to even search. Look at that. Look at him. Look at he's looking for it. Yeah. Building in muscle memory.
Yeah.
And it's what's comfortable for him. Good boy. Yeah, you're
such a good horse.
You're a good boy. Any questions?
No,
Nothing?
I think.
Okay.
I think
You know what you need to work on. I'm going to be a little tough on you because it is so easy to be so nice to him.
Yeah.
I mean, I love him too, but being nice will spoil him.
I remember the very first time I was with Suzanne and she was walking and we were walking a horse and he was crowding her and she took the end of the rein and just went thwap.
Yeah.
And I was like,
oh yeah, no, that's right. What would another horse do to him?
Oh, I know, they'd bite him.
Nail
him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and get you unmiked.
Okay.
And then we're gonna work with Miranda real quick.
Okay.
Now, one thing we want to make sure that you do is keep these legs forward too.
Yeah, see, that's what I was.
You
I
keep
keep
defaulting
doing that.
back here, and that just tips you all the way forward. So.
Oh shoot! I just dropped our Kleenex. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, now it's contaminated. Okay, Miranda, as we're getting mic'd up, I know you don't have a mic, but I'll just repeat what you want to do. So this is what is his name? Ike. This is Ike. Okay. So Ike, what do you want to get out of your work with him?
Doing some stopping and backing.
Stopping and backing.
Since we've talked about that before.
Yep.
So we could practice some of that, I think, out here and show me how to do that effectively.
Okay.
Thanks. What else? And just working on correctly getting some correct jog.
Okay.
And canter out of him. That's more Western style, I guess.
Well,
and some softness in his mouth, I guess, would be really paramount for him.
Right.
Because he can get really tough in the mouth.
Okay, so stops and backs.
Yep.
And real effective, efficient ones, and then trying to pick up the trot and into a lope, maybe a transition there, and then the heaviness. You want to work on being less heavy on his mouth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I've done this before, and so grab your earlobe and pull it through so that this wire sets right here. Thanks.
And you got just a broken snaffle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Is a broken snaffle a French link?
No.
A French link is like
Thanks.
the little figure 8 between them that holds the two. That's a French link. Yeah.
And what's a broken snaffle?
It just articulates in the center, but
What's a regular snaffle?
well, a broken mouthpiece is what we should be really speaking about, because a snaffle is any mouthpiece is attached to a ring like this or a D that does not have the ability to put leverage pressure on it. That's a snaffle.
There we go. Got it.
Now that bit right there, that's a wonder bit.
Easy.
That's a shank. Those are all curb bits. If it's got a shank or a shank down here and purchase up here, and it really didn't have to have much of a purchase, but if it has a lever on it, that is a curb bit.
Okay.
And they can have identical mouthpieces, but if you put leverage, it makes it a curb. If it's no leverage, it's a snaffle.
I always thought that a snaffle was.
That's a very, very common misconception. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Easy turbo.
Okay, we're going to work with Miranda a little bit and Ike.
Yep.
Yeah, this side of this
Got
pedal,
it.
and then kind of draw a line from that aspen over to this end cone. If you can stay kind of inside that line,
Okay.
then
Yeah.
we'll be golden.
Perfect.
Okay.
And also, forewarning, this is a very limited experience with split reins, and I'm still getting used to them.
No, that's
so,
fine.
And I ride one or two-handed. It just depends on the day.
So whatever's comfortable for you to do, it matters not to me. So let's just let him warm up a little bit. Now, one thing, if you can, the lightness of the mouth. See how when you let him go a little bit, if you feel his head, he comes down. He'll drop. There. Let him have that rein, and watch his head start working its way down. There you go. There. He's dropping that head a little bit more, stretching out. So the thing of it is the lightness on a horse's mouth is about being away from it.
Right.
Light. And you can have folks that like to do spade bits.
Yeah.
Really long shanks and a really high port in that bit. That is not about doing anything for the horse. That's really a display of how good a horsemanship you are and how light your hands are. Because if you can affect that horse and not do bad things to him.
Yeah.
With that much leverage and pressure, it shows you just how light you are. It's about yourself, not about the horse.
Right.
So the same thing applies. Even though it's a very severe bit, you're not using it.
Yeah.
You have the potential to use a big tank, you know, and go in and shoot some target shooting with a tank, and you're not using it. You know, it's a very there you go. Look at that head come down.
Good boy.
Look at him come down. Okay. So when you ask him to stop, now you're kind of the same way. Let's and I know this is going to be something. Why don't you come on over here so we can do the same thing with you that we did on the camera with the others, and we'll take a look at your posture and how you're sitting. And your discipline is mostly English style.
Yes.
So you're making this transition that's going to feel a little wonky to you.
Yes.
Yeah. So spin him around and come this side. And you're going to do basically, there we go, the same thing. You're feeling your body sitting in this seat. And look how easy I can push you.
Yeah.
It's no effort at all.
Yeah.
And your pelvis is tipped pretty strange. I'm going to stick my hands on you if you don't mind.
That's fine. Yeah.
So your pelvis is dropped at a pretty good angle here. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to lift your legs up, put them on top of here, and that will see how that rotate there. See how that rotated your pelvis? Now drop your legs back down into the stirrups. Hold your pelvis where it's at. There. Feel that difference?
Yeah.
Feels like you're sitting much further down.
Yeah.
Right? And you are. Now, stand up and then put your hand between your crotch and the saddle. And how much room do you have? You got a lot of room to move?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's drop your stirrups even a little bit more. Because I see them up pretty high. I want to drop them down too. You're not
really?
You're not very leggy. Let's just
No,
try.
I'm not. I have barely any leg.
And we'll do the same here.
Ike.
And we'll see how we'll start that. Okay. Now see how much room you have to clear the saddle.
If I have my legs, my heels like this, I'm pretty much on
stand
it.
Straight up. So you're down. Okay. You can still.
I can feel the saddle.
You can still feel it. Okay. Let's pull you back up in one because you got to be able to clear the saddle.
I can't get out of the saddle like that unless I'm on my toes.
Okay. Yeah, and you don't want to do that. You want to just be able to have your foot in the stirrup and be able to access that air anytime you want. Okay. Let's try that.
Okay, now
Better?
I can get out. Now I can get out of it.
Okay, so now let's turn you sideways here. Here, Ike. Move you a bit. Okay, so what we've got now is as you're centered and you've got your pelvis tipped, when you're looking forward, you're looking down and you just see the tip of your toe beyond your nose.
Yep.
Okay, you're about right. And now you're much better.
We're going forward.
So you see how that changes your posture.
Yeah.
Keep your stomach muscles tight.
Yep.
And then your back should be fairly straight, and you're setting up. Now, let's just take your whole body and move it forward. There you go, like that.
Okay.
Okay. And you know about balance and bascule and all of that lifting and holding. So now we're sitting pretty square. I like much better your alignment here.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and move him.
So is this saddle too big for me then?
It is a little bit too big.
Because there's a lot of space back here.
A lot of space back there. Yeah, that saddle doesn't quite fit you.
Okay.
And it's I'd rather have a saddle that's a little bit too big because you can move in it.
Yeah.
Than you can than if you had something that was way too small and you can't get away from it or can't move where you need to. So let's stay on the inside of this line if we can.
Oh yeah.
And then that way we got you on the camera too. There we go. That's much better. Now, first thing I notice on him is he's a little bit more reachy with that hind end.
Yeah.
Can you feel he's a little bit more fluid?
Yeah.
A little longer step. You're getting off of his hind end a little bit more. So even him, as a non-gated horse, it's irrelevant whether it's gated or not gated. It's where you're putting that weight on that back.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's give him a little bit more speed. Let's just let's stretch that walk out a little bit. There you go. I feel him pick up a little bit, a little more. Now let's go ahead and let's give him a little onion and make him move. There you go. Reaching with that front end a little more. There, the hind is reaching. Feel the difference there?
Yeah.
You feel how he's just kind of bobbing a little bit.
Yeah, he's funny. He does this to walk faster, even though his feet aren't moving any faster.
I can. Okay. And now just push him to the point where he's not quite going to jig. There you go. Oh, good job.
Almost.
Good control. That's a good stop.
Yeah, good boy.
One more. There you go. And just urge him on a little bit. Pulling back, light, and let go. Okay, you're doing a really good job of keeping some slack in that rein, and I know that's a little bit hard for you.
It's really hard for me.
I can see it. I
really
can see
hard.
You really want to get some control on there, and it's all right. Up and perfect. Good job. And he's okay.
Yeah,
now,
good boy.
We're going to change this on him. He's kind of searching for it a little. He's searching. See, he's doing exactly what Peggy's horse is doing. He's looking for that bit.
Yeah, well, he's been ridden, with this contact.
Yeah.
Pretty much his whole life.
Okay. So if we can change that mind of his a little bit, say, there's no reason to search for it because it's not there. It's already that lightness that will build the lightness.
Yeah.
Because if he's already feels it, but he can't push against it, when it does make contact with him, he knows that means something.
Yeah.
And the lighter that is, the better off. There. Good job. Good job. All right, let's go ahead and just stop him.
Ooh.
Good, and back. Hands low. Keep those. Now, if you drop those hands down to just as far as they go down, there. Now look what his head does. Tips and yes. Much easier. It's okay. Just and let go. Bump, let go. Bump, like there. Yep. There you go.
Good boy.
You feel how he's starting to get lighter?
Yeah, he's feeling it more.
He's feeling it. Yes, this is exactly the right thing to. You feel what he feels.
Yeah.
Good.
Good boy.
Okay. Now, the thing you're going to really need to practice on, your lightness is going to be done the whole time. That's why I started with the lightness.
Yeah.
So that you can apply that on your stop and your back.
Mm-hmm.
So those are really the three things you wanted to work on.
Yeah.
You're halfway there. You're already getting the lightness, right?
Yeah.
And you feel it. It's going to be hard for you, I think, until you really get the feel. Your overwhelming tendency is like, I got to get some control here.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
he's a lot easier to let go of because I know he's not going anywhere.
Right.
It's not like riding a green horse where you're like, okay.
Right.
No,
but this is good practice for you. I mean, it'll help you to get that lightness built into your hands and your mind. So now let's go ahead and move him fast and then stop and back him up. 4 steps.
Ooh.
Back. Okay. Yeah, and the lightness will build that. Especially when the more backs you do.
Yeah, good boy.
Hands low.
There's
low.
a good boy.
There you go. You're doing well. Now, if you can cut the slack in your reins, bring them up forward so that when you pull on him, you pull in front of your knees.
Okay.
Try that. It's going to be you're going to hold your hands out here.
Okay.
A little bit more. Okay.
So holding them out here more, and then when I pull, it should hit my knees. Okay.
And that'll help. That'll help you get a little bit more control there too, with being able to release quicker. Back. All right. Hands low. Bring him down. There you go. Trying to get that head to tip down. He's starting to give to it. He's still pulling against you.
He's not. Yeah. Come on. Keep
Let's
going.
go down that way and come this way, or up to here and then back. We can get you on the camera a little bit better. Right there, and stop, and back. Better. That's a little bit better.
Yeah,
Okay.
good boy.
There you go. Feel how much
There's
more lighter that was.
a good boy.
Now, what I'm wanting you to demonstrate for you is that when you come in, you're coming forward.
Yeah.
You're stopping, and then coming back.
Yeah.
That's not a stop.
No.
This is a stop where you're coming up, and you stop, and you immediately he
Sure.
ducks that head and comes back.
Yeah.
That's our goal.
Yeah.
And so this is a stop when you come back.
And
up,
yeah, that totally makes sense.
that's a stop.
Yeah.
So what we want them to think is, when you say "whoa," what you really mean is back
Go
up.
backwards.
Because
Yeah.
you cannot. It's impossible going this direction to go that direction without a stop.
Yeah.
And that puts
Okay.
a really lightness into that stop too. So
Mhm.
that's where your hands are going to come in on the
Yeah.
lightness too.
Okay.
Let's try a few more of those, and then really work on lots of backup. And the further back you go, the lighter you try to get, so that you're continually lightening the entire time. That's better. Oh, he says.
I don't want to
Yeah,
do
his
this.
tail is just working. He's irritated, but hey,
Yeah. Well, I had a feeling.
got to learn something
Yeah.
new.
There you go. Good boy.
Learning is hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially in he's never been here before. Never been in
no,
this
he's doing great
arena.
for that.
It's all
Really well.
all brand new stuff for him. Good boy.
Much better set on his
Yes.
hind end. He's anticipating now that he's got to back up. So
Come on.
we're
Yeah.
now we're learning.
Good boy.
Very good. Good. Oh, much better.
Yeah, good
Much better.
boy. I can
Much,
feel him sit under himself when I ask him to stop
He's
now.
setting his feet out here like this. Even his fronts, he's starting to set
Yeah.
up. Look at that. Okay, you took 2 steps beyond what he thought you were going to ask him to stop. So what does that tell you? He's listening.
Yeah.
He's anticipating
Good
a
boy.
cue from you instead of just doing it on his own.
Yeah.
He was
He
already
was ready.
mentally stopping 2
He
steps
was
ahead
ready.
before she asked him. He anticipated it. Yes, you could see it. That's right.
Can
That's
I
what
do
you
this from a
want.
trot? Is that okay?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Yeah?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, let's take him to a trot. Same thing. Get out of his face. There. Let him have that head. Just keep trotting him for a while. Let that head come down. Look at that head come down now. You're not holding him up. You're not picking him up. Heads come down. Very good. Going to stay on camera here if we can. Letting him have that head. Look at that. That's a happier horse.
Yeah.
I think, my
Yeah,
opinion.
he likes it a lot.
He does like that. He's reaching a little bit more. He's elongating his head and his body.
Attaboy.
There you go.
Cool. Good boy.
Look at that. He's anticipating to stop. Did you see that?
Yeah,
Again.
I moved my legs and he was like, I'm
Yes.
ready.
That's
I'm
what
ready.
we want them to do, listening all the time. And you guys, with your horses, remember we talked about that, having that horse listening to you, anticipating, instead of looking for a pattern about what you've been doing with them.
Yeah,
Nice.
good
There,
boy.
that head's come down. There you
There's
go.
a good boy.
That's boy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
good
looking for that
boy.
bit, too, a little bit.
Yeah, searching for that contact.
It's okay.
Ready?
He's not getting it. That's what we want. Oh, nice. Good stop. Much, much, much better in a very short period of time.
Yeah, good boy.
What do you think?
What a good horse. I like that I can feel it. Like I can feel him coming under himself.
Yeah.
And that's a really cool feeling.
Good.
That's a really nice feeling.
Good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you just need to do more of this.
Yeah, no, it's practice,
Yeah, that's
and
right.
luckily he's, smart pony, so he figures stuff out pretty quick. But I like that he feels so much lighter in his mouth. Like you can tell, like he plays with the bit a lot and
Right,
does
right.
a lot of this and turning. Sometimes he's like, I don't want
Right.
to.
It's just
But
arduous.
yeah, but doing this kind of stuff, I think, helps him remember to kind of be a little more, because he hasn't had a lot of. This is the riding he's had, going down the trail.
Yeah.
And that's all he's had.
He
And
doesn't
he's
have to
used to
think.
having jumping and dressage and working on side passes and shoulder in and blah, blah, blah. So I think this kind of stuff is good to
Doesn't have to think
retune
about
him
it.
back,
Doesn't
retune
have-
him back into thinking about what I'm doing.
Doesn't have to think about it. How long will they remember a pattern? So if you ask them today and then skip a day, will they still remember it? Absolutely. They have phenomenal memories. They have really good memories, much better than what we give them credit for. So, as I said to a couple of people here, is that we are animals of habit ourselves. We look for patterns because it makes things efficient.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, then we can hone in on things. So we are all beings of patterns. So are they. And the most important thing that all of them can do in their riding is to be very, very consistent about how inconsistent they are and what they ask. So that the horse is always asking instead of looking for a pattern to react to. They're asking about or listening to, okay, what does she want? What do I need to do for her? And that makes them much more responsive and cued into you all the time instead of just looking for a pattern. Very much the same with groundwork. Groundwork, I would argue, even more so because there's a lot less you can do. And so it's much easier to get into a pattern and do the same things. And so you have to be very, very careful about building patterns, because we'll build them without realizing them, because that's how we are. I mean, we're just wired that way.
Yeah.
Good
well,
job.
like in dressage, like you don't ever actually do your pattern until competition.
Till you build it. Yeah.
Are you struggling? I think I want to go. I want to go play.
All right.
Cool. Well, thank you. That was really
thank you, Miranda.
good for him.
Good job. He's not an old horse.
No.
By any means.
No.
But he's got some physical limitations. I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel it a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on that front end.
Yes.
And so, you just do the best you can with him. But being more responsive or being lighter will help him, because he's not pushing all that weight down on his front.
Yeah.
He's staying off it, and that will help him as you want him to do.
Mm-hmm.
Be able to set more down, and you can lift him and help him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's really a sweet horse.
He's fantastic. He was supposed to be a project horse, and here I am, 8 years later.
Yeah. Long project.
Still with it. Yeah, he's the never-ending project. But
all right.
Thank you.
Well, let's swap you
fantastic.
out with a mic, with Taryn, I think, and then lunch we get to eat. Woohoo!
Food.
Woohoo! Twinkies? You buy me Twinkies. You're going to watch. Everybody in the world is going to watch you eat them, and not with your own accord. I bet they help me poke those things down. Oh yeah, sure. You're not going to get involved in this, are you? All right, let's grab. There we go. That's something to bring up. If your horse starts to pee with you, what do? Get him up there, get forward to get off those kidneys, because those kidneys are right along that back line back here. Yeah, he's dropping down. He's shy. We won't watch. And what do you want to do with this? Is Raz?
This is Raz.
Okay.
So, I really want to help him gain his confidence. And this is a relatively confined area, controlled area, so he does better in the arena until he's posed with a question that he can't answer.
Okay.
For example, the first time I asked him to walk over a bridge, he
Right.
wanted to rear because he didn't know what else to do.
Okay, and how old is he?
14.
So he's 14. Obviously, he's probably had at least 10, 12 years, 10, 11 years of training behind him.
But nothing formal ever.
Right, but to him it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Any training is formal to him, because we're asking him to do something that he's not normally done. So with him, I would suspect that he's not necessarily being so much not knowing what to do, but more of a refusal to do it at his age. He's like, look, do you know who I am?
Okay.
I'm a little bit older than you, punk. And if I can not do it, and you think I can't do it, there's a lot of other things I'm not going to be able to do. So I think that's my suspicion, and that's they read that as, oh my God, I can't do that. Like there's this lack of confidence, but it's a show.
So when we're out on the trail, and everybody starts moving, and he wants to rush up in the horse's butt in front of him, and we don't let him, then he gets really frustrated and wants to rear.
Okay.
And I've practiced out in the runway, just having him stand still. This is an interesting thing. I've had him stand still and had the other horse walk 20, 30 feet up. And he stands, once we, have a little bit of a fight, but not bad.
Right.
And then he'll stand still. And when I asked him to move forward, he would bolt forward. So I wouldn't let him bolt. I'd stop him, make him stand still again. And we did that once or twice, and then he realized, okay, she's not going to let me bolt. And then he refused to walk forward and instead started rearing.
Okay.
So it was like, if I can't go forward, I don't know what to do.
I think you upped his level of frustration.
Okay.
Is probably what it sounds like. But I'm not saying he doesn't have a confidence issue.
Mhm.
Sounds like he is a herd-bound horse. He wants to be around other horses,
Mhm.
and but you can also have him out when he's alone. He's fine.
Yeah, I've never done that, but that's how he was sold to us.
Oh, okay.
He was always on the trail, and he was faster than all of the quarter horses, so he often was just riding alone.
Okay. Huh. And does out in front of everybody.
Yeah, and I've led a guided ride with him, and he did relatively well on the way out, but then on the way back, he would grab the bit in his jaw and just root down where his nose was almost the ground, and just heavy on the forehand, just try to charge. And he really does. I mean, you've seen him lope.
He's kind of throwing a fit, yeah.
Yeah, he can be uphill, but when he gets frustrated or whatever he's doing, he gets really downhill and heavy and trying to get his
plant
way.
himself.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that. I think there's frustration there, but I also think there's frustration about I want to be here. I want to dominate this. I want to be the one making the decisions.
Okay.
It's what it sounds like. I mean, especially with an older horse that's been ridden for a while.
Yeah.
Because he's been through a lot of stuff, and if he's had riders on him that have allowed him to do that, he's like, hey, this is easy.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
I know how to do this. All I got to do is outlast them. And as long as I just don't do it, or if I start lifting myself up and rearing, they quit. That's an easy tool.
I see.
Right? And so we don't know who's been on him before. Don't know exactly what they've done, only what has been related to you. So that's my suspicion, is that he is very aware of what he can do or not do, or do to not do. I mean, it's all the same thing to him.
Yeah.
So if he can manage that and manage you, it's perfect. Nothing's expected out of him. So I think you're probably going to have a little bit of a fight with him, and a resistance type fight, because it's a dominance issue. But he's very passive about his dominance.
Yes.
Real passive, not really passive aggressive, but just passive about it enough that, oh, I know I'm scared. You're scaring me. Oh my God, stop! Please stop.
I see.
Instead of, yeah, I don't want to do this, and you're not going to make me do it. There's that passive aggressive, and then there's just this defensive no, and just buck and everything. We're way better off where we're at, but it seems to me like we got more of a training issue that we can address.
Yeah.
And the training is, no, you're not going to do this to me. I'm doing this to you.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense to
Yeah.
you? Yeah, and there's we've got a lot of years of, if he's that age, we got a lot of years of good positive behavior that he's been able to teach people.
Yeah.
Because he's been successful at it. So it's too bad we can't put something up like that.
I could put we have those Cavaletti or something. Those pallets are really heavy, but
yeah, I don't want to put a foot through that. With that said, what else do you want to work on then?
Other than that, he really just, anywhere he is, he travels like a wet noodle.
Okay.
He's just heavy on the forehand, and if he's not going where I'm telling him to go, then Chaplain out. Then he just starts wiggling around and getting heavy in the bit.
So we kind of lose his interest?
He just tries to get his way, and I don't think he knows leg aids enough to
respond to him.
I mean, if I sit here and work at it, I mean, he'll eventually move over.
Yeah.
Takes him a minute, but when we're in transit, it's harder.
Okay.
We have discussed that before, where you're moving faster, things get harder.
Right.
So.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do one thing with you, and I'm going to do this the same as we did the others, just for fun with you. And you're pretty leggy. You got the opposite problem that everybody else has. So come on over and put around in a 90-degree turn here. Now, when you ask him to turn, put that leg forward a little bit. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, as we're standing here, let's see your other other boot on the other side. Where's that at?
Oh.
Okay. See how easy I can do it. See, I gotta get tricky about this with you guys because you all get to know about it. Okay. So
Okay.
same thing. Your hip. You tip this up. Let's turn the camera just a little bit. Same issue. Your hip.
I'm scared.
And you're fairly flat now. You're better. You got your legs up though. So let's take them out. Put your legs up on your saddle horn.
Okay.
Higher. There you go. Now wiggle your hind end around it. Drop it. Okay, there. Now put your feet down back in your stirrup. Now you feel how your pelvis is rolled a little bit. Feels like you're sitting more on your hind end. Okay. And when you do that, now much harder for me to. I can't push you.
Okay.
See the difference in an external force and how that influences you.
I just feel like I'm leaning.
You do, yes. You're going to. You're going to feel like I've rolled my hind end, so my butt's coming back, and you're not. You're up straight up and down. Are men and women different? Yes, very much, because you got a pelvis that's wider and flatter for women. Very much different, yes. A good question whether men and women are different with this, because it's all about pelvis structure. I've got a narrow, rounded pelvis. I mean, I'm not designed for childbirth. I mean, it's really what it is, right? You guys have a wider, more open, flatter pelvis, and you tend to have a tipped pelvis. You tend to walk right. They kind of equate this to like, Grog the caveman after the prom princess. Women are up and they're rolling their hips and they're up. Yes, because what puts you at that disadvantage is when you're up like this, your pelvis is tipped like mine is normally, right? Where mine is sitting flatter in. I'm like Grog the caveman. I'm walking around like this, and I grab a prom princess who's walking like that, nice and upright and pretty, and I try to drag her back to the cave, right? So it's just a matter of how we are. And I don't mean to sound sexist like that at all, but
it's not where we naturally go.
It's not. It is not where you're naturally wanting to put your pelvis in your body. But what happens when your pelvis is tipped up, and this is the back of the horse, and your pelvis is tipped. Look at that point. You got a single point of contact there, more towards your front of your pelvis, your pubic bone. You can roll forward, and it's very unstable. Yeah. If you drop that, now your whole pelvic floor is more in line with the horse, and you have much more stability, and that's what we're doing, setting that back down, and yeah.
Sorry, when you're done.
No, okay, and setting that back down and keeping your stomach tight and your back straight, and that is the difference. And luckily for me, I'm already built that way. The issue I have is a relatively narrow pelvis on a large frame. So I have a large point of contact and a small area on a horse's back. That's why I don't ride horses bareback very much. I've got all this weight in a very confined space over the space of a couple of ribs on a horse's back. The whole point of the saddle is to have bars so it spreads and disperses that weight out, right? Where you're a narrow-hipped woman anyway, so you kind of got the same issue where you got a small amount of space where that weight is, but you certainly don't have the weight that I have. Right, so it's a combination of things like that. But that's a very good question about your body, and if you watch me ride, I'm already sitting there. Yeah. I don't have to really move my pelvis much. So I mean, lucky me, yay, I win. Right? I mean, on that one, that's the only one.
So in terms of posture, when I get my seat underneath me like this, I've had a bad habit of really shoving my heels down, which I'm really trying to work on.
Okay.
Because it feels like now when my heels are relaxed, it feels like they're up, and that's just kind of psychological. I have to get over that.
And they're not.
They're not.
They are down.
So I've been told. But what I struggle with is my feet tend to come forward. They swing forward when I ride my own horse, and then I perch forward. You saw in the video, and so.
Well, and here's where we're looking at with you. And I think it's the same thing. You've had a lot of not Western.
It's okay. It's even wrong for English. It's just.
It is, but look at the angle of your leg. You guys remember what we talked about earlier? look how much angle her leg comes forward instead of down, right? How do we fix that?
Oh, wow.
You know, cramp?
It hurts so bad.
Oh, gee, is it because it's too short?
I think so.
Yeah. So if we lengthen this stirrup a little bit, and I'm just guessing here. I'm gonna go down one. I'll try to put this on. And do
It's
one
like
on the other side.
Laura's clinic all over again.
Well, so I have a question about Laura's clinic for him, about how we, I don't know, any of you here for Laura's clinic? No. Okay. Well, she was talking about, and she did a demonstration where we all sat down on chairs, and she sat on our knees, and she showed us the difference between staying too far back in a neutral seat and then tilting yourself forward, which is how you feel, right? Maybe you.
You're perfect.
So, I guess what I'm asking is, when you tilted us back like that, is that too far? Is that the same? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When you're going, so that's conflicting between the two of us, and I feel like sometimes I sit too far back, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that, and I think I'm in a neutral spot, but I'm actually forward.
I think what people view as English riding is when people ride hunter jumper, and they tend to have shorter stirrups, and they're more in a jumping position, as opposed to if you look at dressage does have really long stirrups and upright body, sitting deep in the saddle, and that, oh man, that is painful. But yeah, I think that that's what people think of when they think of English riding, but that's also why you see some jumpers that can't do dressage, because they're...
Clarifying that that's not what he's asking. You're not asking us to do this.
Nope.
You're asking us just to have our lower back strong.
Like in dressage.
See my hips. I'll have you stand here. What I'm asking you to do is keep your back straight and do that. Right? That's all I'm asking. Don't lean back. If you lean back to do that, now you're putting all that weight back here. You're just extending that. So yeah, you just do a pelvic tilt. Just roll that pelvis down.
It's just so
It'll
hard
elongate your back, which helps for stability and comfort, and then tighten your stomach.
And Taryn, that breath thing that you said,
Yeah.
really helpful.
Helped?
I would tilt my pelvis and then take the breath in, and then it stretched you out again.
There you go.
And then let it out to relax with your body there. All of that together.
Doing a little yoga.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But like I say, it's easier to tell someone how to do it and than to do it yourself.
It is.
So you try that.
I think it's hard, just coming from what Miranda's saying, it's hard because I feel like I'm leaning back. I feel like what you were just describing of, you don't want us to actually do this because I feel like I'm doing this when really I'm probably upright, and it's just so different. And it feels safer, to be up here when you're
well,
really
and that's
fast
where also
and bouncy.
you feel safe with the control here, right?
Yeah.
And in your hand, and it's the same thing. Is that you're bracing into what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Not bracing back, but you're bracing up. And if you sit like this all the time, the minute you sit up straight, is that going to feel like you're straight? No, it's going to feel like you're leaning back, right? Because you're so used to being up here. This is straight to me. If I do that enough, okay, this is comfort. I know I'm straight. Well, really, I'm not.
Okay.
This is straight. So you may, I'm not saying, but you may have that perception for yourself.
I think I do. Yeah.
So can you get your hand between your crotch and the saddle?
Yeah, barely.
Barely?
Yeah. No,
but
it feels good.
But you can clear the saddle.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one thing I noticed about you, again, this leg comes down and it comes back. Now, you got a good seat, but it can still do that with you. Right? So get that foot down here in front of you.
Okay.
There you go. And you're back, and you're straight up. Now you are leaning back.
Am I straight up?
You're leaning back.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. We're all scared, Sarge. Okay, there, straight up, and get that foot here. See, this is why you're so leggy. It is hard for me to imagine that we can't drop your legs even more.
Wow. Okay.
I know. Well, she's holding them down, but they're coming behind her. It looks to me like, instead of out here like this.
I think I have a tendency to try to hold them behind me because I'm so used to my legs coming out in front of me that.
Don't hold them back. Why would you want them back there? Where's your
Well, I
balance
don't-
point? Now if you put your feet here.
Because it doesn't
you
feel
see
like.
that? Right? But that was much harder for me to do,
Okay.
right? Okay.
It doesn't feel like my hip is underneath my heel is underneath my hip.
It is.
It is?
It's just forward of it.
Yeah.
It's just under your pelvis.
I think normally Miranda can explain this because Miranda has been giving me lessons, but
Okay.
I think normally I feel like my leg is further up than it is, and so then I push it back, but then that pitches me forward. And then to counterbalance, I do this.
Okay, you're pitching yourself forward because if you do a chair seat and you pick that leg up, what's that body do? What's that do to her body? Go ahead and set it down. And now pick it up. What's this just do to her whole balance? Sets it back. Right? You
Yeah.
can't now try to pull yourself forward with your legs up here. Look at that. You can't there's not much you're gonna be able to do. So if you're bringing yourself down, now put your body forward. Look what happens to her hip. Her whole body comes forward. See that? Right?
Okay. Huh? Okay, so you're saying that when my legs are forward and I pitch myself forward, I'm just rotating
You're
at
just
my
rotating.
pelvis?
That's exactly right.
But then when my leg is down and I pitch myself forward, what's the difference?
You're articulating more from here than you are from here. That much of your body. See how
Oh.
your pelvis comes forward?
Okay, so like my
Mm-hmm.
and I'm rolling.
You're rolling.
Okay.
Right. That's right.
Oh. Okay.
Now you feel it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, if we can lift this leg that direction one more time.
Okay.
Let's just play with it. And I want to
One
try
more?
it, and we'll want because you are so leggy that you shouldn't really have a balance issue on a horse.
These are
These
how
are really long changes, so we might go too far pretty easily.
this is how it was when if we go one more down, that's how it was when you were riding.
Was it?
When you
Okay.
last got off him.
I'll bet. What length pants do you have on your inseam?
I don't know.
It is. They don't measure. They don't measure length in women's pants, do they?
No.
Do they? Okay. Because I have a very long body and short legs. 34. Sorry, 34. I do not have very long legs. Consequently, for me, it's much more difficult. I have a lot of upper body stuff that I have to overcome, where Taryn doesn't. She's very, very lengthy.
Oh gosh.
You got real short legs. Right. You're all over, right. Now, can you clear the saddle? It's really.
It's close. I have just like a couple fingers I can.
But you can still get totally
I
clear
can get
the
off,
saddle.
yeah.
You
I can
totally
get off
clear
the-
the saddle. Okay. Now, let's put this on. I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but this is you guys I think are getting some benefit from a third party here view of this.
So when I ride English, part of what makes this really difficult is English stirrup leathers are just a little strap of leather, and these are really sturdy.
Right.
And my leg tends to swing.
You don't have the freedom of movement here.
Yeah.
Right, like you do on an English saddle.
Yeah, and when my
Right.
stirrups are shorter, I can get my calf on my horse, have a sturdier leg.
Okay, one thing you can do is turn that leg on a Western saddle. Now you're throwing calf in there. Feel that?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, you can use that.
Okay.
And roll it under you. It's just a different way of doing it. But your body now, see how you sit? You put a little bit of weight on there. So go ahead and set yourself like you should properly. And there. You still have such as I think it's more of an illusion. She's got such a long leg here that is because when you look straight out and you're comfortable, now you look down at your foot. Can you just see the tip of that knee? Or the tip of the toe beyond your knee?
No.
You can't see your
cannot.
toe? Put a little
no.
weight on your so you're sitting there with no weight on that foot. Now,
Yeah, I mean, if
are
I'm
you-
reaching with my toes right now.
You're reaching with your toes?
Only if I try to find weight in my stirrups.
You have to reach
I
for the
have
weight?
to
They're too long now.
point my
Okay.
toes.
All right. So we need
I mean,
to,
I could ride comfortably like that. I tend to kick my feet out of the stirrup anyway.
Well, yes. However, when you need to use influence, you don't have it.
Okay.
Right? So this is the right thing to do. So you shouldn't have to stretch and reach for your stirrup. It should just be there to pick up. Okay. And I think this is going to be the right length for you.
I could put a hole in between.
Yeah,
at lunchtime.
there's a lot of space in between these adjustments here. Okay. There you go. And pick this up.
Oh.
Got it. There we go. Wrong strap. The right one in there. Okay. Now we know I'm not going to have to. I'm 90% sure we're not going to have to adjust this again.
Oh my gosh, hurts so bad.
That cramp in the hip that's not fun, is it?
No. This is the same thing when Laura was here, and I go, ow, 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 as soon as she corrected my seat.
Okay. Okay, better?
Yeah.
All right, now put that, you're wanting to bring that leg back. Bring that foot forward.
Okay.
There you go. That's much better.
And my heel is underneath my hip right now?
Your heel is right here.
Okay.
So it's a little forward, but if you set yourself forward in the saddle, that's next. We need to put your whole body forward in the saddle because you're way back on his back. So pick yourself. There you go. And this saddle's got quite a rise to it, so it's got a pocket that you're stuck in. You're going to stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now let's take a look at this. How does that make you feel?
It's different.
Let me try something on this side. This is the last little trick I got.
God, every time. I'm just failing left
and right. How about patterns? And we're looking for patterns, right? Inconsistent. Okay. All right. Now you've got your pelvis is rolled better. Your feet are forward. Now you can see the tip of your toes a little better.
Yeah.
Okay. Your body, it feels like you're laying way back, right?
It does.
You're not. Right?
Not?
Right there is straight up and down for you.
Wow.
Let's turn him sideways. Come on, Raz. So the camera can see. There you go. Straight up and down. That's much better.
Jeez.
Much better. And your back is relatively straight, fairly flat. Okay. You are coming back just a bit. Yes. Lean forward just a hair. Right there. That much is a lot. That's a big difference.
Okay.
So now we're also going to influence the horse. If the horse isn't moving well, set yourself forward a bit because we don't just sit as a static place on a saddle. We need to move. Right? That's why I like a slick bottom instead of this. You got a rough out. I can't move that rough out in that saddle. It's hard to slide. So all my saddles are slick because I need to be able to swing that hip and move around in it, especially to influence colts on those initial trainings. So let's go ahead and have him move and see how you feel. Keep a little bit of weight in your stirrup.
Oh, jeez. I can't ride anymore. Someone get me a pony.
I wish I had long legs like that. It makes riding so much easier because you're naturally balanced. All that weight's down there, and you're bobbing around up here. Okay. There you go.
See, this is one thing that he does. He wants to decide where to go.
Okay, yeah, and him deciding, the only decision he should make is what?
My decision. To do what I tell him.
Deciding to do exactly what you tell him. Yes, that is all he should be doing. Okay, and you're coming kind of off camera. Did you notice his body? Look at him. He's fairly well gathered. Look at his back line is up. He's not hollowed out. Oh, that's just a little bit of a refusal.
Yeah, this is his.
He's just refusing. So what he needs is a good support system, meaning making him do what you want him to do. But look and see how his back is nice and round. It's not dished. She's sitting forward on him, and he's a strong little horse anyway. Very good.
I feel so out of balance right now.
It's going to feel out of balance for you, so don't let your hips move quite so much. You're rolling, kind of make yourself more static because you're not doing much with him other than just riding him. So tighten your tummy muscles up. See how she's articulating in the center, in the middle?
It's crazy. I feel so much more movement when
You
I'm
have a ton
sitting
of
like
movement.
this.
So set yourself up straight. Bring your upper body forward.
Forward?
Forward. A little more forward. There you go. A little bit more. There. That looks better. Tighten that tummy, those tummy muscles up. Yeah, because your perspective is all off. And then if you're fighting muscle memory, right? Yeah, yeah. Straight up. You guys, you have no memory and no muscle. I like it. There you go.
So
Feel
now
like you're
it
leaning
feels like
forward?
if you came up behind me right now and pushed me, I'd fall forward again.
It's all right. Oh, he'll move just fine now. How are you feeling about your upper body?
Well, I'm really confused.
Okay, that's all right.
Because standing straight feels like back to me. I want to search for like leaning back.
Okay. So if you're standing like this, it feels like you're leaning back?
When you corrected my seat, I felt like I was leaning back. And
Okay.
so then when I started riding around, you said come forward more.
Right.
And so I feel confused.
Okay. So tell me right now how you're sitting. Do you feel like your upper body is sitting straight up?
No, not really.
Is her upper body straight up? She's leaning back. You're leaning back.
And then when I lean forward a little,
now
I feel like you could just push me out.
I can't. I can't just push you out because I do this.
Oh, okay.
Feel that? I mean,
Yeah.
it feels like you could, but I cannot.
Okay.
If you're back here, if you're leaning back, you are out of balance.
Okay.
If you're up here, bring yourself forward, you are in balance.
Okay.
Which you're bracing against yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
You
Unbrace.
tricked me so many times.
Well, I have tricked you a few times. I got no more tricks left. The only way I can do it is to pull you, and you can see that one coming. So pull your body straight up a little bit more. There you go. And now tighten those tummy muscles. Make those muscles work for you. And now go ahead and move him without moving that body so much.
Oh, man. Come on.
Straight up. Sit forward. There you go. That's better. That's better. Okay, breathe. Relax. Just relax. You're okay. There you go. That's better. Just relax. Go ahead and just take a spin around there. Now, if you watch her body, she's moving a lot less. There's a lot less articulation. It's still there. And you got to move, but she's sitting up instead of back. Okay, you're defaulting back a little bit, so lean forward. There, she leans forward, look at her horse does. So there's a good lesson for you. If you're leaning back, you're retarding his movement. If you lean forward, you're encouraging him.
That was me that moved him forward?
That was you that did that. The minute you set forward, then he started moving off.
Oh.
Do it again, and you watch what he does. He starts moving more fluidly. Right. Yeah, there's not near as much movement when she sits up. There you go. Much more stable seat. You are way more stable when you lean forward like that. Yeah.
I'm
balanced.
still good?
Much better.
My seat feels quieter.
It is quieter. You're more stable. You got a much more stable platform that you're riding on.
So can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
When he does his wet noodles stuff like he did earlier, I always feel like I feel pretty solid on top of horse. Like I'm not letting my legs just swing around like crazy. And now that I'm trying to concentrate on my new seat, and he does that, my legs start going like that, and I go side to side. And
well, just put some stability to your feet. You need to have a little bit, just enough to pick them up.
Okay.
But your legs should move a little bit. They're fine. They need to be relaxed, right? So relax your leg. Just let it hang, but enough to pick a stirrup up. If he was to jump up sideways, your feet would fall in that stirrup, and it would come right out with that movement, and you'd be fine. So keeping that body up and stable might keep him from being a wet noodle. Because I'm starting to wonder if maybe you're not causing some of that.
Okay.
Right? That's better. You're better. A little more speed. He's just resisting that bit.
Yeah, when he does that, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, he's resisting that bit. So you're just going to have to work with him with a direct rein a little bit more. That's better. Breathe. In and out. Much better. Much better. Now, as you pick up more speed, just keep your seat quiet. Your legs are in much better position too. You're not. I don't see the movement that you're describing. And
It's
I don't know if you're
more
having
like
it right.
when he jerks around and.
Okay. So let's give a little bit more speed to him. If you can
like
keep
there when he takes that sharp turn, then
Yep.
I feel like I'm losing my balance.
You're going to feel a little bit out of balance to begin with, just where your seat's at now, because it's not normal for you. That's there. There is nothing wrong with your posture right now.
Oh.
Very good. And you're not moving as much. Your pelvis is not rolling as much. Very good. Just, no, want it nice and stable. You want to have movement, but you don't need to roll back and forth. Because when you do that, now you're doing the pushing on the gas, mashing on the brake type of thing. Mm-hmm. Much better. Much better.
I feel like I'm floating.
Yeah, you're supposed to feel like you're floating. And look how much more stable her pelvis is, right? She's just sitting there now.
Okay, I feel less confused.
She just kind of, you feel less confused?
Yes.
That's a start.
Okay.
It's good.
It's a slow process for me.
But this is a very difficult thing, especially, it's much easier with new riders than it is riders who've been riding a while, because it's all about muscle memory, and we're talking about that. You know, what feels right to me. And, I mean, if you sit crooked in the saddle because it feels right to you, what does that do to that horse? And I have had people like that. They literally, they ride crooked. They'll put one hip in front of the other.
Yeah.
And like, you're not trying to pick that lead up. You know?
Yeah.
And they don't, but it's for whatever reason, they're comfortable that way because they've been riding that way for so long. And to straighten them out, they feel out of balance when they're in balance.
Okay.
Okay. And you have spent a lot of time doing a lot of different disciplines, and the difficult thing with this is it is with me today, is that everybody has a different opinion, right? And they just do. And there's some generalizations that we mostly fall into, but, you know, take what you have, and if you have a more stable seat, give it time, because it's not going to feel stable, and you get more out of your horse, it's easier for the horse. Are you doing it right? And I have to say yes. That's one of the definitions of whether I'm doing it right or not.
Okay.
So, but balance is huge with us. One thing we were just talking about that maybe you couldn't hear us, that they should hear on camera is that, and should see it, is when you're riding slower, and he's moving, you're rolling your pelvis much more. Try to stabilize that pelvis.
Okay.
And keep it from rolling back and forth. When you got sped up, you felt like you were floating.
Yeah.
Your pelvis wasn't rolling much at all. You had a nice, stable, good seat, and just sat there and moved him around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. How you feel?
I feel good.
You feel less confused?
Yeah.
Even less than when you rode up? No, not.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay. All right. So we've kind of gone through a quick with everybody. Now, this afternoon, I want to do one thing with some saddle fit. So, because it really has a big influence on us, and we'll pull a saddle off of one horse and maybe two, and show the difference in just their backs and how that saddle can influence, and what importance there is into making sure that we just don't plop it on there and it feels good to us.
Okay.
And how that can influence them. So
great.
Are we gonna grab a bite to eat?
Yep, lunchtime.
What I might do is I might run over here with Hawk.
Okay.
And see what we can do here. Kalen's been struggling with him, and he's doing the right thing, but a new body over there might help him. He's so close to getting that horse to step out. He'll step out, and he picks his foot right back up. He's a little fearful about, what's back there, but after a while he's going to get to where, like, I don't want to. It becomes a game because, you know what? These guys got nothing but time on their hands. It's their job. Oh, absolutely. Come on over. Well, that's part of it because this is some of the things we can all learn from and hopefully apply. Did you? I think they're fine. Horses are fine, right? Right here? Or whatever you want to do. Okay. I'm going to come over. Okay, you guys have got a lot of struggle bus going on, huh? Here's the thing about this, which is a good advantage. And you know what kind of mind this horse has. This is a good thing. He is, absolutely. If I got a horse that won't quit, won't give up, what kind of performance can I get out of that horse when we're bonded together, right? Or when we have a common goal. This is not a bad thing. It seems like it is. You're learning a lot about this horse, right? I want a horse that is, I want them malleable, yes. But to have them give to me like this, sometimes we get to a spot like this where, okay, we might have to give up a little bit and do this from a different perspective. What we can do is we can unload the horse front-wise. I can, not him. Right? So I'm going to swap it up because he's kind of beating him, and I don't know how much time you got. You don't want to bang his head in there and things like that, but pardon me. But you can pull him out, start to load him, and stop him before he gets his hinds in. Now back him out, right? Then get 2 steps so he's stretched out. Yes, and then back him out, and you slowly you kind of backdoor this thing, and oh, is he getting a little aggressive? Okay. Oh yeah. Just kicking out. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing about that. You know what? When they get aggressive like that, they're frustrated, right? And when you're about to give up, so are they. So keep going. Keep going. Yeah, he knows what kind of problems you can cause or contribute to, or some difficulties without it. So do you mind if I help a little bit? Oh, you want water? Well, I can do. Where is it? Okay. You're really close. I've seen you over here a couple of times get really, really close. Good. He's looking. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's 2 or 3. 3. Okay. Yeah, he is just push. Look at him lean in and push, and yeah, he's just good. You want to swap a little bit? How about if you do this? Let me take him, and I'll just take him out. Well, you're starting to sweat a little bit. Wow. Yeah, you need to rehydrate. Okay, so what I'm going to do, just say hi here. Hi. Yeah, and you're thinking, what is that thing? So I'm going to undo everything you tried to do. Okay? And now I'm going to come up. And, oh yeah, I'll come up. Come on, kid. Come on, kid. Whoop, 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 right there. And then I didn't catch him, so I let him leap in there. Yeah. Yeah, my timing is off, so we'll just lean him up. Come on, kiddo. Come on. And he shouldn't jump anyway. Ooh, good boy. Good boy. Now we ask him to back. There you go, kiddo. And you got to, there are no rules to this other than you got to win. Right? No rules. So if you, Well, you know, it's a matter of, yeah, and that will. I mean, then you're creating. Yeah, I've seen people use good boy, woo, use pitchforks. I mean, unbelievable stuff you hear about, and I know, yeah, right, right. Now I'm gonna just ask him to take a step without him coming in. Come on, kid. Leap. No, that's all right. That's okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Come on. Oh, right there. Okay, now back up. No. Come on around. It is very unusual to have this kind of trouble with one leg coming back. It's a good problem solver. Come on. There you go. Ooh. There. Now, back. Good boy. Okay, come on up. Ooh, right there. There we go. See, we got a more step where he's going to be, more natural about where his feet are at. Take a peek. You like to look to the left more than the right. Yep. Good. Back. There, you're resisting. Good boy. Good. Oh, is it a matter of principle now with you? Huh? Is this a matter of principle? It might be. Okay. Come on, kid. Come on. There you go. Ooh, there you go. Good boy. Don't you hate this? Yeah. Back. I know you are. I know it's been a while. But this might be a one-time. Here we go. Come on, kid. Come on. He's a gorgeous horse. Come on. There you go. Come on. There we go. Ooh. Okay, back up. Oh. Come back. Look at him push. Oh, yeah. Okay, go back. He is very pushy. Whoop. Step yourself back. Come here. Look at that. I see that. Yeah, pushing back. Okay, let's give him that. Yep. You making you sore? Oh, you are. Yeah, you don't. There, now back up. Back. And push. There we go. Push out. Push back. on this horse of our bodies and how that works, well, there's a large part of that that's a piece of equipment between us and that horse. So what we want to do is look at the saddle fit and how that influences their movement and their posture, their conformation over time, and what it can do for us, or how it can hold us back. So first of all, this is what's basically underneath all of our saddles. We're good. All right. We got this is called a tree. This is made out of wood underneath, like basswood sometimes, cottonwood, and our pack saddles. Really long, stringy grained wood is really good wood. Super strong, lightweight, and then this is covered in bull hide, and this is a very, very old tree. And I've kept this around for a couple of different reasons. One, to show as a demonstration model about saddle fit and the structure of the saddle and anatomy of it. The other one is you can be riding a saddle and not even know it's broken. Like this one. So if you'll notice, there's cracks in the wood. And they've probably been cracked for years and nobody knew it, right? So you don't know. You may have a saddle issue without really knowing it. So this is really 4 pieces of wood stuck together. That's all this really is. And some of our natives actually made saddles. And you're probably aware of this because you like to do some of the mountain man stuff a little bit. Kind of dressed a little bit like yeah. So yeah, it is. That too. But you've got 2 pieces of wood, 2 pieces this way, and they're just held together with a piece this way and a piece this way. Really is what the gross anatomy of this is. Well, when you start looking at how that is put together and what it does, you've got, these are the bars, this is the cantle, and this is the pommel. And so you've got several characteristics to these that work. And if you'll notice, if you look down this and down that, the anatomy, you can see how it's kind of curved. So those bars curve this way. Well, look at our horse's back. It curves. So, okay, well, that's great. That's good. That fits. Because if it was straight, it would poke into his shoulders and then his hind end. And that does happen in a lot of saddles. It's called bridging. It's an issue. So a lot of behavior problems with horses can boil down to a saddle problem, a saddle fit. And people buy a saddle because, oh, man, that thing is nice. It's got a lot of great tooling on it. Oh, and it fits me. Well, good for you. How's it doing for the horse? Right? So this is called rock. You got the rock of these bars need to fit your horse. You also, if you look at this, you look at the hind end, you can see that it comes out fairly flat, fairly straight, and these come on. If you turn this end around, you'll notice how they flare out. Right? That's called flare, oddly enough. And that fits the shoulder because that body rocks and then the shoulder flares out. You've got the spread of the bars, how far apart or width or how far they are apart, and then you have the angle of what they're sitting, because you can have a wide angle, and they call those like full quarter horse bars, semi-quarter horse. There's all kinds of different descriptions of how far these things angle together and how they fit their back. The ideal part of this is to have this set fully in contact with the back on both sides. You don't want to have just the bottom fit because it's too narrow, or just the inside fit because it's too wide. You want the proper width of this from this perspective so that it fits not just right next to the spine or way too far down on each side, but it fits nicely along each side for that horse's back. You also are going to see, when you look down the back of this saddle this way, you'll see that it changes. It's flat this way, and then it rotates this way. That's called twist. You got twist in the saddle because, this is what I like about old stuff, and I don't have to worry about it. When you look at the angle at which my hand lays here, it's fairly steep. Back here, it's not. Look how much flat. So it transitions from a steep angle to a flat angle. So that's what that twist is about. It's steep to flat. that needs to fit. If it was straight, then you wouldn't have that nice full contact that you're going to try to achieve on this. Yeah, good question. So the steepness or the depth of this gullet, and that's the next thing we're coming to, so you got it, is do you have to have clearance here for your horse? And the answer is yes. You have to have these withers. If you have a high withered horse, it's so important to have plenty of room here, because I've seen plenty of horses with high withers and a very low gullet, because that's the gullet is called. And the gullet isn't just this part. The gullet is the whole thing all the way back. And you have to have, and I've seen with too much rock and not enough gullet where the spine actually has got pressure on it from the saddle. Yeah, it's not good. So when you put the saddle on, you look at this, you put this on his back, and you see, you want to stand him straight up. And get the camera here. Let's look at this camera up here. When you put that on him, that's actually not a horrible fit. It's a little tight here. You can see a little gap under here I can put my finger under. So there's a pretty much a significant amount. But you got to remember, this horse's back is going to change. He's going to get a little bit wider. He would fill into this. Pretty good contact here. A little bit of a gap. And then on the back side here, you can see that it comes up, and there's a gap on the inside. So he's got more pressure on the bottom side of this, or more contact on the bottom side than he does on the top. When you push that down, it really is actually not a bad fit for his back. It's not surprising, but you know what? This was just a tree. But right here, he's got a significant wither with him, even at his young age, and I can just get a finger under there. So by the time you put my weight on here, that would push that down. So a cut back saddle pad, which the pad itself has a big V in the, carved out of it, will help and pad that around that. Yeah. Yeah, this is not that high of a gullet. It looks like it in the anatomy of the saddle, but by the time you get everything put on it, this really does come down significantly lower. So it's not a bad fit. And what we can do with our horses to check your saddle is put your saddle on just like this with no pad, and then you look here and put it in place where it should go, and you look here, can I get my hand under here? And right here it's pretty tight. And you want to get under, put some pressure, and feel this contact of this saddle tree with his body all the way. If you have you want to be able to feel, you can feel the pressure. You might lift that saddle up a little bit, but you want to reach under and you can feel the pressure where it's tight. It should be even, and it should be spread out across the whole thing, ideally. What I'll often see is I'll have a situation like this, where you'll have a big gap under here, and it's touching here, it's touching here. That's the bridging, so that what you're doing is now you're putting pressure at this point and this point, pressure points. You're causing pressure points. And if you've had, a backpack or a hat or anything with a pressure point, that hurts after a while. And you'll notice you'll start to keep blood flow from moving through this area, and it will turn that hair white because the follicles lose any perfusion through there. So, really quick, that's the anatomy of a saddle. When we talked about our rigging earlier, about moving some of the rigging back on Sue's horse, right? That ring hung down. Now, if the ring hangs down right straight below the swells, it sits here. That's a full rigging, and it's going to sit right there. This is where the saddle's going to sit. If it's in the center of the seat, it's called a center fire. It hangs down here. Now guess where that saddle's going to fit? It's going to sit up here, right? So we had to move Sue's back a little bit to see if we could pull that saddle forward. If we have just behind the full is a 7/8, and then a 3/4 runs about here. And I have found, I used to ride 7/8 all the time, never cared for a full because it was put the saddle too far back. You can adjust it on a lot of these saddles anymore. It's really kind of a nice feature that the McClellan look or some of these trail saddles, really a nice feature to be able to adjust that saddle to that horse. Because some of them, like my stock saddle, one of them, there's no adjustment to it. It's there. Yeah, you can't do that. Not on that saddle. There's another one that has a full cable that I can adjust it anywhere on there that I want, and it's an old style from like 1929. They didn't have great cable. They'd put them in there, and then they'd rust out. But now we got stainless aircraft cable with, plastic on it. Heck, that stuff it'll outlast all of us. So having the ability to move that saddle and adjust that saddle, don't overlook that. Just don't assume that, it's on there, it's done. The rigging for the saddle, yes. Adjust that rigging for that saddle. And a lot of these horses, these walking horses, need to be ridden. All of these horses really need to be ridden more forward, whether it's a walking horse or not. It just influences their movement easier on a walking horse. You see it more. I don't know. The question is, are they using 3D printing or 3D analysis to customize saddles? And I'm sure somebody's probably doing that. I don't know them, any group or a saddle maker that is. However, here's the thing. This horse's back looks like it does right now, today. And you customize a saddle to that, in a year, that back is going to change. He's going to get certainly thicker through here. He's going to get wider. If you were to ride him hard and don't really give him a rest, don't let him mature, his back will sink and he'll have a short life. I mean, he'll have issues. He will change from season to season. If you let him just kind of feed him well through the winter and there's not a lot asked of him and he has a good winter, it's easy. He'll plump up. I know I do, and then in the spring, you start riding him, and, I've had horses lose 150 pounds on a ride. It's a good long ride, but 150 pounds on a horse is not a lot of weight. You'd be surprised, and that's why as you're riding, your saddle starts to, you're just like, where'd all this slack come from in my cinch? Well, he's losing weight. So their backs can change. So you have to know that when you make a custom saddle for a horse, if you do it when that horse is, say, 5.5 years old and he's kind of in the middle of his shape for his physical shape and athleticism, you might get pretty close. To me, I like to get a saddle that's a little bit wider, bigger, got a deeper gullet, so that no matter what I do, it's going to fit him, it's not going to pinch him, and then I can adjust with pad. What happens a lot of times is people will do what you're saying is they'll customize a saddle. Horse's back will change and certainly change as they age. And then all of a sudden the saddle doesn't fit, so they start padding them up. And, I've seen pads literally that thick. They're trying to help them. And what they're doing, then they're pinching this and squeezing them. It's like Hawk putting a set of boots on that's too tight and you say, oh, man, these are tight. I'm going to do myself a favor and get a really thick pair of socks and put on them. Because they're cushiony, yeah, and then it makes it worse. So there are systems I've got a shimmed pad actually in my clinic bag. I used to use a lot. I don't use it quite as much anymore. The technology has even gotten better, and there's a $500 saddle pad with the shims and everything that goes with it, But I went to another one I've been using for about a year now, and it's got more of the memory foam in it, but it's a different style type that they use for diabetic patients. Talk about pressure, yes, and it increases the blood flow to that area, right? So you don't get necrosis. They put it on the horses, and he can't claim it because you're using that technology on horses, and they can't for the human. But they put the same, I guess, some oxygenation sensors in there. I don't know how exactly they did that. Maybe Pearl, in your field, but they could measure the heat signature and how that dissipated the heat with more circulation, and they said the difference was amazing. I have found that so far, using that pad, when I take it off of even different shaped horses with the same saddle, I have a nice sweat signature there that's large, and I'm like, okay. And the crushability, the testing that they've done, they had university third-party type testing done, that when it's 96% crushed, it has the same amount of pressure applied than it does where there's no crush. That is amazing to me, and if that's the case, and so far I'm finding that is a really good option. But so that's $250 for that pad. You know, I have to do things like that because, I mean, that's just the nature of it. I'm helping other people or trying to. So it's a business you're in. Yeah, you get to be a guinea pig, and some things don't work well, some things not as well. The shimmed pads work very well as long as they're placed properly. If you put them in the wrong place, you've made that problem worse. Now you've put a heavy pair of socks in a spot. Well, that's really, any questions about that? Yeah, that's a good question. Part of that, saddles that are advertised as gaited horse saddles, part of that is marketing. In some cases, but what you're really looking to do and what they'll sell is that they have more flair so that shoulder can move. And if they do that, good. But you know what? It doesn't necessarily mean it is either, because I've seen some that are gaited horses saddles like, no, that is not going to work on that horse. Others, yes. Now it still comes down to the horse. That's exactly right. And I've taken saddles, been to clinics where we've done nothing but saddle fit for a half a day, and somebody had their brand new $2,800 saddle. Said, and they're just excited about it. Said, would you put this? And I said, yeah, well, let's put it on. I look at it and I went, I hate to tell you this, but if you can take this saddle back and get your money back or exchange it for something, you might want to. And explain why. And they're like, oh my God, yeah, now I see why. And they're totally with that. I have seen these really cheap $200 saddles, and you put it on a horse, and like, that is a great fit. So you're exactly right, Paul. It is about that horse and what that fit, and if it happens to fit that saddle. So, we could go through every horse here, and we're going to have a slightly different fit. I mean, it could be a nightmare trying to figure this stuff out. So, who can afford to have a saddle custom made for every horse? You don't do that, right? You got to use some common sense to it, but you do have to be aware of it, because a horse will change from season to season. They'll change with age. So really watch your saddles and that you're doing the right thing with them, and they're placed where they need to be. Oh. Right. That's right. Yeah, and if you look at the way our horses have changed over the last 100 years, we're seeing a lot of the teens 1920 saddles, and they were very high withered and very deep gullet and very steep, because that's how our horses were built then. They changed. We were still riding mainly really saddle-bred, standard-bred, walking type horses then, and they were kind of getting away from that and more towards the quarter horse, because they have a horse trader to haul them with now. You don't have to ride them where you go. And I'm not knocking a quarter horse. There's a really good use for them, in that short, fast burst of speed and strong, be able to do some ranch work with a rope. But you know what? I can do the same work on these walking horses, but I can ride to where I'm going. I'm not going to win any roping competitions or barrel racing competitions, speed things like that. I'm not going to win that. That's okay. But they can still do it. They can all do it because they did it before. There's no reason. It's the skill of the rider, right? And believe me, I'm not that skilled with the rope, as we found last year, right? So that's really where we're at with our saddles, and I'm constantly evaluating my saddle. You don't need to cut them in two. A properly fitted saddle, you should be able to get on that horse with no cinch. I can. I think I can still do it now, but you drop the cinch. You, as capital Y-O-U, or just but this horse you should be able to do that fairly easily with, because he's got a nice set of withers with a saddle that fits well, and you're not padded up. If you're padded up, your saddle's not fitting well, right? So a lower pad fits well, and just loosen that down. And I've done it in many clinics where I've demonstrated just drop them, get up, and get on this horse. Part of that's balance, but part of it is a good saddle fit. So there's other horses, I don't care how good that saddle fit, if he's got a really round back, I'm not getting on him. It's going to slip. There's no smoke and mirrors there. It's not going to happen. So, but I am constantly evaluating that saddle as I'm riding. Is it fitting in the right spot? I'm overthinking things, I think, a lot of times, but you know what is the comfort of that horse? And am I causing a behavior problem because now I'm hurting this horse without knowing it? And if the answer is yes, I need to change it. I need to do something. And if he starts acting up a little bit, I'm like, okay, what was that? Was that external? there's something around here? Are we about to get eaten by a mountain lion? Have I been riding too long? Am I hurting him? Did I inadvertently roll my cinch? Something going on. Because they will take a tremendous amount of discomfort or pain before they really show it. They're amazing animals. I mean, the things we have done and do to them, and they don't complain any more than they do. It's just amazing. So, okay, if you want to saddle him up, Hawk, and why don't you guys get your ponies and let's start riding. We'll just kind of redo a little bit more what we were doing this morning and go with that. So, is she? Yeah, she didn't look like she was feeling all that good. Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll put him in, and we'll get everybody get their horses, and then we'll go for a few hours. I think we're supposed to go till 4. We're going to go a little bit long, but then we're going to work with you, and maybe the storm will pass by then too. It might, it could happen, right? Right here, all right here, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And so if weather, 2:45 minutes, we have time to wait if we want to for the weather a little bit.
It's up to you. We'll see how you feel about it. Yeah, because we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. We'll just put that away.
Well, even though she said I could take her place riding, I still might just wait.
Take notes and watch. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. But I was going to say I'll get them saddled up sometime before 5:30.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. It'll be good to work with you a little bit, and we'll reiterate a little bit more what we want to do and how we want to go about it. So. I love the rain. I do. Doesn't bother me a bit. Creates grass, makes calves grow. Is that, you want me to give you a shot? Oh, maybe not. No, I don't. I know you don't either. I say I'd be happy to give you a shot with that syringe. Big 20 cc's. Here we go. How's he doing? Is he just kind of not being too cooperative? There you go. Just Chief? Good. This makes it. No, you want to take it off? I'll just peel it off for you. I think these are called a tush cush or something like that. I just laid it right there, so. Yeah, that thing gets wet, that might just make it worse, yeah. I'm sorry. That's pretty tight, but he's pretty round backed. Is that how you had it before?
I loosened it.
Okay, let's do this. Let's yeah, see how he's moving around a little bit? A little uncomfortable. Let's just loosen it that much. And that's still plenty tight. Let's try that. Yeah, if you cut them in two, they get to really loving that. I'm not. You guys are higher in the air than I am. And I'm not sticking my finger in a mud puddle waiting for it either. Yeah, I think this electronics is not grounded well, so we're good. I wouldn't think there's an issue with it. I'm just worried it might cut out or something. That would be the only thing, but I hope not. I think they're pretty weatherproof. It might be like this for a while. I don't think we want to wait it out. Let's put it that way. No. If you put your thumb up here in his mouth, there you go. Yep, just like that. And just push down on the bar of that mouth. That'll work. There you go. It'll work right in. And they get smart. They figure out, I'm just going to grit my teeth and not worry about it. There you go. To me, it's just amazing what they take from us, you know. Good job, Peggy. You guys are old hands at this. There you go. You get through? There you go. Looks like we come out of that, so we need to replace that. Want to catch that before you might not have saw that. There you go. Now you're good. There we go. Now. Okay. Is he warming up, or does he just want to turn his hind end to the weather? Yeah. Yeah, he is a little bit doubled up. Right. And oh, that's funny. That is funny. Lived in the Northwest, Pacific Northwest. Yeah, this should be just totally normal for him. Yeah, but what's really nice and normal is no rain and sunshine. Yeah. Oh, he's being... There we go. Now he knows. Hey, kiddo. Move over. Move over. There you go. Come up here. There you go. Look at that. He's moving over for you. He knows what he's supposed to do. That's how's that? How's your knee? Okay. I'd like to kind of, see how you guys come up with after doing this, if that's helped your legs or your knees at all after the fact or not by the end of tomorrow. Oh, great. Sue, this guy is up in the airways too, isn't he? I mean, he is tall. Yeah, he's a big guy. There you go. Awesome. Good job. Mounting up, swinging right on there. How are your knees? You got knee issues at all? Good. Okay. Is he trying to put the shuck on you, little piggy? Pull him up. There you go. I'll just kind of move him over a little here, too. Step over, kid. They're always going to beat you if they can. There you go. Very good. Yeah, everything looks good. See you tomorrow? Maybe? Okay. Heal up. All right. All right. You're looking very good. And I can tell mainly by the way he's traveling. As you're going away from me, but I can see you're nice and stable. There we go. Yeah, Sue's asking how her posture is. You feel much more stable in the saddle? Yeah, you're not moving much. You're up on top of him. You're looking very, very good. And he's doing a great foxtrot. If you pull him down just a little bit, right there's a good running walk. Foxtrot. You had about a step or two for a running walk. If you just slow him down ever so much, right there's a nice running walk. Feel the difference in how lot smoother there. Very nice and consistent. Very, very good. Now, I'm just going to have you guys continue to move around, and I'll work with you each. If I see something we need to look at, I might have you step off to the side, and then we'll work with that person. All right, we'll look at Pearl here. Very good. Yeah, you're letting that rein go. That's great. Very, very good. And look how consistent he is, Pearl. He's moving for you just exactly like you were wanting him to. Very, very good. I'm going to ask Kaylin, can you grab a couple of cones and kind of put a line between this post and that tree over there in a couple of spots so they stay inside of that? See what I'm saying? From about right here where this cone is at to that right-hand aspen tree, just kind of put that so we give them a little guidance there where to stay. Okay, Pearl, he was starting to slow down a little bit and go into more of a pace. So when he does that, when you feel that, pull forward on his body, go forward and let him lift that back up a little bit and maybe slow him down some. And he's going to put so awesome. Well, we will make that happen. So, okay, so let's grab a couple of cones and we'll just put them across here. So we got a different camera angle here that's going to help us out. Okay, Pearl, slow him down a little bit. Feel how he's a little rougher? Yeah, he's starting to get into a stepping pace, and that's where he's at now. So pull his nose down. Slow him down and pull his nose in, and then now let him go. There's it. Feel that difference? Okay, he got a lot smoother. He dropped that nose down, and now he's working more towards. We're going to have you guys stay this side of the gate. We're going to put a couple of cones up so that you know where to stay. Okay. So your issue is with him is you find him he's cutting across the arena, he's a smart guy, right? He has to work less in a smaller circle. Yeah. So very good thing to work on because you don't want him riding you. You want to ride him. And so just when you feel him begin to start to move, pull him right back around and make him line right up. Yes, absolutely. And then just slow him up a little bit on that faster straightaways because that's what allows him to get into that pace. Otherwise, you're doing really good. And your horse is trotting like crazy. Can you make him do anything else? No, but you know what? He's very look at that stop. Like that stop. Okay, put your feet forward. There you go. There. That will help. Yeah. That'll be you're kind of giving him a cross cue there. Yeah. Very good, Pearl. All right, Sue, you are just as consistent and nicely set in that saddle. Very, very good posture. I really like that. Peggy, you look like you've been doing this for years. All right, we're going to have you guys stay in this side of these cones. So if you have to get off your horse and do some adjusting or something, go back over there to do it. That'll give you a kind of a safe spot. All right. Yeah, you want to be a little bit wary if you got this new horse in here because he doesn't know you guys. You don't know him. He's young, And so there's always that familiarity on the playground, you know. Yeah, you got a question? No, you're fine. It's just this does need a little bit of shaping. Let's try that. It should help a little bit. Better? Oh, here, let's move this around. Let's move that around. Okay. Is that better? Okay, good. Just did a little bit of a wardrobe adjustment here. Okay. And you're really just going to kind of work on your movements, your transitions, and I'll just kind of keep an eye on it. So far, Miranda, there's not a lot to tell you. You're doing a really good job with him. Really good job. You lightened him up a lot right off the bat. And he picks up, yep. Give him a little bit more rein. Little bit more rein. Let him have that head. See the animation you just got by doing that. Very good. And back. Good. Very good. Kaylin. Thanks. All right. And Peggy, I want to watch you a little bit more. You guys are okay. Sue, let him go. There you go. And pick him up only when you need to slow him down. So that's the things you guys really got to work on the most is about keeping that hand light. There you go, Peggy. Good job. Good correction. Very nice. You know what? I think some of this weather is actually a benefit for you guys. These horses are trying to keep their heads down a little bit. Very good. Okay. Peggy, can you come over on this side? And then we'll get you away from these guys so we're not. And then just have you move over here and just continue on. There we go. That way we don't get all bunched up. And as soon as Julie's got her pony kind of acclimated in here, I'll work with her a little bit. All right. Very good, Peggy. Yeah, he's kind of wanting to slow up. That's why I wanted to do this and get him away from these other horses. So make him lead, or Pearl, come on over this direction. And we'll shortcut you because that also does something else. It makes you change what you're doing, right? He is moving very nicely. Okay, pull him down just a little bit and let him go. There you go. Better, much better. He's walking through that. Okay, slow him up. Yeah, yes. Very good. I'm asking Pearl to pull that horse up a little bit and let him go. And he's kind of over-slowing and over-speeding. That's that kind of that middle ground. You got to kind of tighten that up and feel it where he's at the edge, right at the edge of going too fast, but yet he maintains his gait. Perfect. Good. Oh, man. Okay, pull him down just nice. This horse does a beautiful foxtrot. Thank you. He's got a great foxtrot. I've never noticed that much on him. I don't know him that well, though. Sue, how confident do you feel? How's your confidence with him? Can you control him? Can you control him okay? Good. I got some horses I need trained. Do you think you could help me out? All right. I'll be able to keep some feet dry. Yeah, then it'll stop. No kidding. Waders is in order. My God, you are so consistent with him, Sue. It's really good. Okay, what we need to work with you is to give a little bit more speed without pulling him down, just like we were working before. Peggy's kind of got the same issue with her horse, blowing through that a little bit, and that's that consistency you're talking about, right? So you're going to push him and when you guys are both on that rein, and I know I'm telling you to let him go, but have the ability to just be able to really get a really short amount of communication time so that you can slow him up when you need to and then let him go. All right. You guys are doing really, really well. Okay, pull him down, Peggy, and let him go. Good, very good. Drop your hands just a little. There you go, right there. Oh, look at that. Now the feel. Whoa. Stay on, stay on, stay on. Good job. He just slipped and fell down. What's the matter? That was a really, got a little bit of adrenaline going there. You're good. Okay, here's a good tip for you. Now that we brought that up. If you feel your horse start to go down like that, the best thing you can do, I know you dropped your reins and you're trying to just kind of catch the fall, grab that horn and push on it like that. It helps get him balanced a little bit, and you're not slopping around, and it keeps you from coming out over the top. That was a good recovery, though. That really was. It was a great job. That'll look when you see that on film, you're going to be impressed, except that you see your mouth is this big and your eyes are even this big. Okay. Oh, look at him. Okay. That's a stepping pace I was talking about, Hawk. What is his name? Have you named him yet? A name will come. A name will come. All right. He's Julie, when you were moving him, he was going a little bit fast. You'll notice the hind leg as they were moving, it wasn't all at one step at a time and an even movement of the legs. The hind was coming down a little bit behind the front, so that's a stepping pace. Okay, if they're moving together at the same time, that's a pace. The trot is the diagonal movement. And so when she comes through this, we'll take a look at this gait continuum here as she goes through it. And he's kind of warming up a little bit. And we'll have to slow him up a little bit maybe to get him to stay in a good, consistent gait. What I like to see, he did. Before I saw it? Okay, good. He was doing a good running walk then. Okay. There's a good question. You're not. He is a cranky guy. Which way is this? It is Whiskey. Whiskey's always cranky to everybody, right? So you want to correct that, right? What I would do is because you're already working on lightness, here's one thing to do with him. When he cranks like that, pop him and say no. And so you have a voice command with that, and he's getting the communication. It's not going to hurt him, but he's getting the communication that that's not acceptable. So yeah, do that. And no, he's just a cranky old man. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, he just stumbled and then couldn't correct and went down, and yeah, Peggy was out here doing the die. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch you. Okay. Now there's a trot. There's a really square trot on this horse. He's working his diagonal hind and fronts together. Did a couple steps at a running walk before he stopped. So this horse I've seen him do a stepping pace. I've seen him do a square trot. I bet you push him hard enough, he'll do a full pace, a real hard pace at a higher speed. So this horse can do everything. There's no reason he can't do a nice, beautiful running walk right in the middle of that. And notice his head he's searching. That head is starting to come down a little bit. See, there's a big trot. Okay, there was a foxtrot for a second. If you can just slow him up a little bit, Julie, there you go. Right there. Slow him a little more. And then stay on this side of the cones if you can. And that way we can have the cameras watch. Yeah, we'll just shortcut here this side of the cones. Okay, now just slowly pull him down. We're not going to go for speed. Right there. Just hold him right there. Nice. There's a stepping pace. Pull him back a little. Don't let him go too fast. There's a trot. There's a running walk. There's a trot. So he's all over the place. We got to work on the consistency. So if you can do something, and that is just slow him down and let's just let him walk for a while. Just a really good walk, not a dog walk, not real slow, but just let him walk. And now what we'll do is we'll slowly work him up into that speed. There you go. Good, Pearl. Pearl's correcting this horse. He's just cranking at everybody. He's just being a grumpy old man. And so she's correcting him. And listen to her. He's there. Good. She's popping him a little bit with that bit to communicate that is not acceptable. He's laying his ears back, and look at him now. He he is not really fighting you like that. So she's making some headway with the communication that he's not questioning her. Okay. I really like what I'm seeing there. You'll watch. Look at Sue. Oh, my God. Sue, you're doing a great, great job. I can't correct you on anything. I can't correct you on anything. You're doing a great job. Oh, you let him slow down. There we go. I got a correction for you. Really good job. Okay, Peggy. We're going to work on you and him a little bit. So let's go ahead and come back to me, and let's come over here. Let's get away from those guys. Let's make him be his own man a little bit. Yeah, and okay, there we go. Now let's let him stay ahead, and so you can work on him independently. You feel your posture, you're sitting in that saddle nicely. It feel a little clunky still, though? Okay. Your feet are where they're supposed to be. Your body position is great. He's moving nicely. Got a really nice walk going on right there. Okay, now just pull him down a little bit and let him go. There. Nice walk. Nice walk. Pull him down ever so much and let him go. Oh, God, you're doing great. You're really, really doing well. And there you go. Good. You're correcting him, and you're letting him go. Give him a little bit more range. There. Okay, now I see what we're doing. He feels you let him go. He starts to take off. So give him more rein, but then pull him back and make him get in a more mental stable place with you. There, like that. There you go. Now watch him stretch out, reach out. Oh, God, he's really working nicely. Nice. There, we're getting it. Feel your consistency starting to build now? You're doing more and more of the same thing all the time. Nice. Very, very nice. You're doing great. And that's that spot you need to be in where you're not mashing on the gas but stepping on the brake at the same time or back and forth. Very good. Very good. There's a nice little start into almost a running walk there. For Julie, for you. Very good. I like your seat. Everything looks good that way. Can you just set your whole body forward a little bit on his back? Can you clear the saddle okay? Okay. Here we go. There we go. There. Now see how his head's come down a little bit more? Yeah. You're doing really well. Okay, so you're starting to get a little bit inconsistent, just letting him go too much. So just hold him back just ever so much, and then just get really quiet with your hands where you're still correcting him, but just a little bit on your hands. We're starting to work that. You guys are getting better and better where I'm already just having to have you start doing that with your fingertips. There's a trot, foxtrot, and then a trot, foxtrot, walk. He's a really smooth little horse. He's got a really good movement about him. Very good movement. Pardon me? Yeah, what they did is something different than you're trying. They had a high head and wide out, and they're holding him back. That's not what you want. And so he's unsure what you're asking. It'll come. It'll be all right. One thing we want to work about with this horse, Juliet Hawk, is that you want to build the consistency of the gait. Everything is different from him now because his head is where it should be. It's not cranked up. You're not holding him up. He's used to being held into a spot, and then he just goes and they force him into a gait. So he's not sure what you want yet. So don't worry about getting into the gait right away. Slowly move up into it, and when you feel it, hold it. And then say, oh, good, and praise him for that. Yeah, too much speed will destroy a gait. Too much speed, if you go too fast, you'll lose the form. You want that form to stay there. Yes. And it doesn't take that long. Believe me, people will say you shouldn't walk those horses for anything beyond the first 2 years. Like, no way. I'll have those horses walking in 20 rides consistently. A lot of times. Yeah. That's bunk. It's what you're doing to them to influence them. All right. I'm going to go to watch Miranda a little bit more. He is. Oh, man, look at that. Very good. And it's all about that stop and back is all about your hands and your lightness. You're doing a really, really good job. Yeah, he's elongating himself. He's moving better on this front end, too. Yeah, I see that. I'm actually kind of surprised. Yeah. Yeah, this horse has, for the viewers, he has ring bone, and which is really, it's just a arthritic condition. He's a fairly young horse, and it could have been from overuse at an early age before Miranda got him. Could be genetic. There's all kinds of different ways that we can get ring bone or arthritis. And he moves slow to begin with, and he's kind of like we are as we age, and he works into it, and now he's working pretty fluidly. And you got to give him a little time. Oh, he's making a great stop. Really good stop. She's doing exactly what we asked her to do. All right, Pearl, that horse is walking much better for you now. Yep, we're gonna just do that. Let's do it. Let's do an unwind. We got these horses wound up. Let's unwind them and go the other direction. And then I'm gonna have you guys. I'm gonna keep working with you a little bit, and then individually, I'd like everybody else to watch one at a time what the other one does. Yes, another question. Well, you are, but he knows what he's doing. He knows what his emotional state, and you're saying, no, you're not telling him, yep, or stop it, knock it off. I mean, I give him something that's out there that is, I can say, whoa, or slow. He hears whoa because that's what he's trained, right? It's all about, it's about sound recognition. So I break that. That's why I say it's whoa or easy, right? Or step. You know, it's all in the context. If I ask my horse to step up, or load up, they're going to walk in the trailer. I don't ask them to load up when I'm on my back. There's no, So, yeah, you're communicating that, but don't tell him, whoa. I would say knock it off or, something you want anyway. Yep. Yeah, yeah, no, that's perfectly acceptable because his mind at that time is like on those ears. That's where he's at mentally anyway. He's not listening to anything else. So you're training him. He is always there. He's just a cranky old man. Yeah. So no, your question about whether am I cross communicating to him? No, you're not because he knows what he's doing and he knows what he shouldn't be doing because you've been correcting him. So don't worry about that at all. You're doing a really good job of correcting him. And your form, your body is very good as well. Bring yourself straight up a little bit more. Tighten your tummy muscles up. There you go, right there. Feel a difference in that. Okay. There you go. He's watching the show. There you go. I'm liking what I'm seeing. You're not putting any rein on him. You're just corrections. Now, if you want to smooth that out just a little bit, Sue, just pull him down make him slow down ever so much, like right there. And you'll feel the difference between the foxtrot and the running walk. And the fox. Yeah, there was a running walk from about over here to here. Yes. And you'll feel it. It'll be not quite as rough. And he's got a pretty smooth foxtrot. But it'll be just not quite. The running walk is very smooth because it's got all 4 feet working independently. Where the fox. If you start listening to the feet, you can't pay attention to anything else because you can't multitask. Okay, I got you. I'm the same way. I'm lucky to be standing up straight. All right, Peggy. That horse he's working for you now. He's stretching. He's reaching. Now hold him back just ever so much. There you go. Good job. And you're letting him go. Now you're probably you're thinking every once in a while, is he going to slip again, right? Not? Okay, good. Well, it is something to consider here. This is a very good arena and a really good footing, even with it being wet. So that was he would have done that on dry ground. It's a good walk, Hawk. There, he's working into a stepping pace. Now a running walk. Now, if you can just drop your hands a little bit, let that head come down. Drop your hands a little bit more. And he's new. I know he's young. If you can keep your hands below the top of your saddle horn, his head will come down, and he'll lengthen out, and he'll get a longer stride for you. So just kind of slow him up and let him drop his head if he can. Somebody's being a bad boy. I heard it. There you go. Hawk, if you can kind of just sit down a little bit, just relax, and he'll relax. You're kind of pushing forward on him a little. Yeah. There you go. There. Just relax a little. And I don't blame you for, you don't really know a lot about him. I mean, you don't know his potential, and he's really pretty nice and quiet overall for no much more time than what's on him. And I'm watching this horse, and it looks to me like he's got a lot of skill just moving, but not a lot of external what's going on around me. He's really looking everything over. You see that? How he's looking around a lot, and yeah. It's all right. All these other horses, this is totally new to him. This is really, really good mental work for him. All right. Sue, you are doing really, really well with him. Now that really changed on him, didn't it? That's a little different horse than you've been riding. Good. And you're welcome. No, it's you. You're doing it. That is all you. Okay, Peggy. Slow him down just a touch, then let him go. There you go. He's kind of herd bound. He likes to be with these other horses a lot. So, he's just kind of making a pile in one spot, making it easy to clean up. I would, if I were you, go ahead and do just what you're doing. Kind of slow him up once in a while, stop him, maybe turn him, so you build some distance, because he needs to work on his own, and he'll be easier for you to handle that way. But you're doing really well. Pull him up and let him go is getting easier and easier for you to do it. I can see it, and I can see him kind of push through it, but it looks like he's responding easier to you. Do you feel it a little bit? If you don't, that's all right, but I can see it, but we'll work some more on that so you get even better response. And remember, don't be afraid to be too easy, or you're too easy on him. Don't be afraid to be what you think is a little more coarse with him. You guys getting wore out? All right. I'll give it a minute or two, and then we'll start working with individuals. I can see everybody's got a little bit something different to work on, and you learn from each other, so it'll really help. You guys have already, I think, I see you guys applying different things that we've worked with other people, so that's good. Let's go around a few more times, get the best thing you can out of your horse, and then I'm going to have everybody kind of sit down at that end, and then I'll work with one person at a time, and we'll watch what they're doing. I think he likes the fight, Pearl. Julie. Now, Julie, I'm going to have you do something so you can help Hawk. You guys are married, so you obviously don't communicate, right? we never seem to, right? But watch his hands and see where they're at. He's got some containment on the horse. He's kind of in his mouth a little bit. Now, one of the things let's talk about really quick is this a bit that they suggested for him?
No, not necessarily. They used some kind of a snaffle,
An Argentine snaffle, yep. And that's very close to what this is. Okay. Only the problem is this is not a snaffle. This is a curb bit. Uh-huh. Yes. A very, you know what, let's talk about, hey, you guys, why don't you come on over here, let's talk about bits a little bit. Talk about bits a bit. I'm funny. Okay. There's a very big misconception about bits. And as I look around here, I look around and I see one snaffle bit in the whole bunch. You got it. She's got it. Now, yes, this has, and it's actually what's in his mouth is irrelevant to whether it's a snaffle, and that's the misconception, or whether it's a curb bit. Now, because this horse here has got a, yes, Paula, thank you. You make explaining things so easy. All right. I'll let you have that. Okay. This mouthpiece is pretty similar to what's on in everybody's mouth. And this is, I'll show folks at home here, this is a French link style bit, meaning it's got two different pieces that it articulates. Some of them articulate these two pieces at the same point in one. Those are broken mouthpieces. This happens to be a French link. There's a lot of movement here, tons of movement here. Okay, you got something like that in here, or just a simple broken? Okay, a broken mouthpiece. Now, what makes this a snaffle is you see this ring here. When you push this, there's no leverage. There's no leverage created on that bit or that mouthpiece at all. When you come to, yeah, it's a direct pressure. It only puts direct pressure on the mouth. You can't, when you pull 10 pounds of pressure, he gets 10 pounds of pressure here. Now this bit, and this is called a wonder bit. This can, if you move these reins from here, which is right now, this is a curb bit. A curb bit is a bit that creates leverage. So right now, being here, you pull on that, and this is also, by the way, a gag bit because it rolls up this circle here, this ring, and up into their mouth further, like a gag action. It doesn't gag them, but it's pulling up, but it's using leverage to do it, because see what it's doing right here is it's pulling on this purchase piece. That's putting pressure right here. And it's also pushing pressure there. Oh, here we go. They're one of my favorite bits. Okay, thank you. This one, you'll notice, is a mouthpiece, but it doesn't break. It doesn't go all the way down. This one comes all the way down. So look what that does to a horse's mouth. You can crush their mouth with that. This juts up into their palate. But this is a shanked bit, so it applies leverage pressure. Therefore, it is a curb bit. A curb bit creates leverage. And we all know the reason why levers create more work is we can put in X amount of work and we can get more work out on the other end. Same way here. This is called a wonder bit. It's a gag bit. I can move this rein from here at the shank, move it to here, and all of a sudden it becomes magically a curb bit. Or a snaffle bit. Because then it does not have any leverage. So regardless of what's in their mouth, doesn't matter. You can put this with a shank on it, it becomes a curb bit. If it's left like this, it's a snaffle bit. Mouthpiece, regardless. It's whether or not you have the ability to increase pressure or leverage. That's what makes it a curb. What I like, of course, I'm a less is more kind of guy. If I can get less work in that horse's mouth and more response out of him, I'm a better horseman, right? So what we've got here is on this bit, if you look, and this is what I'm not a real fan of leverage bits, or you could have a solid piece in here would be one thing, but when you do that, you move that entire bit and then you start twisting it in their mouth because you've got just a rod that's moving around. On this bit, I can move it, and this is, by the way, one of my favorite bits. I've taken this bit to a lot of places and solved problems with horses that were throwing their head around, put this in their mouth, and I'm not saying it's a cure-all for everything, but it certainly is a lot nicer bit where you put it in their mouth and they get used to it, and their heads come down and they get calm. because it doesn't nutcracker. I can't crush their mouth with it. It'll only go so far up. It doesn't bang up on the palate of their mouth, and so they're throwing their head around. What I can do is I can pick up like the right rein, and I can move that independently of this side, and I can make a lot of really good communication through my hands with that, and it's stable in their mouth, right? Right, just a plain broken. That's that's a broken mouthpiece. But if you have that with a shank on it, then it's a curb. Yeah, that's what you've got here. That's what she has in that horse's mouth right there. Just a ring snaffle with a broken mouthpiece. Yeah, and I've trained a lot of horses and stuff like this, but they will nutcracker, and you don't have not as much subtle communication with this. I really like this. I'm telling you, I love this bit. Now, I'm not saying that one bit does it all, because it doesn't, but there are bits that I wouldn't put in a horse's mouth. So that's something to consider. Much more severe, because what I would do with this bit right off the bat, if you don't mind, we can try something with him. Okay, we're taking this curb bit. I'm moving this here. I'm going to move this here, and I just made that a snaffle bit. Now you don't have, when you pull back on this, you don't have leverage. Very gentle. And even though it's got a broken mouthpiece, now if I do this, look what it does to this piece. See how the pressure comes all the way from there, and it crushes back here. So you're pulling pressure down here, and you're pulling on that piece. See, we'll show the camera here. As you pull, you're pulling here, pulls down on this pull piece, and it also pulls up here. You have leverage, and a lot of leverage. Now, I've written an article a number of years ago. I'm actually still not finished with it because I just haven't finished it. But when I pull on this now, look it doesn't pull against that. So, to me, unless you have very light hands and very good hands, when you start using this much shank on that, now you're putting a lot of pressure on it, and now you're going to have that horse start picking their head up, throwing their head around at times. So let's go back to this and see what kind of action he has in it. Yeah, and watch it for a bit. This article I wrote, I took a bit like this and I extended it, and I measured in different spots on 1 inch increments, and I put it up on a jig so that I could pull on it, and it had it fastened with a scale, a digital scale. Okay, so I'm measuring how much I'm pulling versus how much how much is applied. What it did, and I learned something by this, is when I pull different things in the house, and I finally got to our refrigerator, it had about 7 pounds of pressure, which is not a lot. Think about pulling the reins with the same amount of pressure which you're pulling on your refrigerator door. That's not a lot, right? So I used that, and I go, okay, that's close to 10. Let's just use a fixed number of 10. So I pulled 10 pounds on that bit, or on the ring, like it's got right there, where there was no leverage. So I pulled 10 pounds, and what did I expect to read on that digital scale on the other side? 10 pounds. I was right. I'm a math genius. All right, so what I did then is I moved it down 1 inch. Now I've got 1 inch of leverage on that, and see what it did. And I don't remember the exact measurements now, but I worked down to, I had an 8 inch, 9 inch bit that I was prepared to do. I got down to about 7 inches or 6 inches, 7 inches, something like that, and I pulled 10 pounds. Guess what I was pulling on the other? I have no idea either, because it maxed out that scale, and it would only go to 50 pounds. Right. So think about what you're doing to your horse's mouth on a leverage bit. And I think I mentioned it earlier that spade bits in horses' mouth, I think it was to you, Miranda, people will use long shanks and big spade ports on their bits, and it is not for the horse's benefit. What you're doing there is you are demonstrating your horsemanship. Because if I can make this horse do things with a very light mouth and very little input from me, it shows you how good I am. Right? It's not about the horse at that point. It's about the rider and their skill. Nothing wrong with that as long as it doesn't harm the horse. But so many people don't have quite the skill to do something like that they will do themselves a disservice by using it, and certainly the horse. So that's kind of my 5-minute soapbox on bits. Big bit? Bit. My bit on bits. Yeah. It's just a little bit of my bit. Should we stop? Okay, we better. So what am I? Yeah, in a bit I will. But so what I'm watching with Hawk is you see this horse's head is up. You're putting a little bit of pressure on that, and if your hands are up, and you can do this as you're riding, pick your hands up to your chest, and watch what that horse's head does. Pretty soon that horse's head will come up, and then you drop your hands, and pretty soon that horse's head will come down, even with loose reins. So where your hands are at are so important. That's why I like to ride with my hands below the level of my saddle horn, because I'm getting it down there and in front of it and extended. Because now I can grab that rein if I need to. I can put it back out there. You know, it's low. His heads are low. And I can, thank you. I can get his or her face where it needs to be, which is low. The most important part to that for me is my waving part down here. I'm tuning that up, right? The bottom part of my arms will just flap when I wave. Yeah. The old school teacher arms. There you go. There you go. So that is something about when we're handling these horses, it's really about what we're doing to them. And we realize all too little, I think, sometimes how much we're doing to them and how we're influencing them, and we're working them through what we're telling them. And we don't realize that we're miscommunicating or not communicating as well as we could. Thank you very much, Paula. Yeah, let me do this really quick. Now, here's a mechanical hackamore. Obviously, no bit. But you can see from this now that with this leverage on here, this is the curb strap. When I got leverage, I pull back, and look what it does. It pulls that nose in, and it creates a smaller space between this nose band and this curb strap on their face, and it confines or pushes down on it. At the same time, it pulls down. The interesting part about this is this already starts at a low point on this shank, so that when I pull back, it actually lifts up to begin with. It gives pressure or takes pressure away until you pull so high, and then it pulls down. So it's an interesting design that they've put on this. But this is for a horse, and in this horse particular setup goes on a horse that was discovered has a metal allergy, and so put this on it so that And I love riding bitless. Trust me, in the wintertime, you're not putting a cold chunk of steel in a horse's mouth. And I stand there for a long time, or my bits go inside at night in the wintertime, and I take them off the wall and I stick my hand on them to keep them warm and get them in there, because I don't want to stick that in their mouth, and they sure don't want me to stick it in their mouth. So bitless is a really good way, and a horse like that has to have it or performs much better that way, by all means, use it. Well, it depends on how much. The good question is, if you put that on a horse's mouth or on their head and then you pull back, will that pressure across their nose make that head come down? It may, but also if you put enough, they may root and push against it too. Yeah, because you have to ask yourself, what is a horse? Are they an into pressure animal or an away from pressure animal? Away? Are you sure? They're what? An away from pressure? They do push into stuff. Do they push into each other? Sure they do. You got horses that push each other. They're into pressure. You walk out with a halter in your hand and you show it to them, and they run. Are they an away from pressure? I would say yes. They're both. It depends on the context, right? So depending on what your question is, will that make their head come down? It may, with the correct amount of pressure. A light pressure may ask them, and they may give to it. But if you pull on it, they may start to push into it. And so you cause an into pressure response instead of an away. Again, it's these things that we have on the end of our arms that make all the difference. Yeah. So now you're not going to have quite the control on him, because and that's good. I think we're over controlling him a little bit, and that's what's picking his head up as well. So let's drop that. Yes. I got a friend. I got to tell this story real quick. I got a friend of mine that. Very good friend. Worked with him when I was in law enforcement, and today I would take a bullet for him. He looks like Yosemite Sam, and he gets angry like Yosemite Sam. Great guy, and he had this big black horse. He said, "I can't turn him in 40 acres." this horse, and he's just blankety blank and going off. And I said, he says, what do you do about that? I'll show you what I did. I just got more and more. And you can't get a word edgewise on him, and I let him talk. And he says, I got this new bit. This is Eric. You're having to get more and more severe bits for him to respond. And I said, do you hear what you just told me? And he goes, yeah, you don't know nothing. Of course, he's my friend, so I don't know a thing, right? That's the way it is. And I said, Rod, you're over correcting on him, and he's getting used to it, and it's painful at first, and that's why you get the response you get. And then once you work past that, all of a sudden he grabs that bit and he takes it, and then you can't control him because he's desensitized, just like you say. And I said, here's the thing you need to do with that bit. Shine it up. And this was a line my dad used. So shine that thing up, get as good and shiny as you can, and grab a box, put it in it, get some really nice cotton on the bottom, lay it in there, fold it up, put some cotton on top, wrap it up, and put a address on that thing in a city anywhere, and don't put a return on it. Right? Get rid of that bit. Don't worry about it. It's not the bit. You're causing problems. I said go back to, and I mentioned a bit just exactly like this one. Even a broken snaffle at that time was what I was using a lot. And he said, by God, you can't do that. I said, you know what? I could do that in 2 weeks. He goes, I'll tell you what. You do that to my horse. I'll bring him. You fix him. In 2 weeks, if he does what you say he'll do, I'll do a bunch of gun work for you for nothing, because he's a gunsmith. And I said, deal. I had him. I got a hold of him 2 weeks later, and I said, because you couldn't turn him, you couldn't stop him. He was just so cold-mouthed. Had to rehab him, just what you're doing on your horses, where you're having to really get a hold of him and pull him down. It's rehabilitating that mind. And by doing that, when I was done at the end of 2 weeks, I called him and I said, hey, your horse is ready. And he goes, hey, that can't be. I can't get there. I said, oh, I'll continue riding, but he's done. He showed up, he got on that horse, and he rode maybe the distance across this arena, and he went, oh, my God, this is a whole different horse. Because I was away from, he was out of his face, and I had to teach Ron then at that point. I said, Ron, let go of him. And he still has struggles with that, but it made all the difference, made him a believer that it's not the bit, it's your hands. You can make your hands use that bit and increase the problem, which we don't want, but that's the way we are. So what I'm going to do with if you guys don't mind, why don't you pull your horses here? Let's work with Hawk a little bit, and have you drop your hands. Really drop those hands. It's going to now we're in a realm that we don't know where we're at, and he certainly doesn't, because we're going to see him probably move that head around a lot, searching for it. So when you're at home and Julie's helping you, your task for him, and I know you guys are married, so don't yell at her. Yeah, I told her, I know you're married, so you don't communicate in the first place. So she got you well trained, okay. But if you drop your hands, make sure he's got his hands low, and remind him, because he's picking them up. And you're riding him like a colt. You know that, okay, he could go at any moment. I don't think he's going to. He's been ridden more than that. So let's have you ride him. Keep your hands low and don't let him move off, but just use a light hand, but keep those hands down and see what he does. And we'll just have him go around the arena here and work him semi-slow, like you were working before, where you're not. Thank you. And already I think you're gonna see this horse's head stay low. Look at that. He's starting to search a little. He's gonna pick up. Okay, right there. Just hold it. Look at that. That head is already starting to drop down. Already, that fast. And he's gonna come up and down. This is normal, because it's new to him, and he's searching for that. More, yes, absolutely. When that head comes down, he's more relaxed and comfortable. You saw it. That's exactly right. So he's doing look at that. Look at his whole body is starting to respond to a lot looser, lighter rein. Your hands are low. I'd even drop him a little bit more. Hawk, get him. There you go. Let him come down. And look at that back line is getting a lot. Even when you're turning, his head is staying lower, because you're not putting all of the pressure and that leverage on there to pick him up. Good. Very good. There's a trot. Look at, even at a trot, look where that head's at. Very nice. See, now we got a whole different way to approach his high-headedness because they were containing him and cranking him. And he's starting to elongate that trot a little bit as well because his head's down. You're going to get a better turn. Yeah, he's sloppy on the turn, but that's all right. I mean, heck, he doesn't know as much, so it's okay. Look at that eye. Watch his eye when he comes around. And I don't know, the camera will be able to pick this up quite as well, but he's much calmer. You're not seeing all that white of his eye. He's just there. He's more in the moment and not worried about what's going around him. I love how his head's already starting to come down. Look at that. Yes. The question is what? Yeah, Hawk is leaning forward on him a little bit. The question was, is he leaning forward? And he is. He's encouraging this horse to move, so he's picking himself up a little bit. He needs to relax a little bit, but he still is in an unknown territory with this horse to a point. So he's kind of up a little bit and on guard a little, and that's fine, because heck, we don't know what he's going to do. He all of a sudden might just tear loose and do some things we don't want him to do. But I don't think so. I think this horse is. He's very relaxed. Yes, you notice that he looks relaxed now. He didn't quite look as relaxed earlier. Now, what we can do is we can mix these other horses with him and see if that picks him up, and it may, because these unfamiliar area. He's a younger horse. He's got no qualms about asserting himself. Even at a young horse, he's okay with that. Yeah. There you go. Look at that head come down. I really like that. There you go. Look at that eye. See, he comes around. He's just there, and he's not wild-eyed and looking around about what's going to get him. He didn't see Whiskey. Whiskey, he pulled his ears back as he went by. Whiskey's grumpy. Yeah, I like this. I like what I'm seeing here. Really nice. But look what a small change can do. So think about what you guys are doing with your hands and on them, and how it influences them. Now, what I would also do with him, because he's got a lot of work to do with this reining, I would do the stops and back up. See how he does. Now just stop and back him up. There you go. Ask, and now release as soon as there you go. Again. Yeah, he doesn't know a lot of back yet, does he? Is he pretty good? Really? Okay. He's just wanting to say a little bit of no. There, he's doing all right. There we go. Okay. See the head, kind of how the head comes up, though, as a fault? So we worked on this with Miranda and her horse. He was a little sticky to start, but this is not a stop. That's not a stop. When that horse says whoa, or when you say whoa, that horse should be thinking back. Whoa to you means back to them. To have a really nice stop. Because this is what a stop should be. It should be this, and they should duck that head and come right back immediately. Because you cannot, if you're moving that direction, you can't go that direction without stopping. Right? So if I have this horse thinking back is a stop, they're going to give me a really good stop. Would you demonstrate now what a really good stop is? Yeah, let's put you on the spot here. It's okay. Watch her stop, because when you stop that horse, just don't stop and have them back up. You have them stop and come back immediately with give them some gusto. Whatever you want. It doesn't matter whether it's a walk or a trot. And watch how her horse, watch how he responds now. She's going to ask him first. Look at him. See, step that out and start to come back. And she just got that today. So that was our individual thing that we were working on, was some work for him to be able to feel that stop and to communicate it, and then to respond and back up. Look at that. That's she's doing a great job. Isn't it something? And he didn't want to do that before. He didn't want to back up, right? So, Yeah, and where did we start with her? Where do you think? How did we start with her? Really light stop like this. What did you think? If you were to have to guess, what were we working on first? Partly, a little bit. Yeah, she's got really good. I didn't have to work with her much. She's got really good balance anyway. Her hands. So the first thing you think that lightness is something that you finish with, right? That's a kind of a finesse, and that you get a light horse at the end of their training. I submit to you, you start with light and you get lighter. You know, why get heavy in the first place? And so we had this stop problem, which usually is a lot of rain on him, right? And so what we did to the very beginning was not work on the stop, but work on lightness. She started working on the lightness right away so that she could apply that lightness to the stop, right? And look what you're getting. And how many stops have you put him through? 25, 30? Maybe? And that's pretty fast. It's pretty good. We need to work. The only thing we really need to work on him is, this. And that's all of us. Our horses can always get better faster. They're super fast when you don't want them to go that direction. We've all been there too, right? They don't want to stop. No, we don't want to be there. But that's what happens. So it's the same thing. It's lightness. And this horse is coming down already. And what we're also doing is keeping those hands low. Again, hands low, head stays low. Hands up, head comes up. Oh, a question, Hawk? You got it? Yeah. Okay. So I would like to work a little bit on Peggy's horse and Peggy. So if you guys want to sit back here and just kind of watch, we'll stay out of the camera's way a little bit, kind of get over here. Our rain's letting up a little bit. By the time we get to Pearl, it'll be, sunshiny and, Exactly. Just like your personality. All right. So Peggy wanted to work on the consistency and also the lightness or the gating. So, and you're getting it all right now. You're right in there. You're trying and you're doing well. So what we want to look at with you is this issues we were having just a bit ago was, him kind of in and out. And so that's the consistency that we want to work on. You're doing really well with your lightness. You really are. And you should. Yes, you should just, give him a little bit more now. There you go. Keep going. A little bit more. What I like to do is lean back a little bit, and I wiggle my toes. I just give an external cue because I have been on some of these horses when I'm done with them. Demonstrate that I take the headstall off, get on them, and then wiggle my toes, sit back, and they'll back up with nothing on them. It's just another cue. Okay. So Peggy's issue partly is she knows she's too nice to him, and she lets him get away with things. And she knows that, and she admits that, and that's a good thing to be able to tell me because she's already self-evaluated what I'm doing. How do I fix that? So we're working on, see how he roots that bit? See how he's doing that before? I think Taryn's horse was doing that earlier too, right? So go ahead and let's have him move around, get a good walk out of him, and we'll try to work on your good walk and have you move him without over pushing the walk to get him into a trot. And he's got kind of a narrow window there too. Now, one thing you see about Peggy is her seat is very good. You improve that. Okay, see how he's going really fast? There you go. There you go. Slow him down. Put your hands down, and his head comes down. And now just keep working right on around in a circle. Just make him work. Make him drive. Now here's your opportunity to, correct him as he's trying to go to those horses. So you pulled him around and give him a little boot and make him move away. There you go. Now slow him down a little bit because you're going into a stepping pace. Slow him down a little bit more. Pull him and let go. Pull him hard and let go. There you go. Now let him go. Good. See what it took a little bit more? So right off the bat, just really go ahead and hit him and let him and then let it go. And now he's kind of slowing up on you so you can pull him around. And he's really hard mouth or has been. He's getting better. I see you're not having to pull quite as hard as you were. So very good. Let's have him go around some more. Okay, did you see how he was kind of fish sliding to the side? So when he does that, correct him. Go ahead and give him a little bump, and don't let him get away with that. There you go. That's better. Not too fast. Pull him up a little. Yeah, that's better. Better control. Good. Now drop your hands a little. Very good. Now pull him up a little bit and slow down. Much better, much better. Much better control there. Now, do you kind of feel that sweet spot you're hitting once in a while? Yeah. So what you're going to feel that, then just strive to just kind of pull him back a little bit when it gets too fast. And when he slows up, then urge him a little bit more leg and push him forward without breaking through it. There you go. Better. Better. And she's kind of got just a really good flat walk going there. Now tip his nose in just a bit. Tip his nose in when he went there. And do it again. That's better. Good. You're kind of getting 3-4 steps out of him before you correct him, so correct him on one step as quick as you possibly can. Because what you're going to do is you're going to build a mental barrier for him, so that instead of the same thing with a stop. When I ask him to stop, I want him to stop right now, not 6 or 8 steps. Because if that cliff is only 4 steps away, it's too late. I'm over the edge. So I want them to be listening to me all the time. And when he says to himself, hey, he just asked me to do that, I need to comply right now. So when you feel them start to get away from you, correct them instantly and let them go. That's much better. Very good. You did 1 correction. There's 2. Good job. Very good job. Now, just keep pulling him around because he wants to stop there. Drive him. Make him stay the same speed. Pick him up a little bit. There you go. Right there, there's 2 or 3 different disciplines you just made him do without you really even have to put a lot of effort into it, but he knows that's a big deal for him. And it's so subtle. You should be able to discipline your horse or continue to make them move without anybody even knowing it. That's better. Much better. Pull him down a little bit. Correct. There. There you go. Better. You're starting to use your fingers more. Yeah. Good job. Good job. I was just telling them as you went around there that you should be able to correct your horse all the time without anybody even really noticing. Shouldn't be an issue. Look at him already starting to move out on his own without her encouraging because he knows that's what's expected. All right. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Now, one of the things that we need to probably speak about is you find that small thing to work on and just really keep working on it, but be really quick about and I'm telling you, it's like the razor's edge of perfection. When they start to get out of sync a little bit or move a little bit too fast, correct them right now. I mean, it is immediate. Just like that. Yeah. And if they don't comply, do it again. Do it again right now. Don't let them say, "Oh, I'll do that in 6 or 8 steps when I feel like it." No, now. And that when just doing that will have that horse listening to you, and when you ask him to do things, like we're going to have Raz, like go over a bridge or something, they're much less likely to argue with you or fight with you or resist you. They'll go maybe for a little bit, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to lose. I might as well just conserve my energy. That's what we all do. It's about conservation of energy and how much fight am I going to put into something before I lose. Well, if it isn't worth losing, you're just going to go and give up. And that's really what the training is about. It's about behavior modification. It's about that relationship you're building with them, whether or not you're tough enough mentally to outlast them. Right? So it's what it is. All right. And oh yeah, believe me, I have eaten many a cold meal because I'm the king of greedy. I want to get one more thing out of this horse, and all of a sudden I go too far and I blow him up. Well, I can't stop there. I have to correct that, and I can't tell you how many times I was away from the table. These guys had already eaten, and I come in to a plate that's been put in the fridge and covered by the time I'm done fixing my greedy problem that I created. At least they left me something is right. Okay. How do you feel about that? You're feeling good? I see your seat is much better. Good. Your knees you really don't have a chronic issue with your knees, so we're good there. All right. Let's work with Pearl. Oh yeah. Well, it's starting to sunshine here in a minute, so it's about your turn. We kind of worked with Miranda a little bit by default, but we'll work a little bit more with her. I wanted to demonstrate that stop, and thank you for that. That was really good. Really good. Okay, and you wanted to work on consistency. You're already getting there. So he's not really, yeah. So he's not ready to unionize the rest of the horses, right? Not to that point of him getting upset. Okay, so let's have you do the same thing, and same as Peggy did. Go around in circles. I want to and watch it and push him to the edge of a really good gait, but without breaking gait. And don't let him slow up on you. Don't let him speed up. What we're noticing about him as well as Peggy's horse, he's not quite as bad as Peggy's horse about not wanting to respond to a turn. You know, they all get that way. And so if you give them a turn and they'll take, the whole arena to do it, they're just wasting time because they don't have to be anywhere. And there's, really no huge meetings or executive decisions they need to make. So they're perfectly fine with messing with you. Okay, look at where her hands are at. She's nice and low. She's got good posture. She's moving with the horse. You could lean forward just an ever so much. There you go, right there. It feels like you're leaning forward. You're actually sitting straight up and down. There you go. Look at him. And we really can't tell that you're really pushing him too much. Right here's a good. There you go. Pull him around hard. Pull him and give him a little boot. You just disciplined him. That was discipline. That little bit. He knows he didn't get away with it a little bit, but he got corrected. Now look at him start to pick up the speed a little bit. Very good. That head nod. He's just doing a really good flat walk. That's not really anything special, but he's got some animation to it. He's collected. He looks great. Okay, now see how he's pacey? That's almost a true pace right there. He's a little fast. So you're going to pull him down and let him go, and look at him go. There, that's where we want to hold him. Listen to her talk to him. There, that's better. He's right at the edge of a running walk, a really good flat walk. And as you're speeding him up, she's doing the right thing. And, Hawk, that's something you can learn with this horse of yours, is that as she speeds him up, there, good job, good correction. He started to take off. She pulled him right back down. If you try to make this horse walk really fast right off the bat and he goes through it, you're not doing any good for him with his form. You're going faster, but it's a sloppy, nasty-looking walk. And she's working him up to that. There we go. It does, doesn't it? Or you mean sitting up straight? Pearl says, leaning forward makes a big difference. Well, yeah, it does, but she's actually sitting up straight, so leaning forward more than she was. Yeah, he moves better for you, doesn't he? Yeah. There's more forward movement for him. Very good, very good. It's getting easier and easier for you to turn him. Now, if you can just keep that speed up a little bit, working into that speed, as we're saying, you develop that form, and you get a really good walk consistently. If it's slower, that's okay. Let it come. Because the things that you do for the first time, you're really kind of clunky at it, and it doesn't work real well. But the more you do it, the better you get at it at that speed. Pretty soon, the faster it comes. And the same thing will happen to these horses. Don't sacrifice the function of the form of this gait for speed. The speed will come on its own when you get that form and that function rolling, and then you've got a really solid horse that it's hard to break him out of that good form. There you go. You're doing really, really well. She called me sweetheart. Oh, it was the horse. We're making headway. If you've never heard her call whiskey sweetheart, we're making headway. Very good. he's getting more and more consistent. He's not slowing up quite as much as he was. Very good. He's got good form. Go ahead and take a left turn with him and go the other way. Put him against the rail. There you go. And make him move around. See how kind of a hard turner that was? A little more work, and look how hard it was for her to turn. It wasn't bad at all. So he's listening to her. Look at those ears, and you can always tell when they're listening ahead and they're watching and listening. If she was to pick her reins up a little bit, you watch what his ears would do. There you go. Correct him. Good. Now look how hard that was. Wasn't at all. She's coming down there. He picked him up. She just gave him a little bit of rein, and he slowed down. So we're getting better and better subtle communication. Very good. He's wanting to turn, and you're keeping him moving. Excellent job. There you go. Very good. I'm liking this. I like this. Okay, Pearl, come down towards me, and then let's get him a good stop. Let's change this up a little bit so he has to work. Yeah, come to me, and then just have him stop and back up. We're going to change this up a little bit and give him something else to do, and back. Keep going. Let's get 20 steps out of them. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now let's keep trying to get just one right after the other. Now just keep. There you go. There, more bumping him. 12, 13, 14. There you go. 15. Lean back a little bit. 16, 17. Okay. Look how much of a struggle it was for her. It really wasn't now. She was just asking, right? Much, much more. First thing we had you guys do is get your hands out of their face. Trust them, and then teach them that you're going to correct them, but when you do, it's going to mean something instead of just leaning on them all the time where it's not that meaningful. I know that's kind of a different way of looking at things, but it does make a very... That's right. The big difference for you is when you correct them, letting them go. This is not correction. This is just holding them. Okay, can you move over here for me? We're going to talk about really subtle movement, and there you go. Now, okay. What did I just do? Believe it or not, I controlled Pearl. And I controlled that horse, and what did I do? I never said a word. I motioned. I asked her and that horse to come around and then come back over there and then back up. How much control did I have over Pearl and that horse? All of it, right? All the control, and I didn't do a thing. So now, if I try to come over here, and I'm going to make this horse move over here, and with Pearl, and I do this, how much effort does it take for me to do that? Right? That's the difference. If you're pushing on them, they're going to push back. You're not going to get that control. How much effort do I have to do it? Everybody knows that I'm pushing a horse. Like, what is that fool pushing that horse for? But if I ask the horse, and when they do it, I take the pressure away, makes all the difference in the world, right? That is the difference in horsemanship, and that's what you guys are starting to get here and getting. You're not starting to. You guys are getting it and understanding it. It's about the ask and the light reinforcement, and that's where it's at. If you can ask your horse to do something, you sit still, and you just turn your calf or your leg in and make sure she doesn't go forward, or he doesn't go forward. I'm remembering a horse I did this with at a show one time with a woman who thought she was a pretty good trainer. And I'm standing there, we're talking, and all of a sudden my horse is side passing. And I stopped, and I'm just sitting there. She couldn't tell I was moving. Went the other way, come back, and she goes, "How'd you do that?" I said, "Oh, I just asked her." So we're having fun, right? But that's the point. Make it so subtle that nobody can even see that you're asking. And the horse is listening, because your horse is listening to you more and more all the time. His ears aren't focused on everybody else. He sees that, you know what, I've got a new sheriff in town again. He had a new sheriff over here. Everybody's is a new sheriff on these guys, and they're like, oh, my life just suddenly ended. Right? Life as I know it is not the same. And that's what you want, but you want them responsive and listening. Great job. Really good job. I am really impressed with you guys. Okay, so who is next? Sue, you want to go next? Let's do this. Now, I got to tell you, I think you've been hiding something here, because we haven't had to do much with you. Once we got your balance point and where you're supposed to be sitting, everything fell into place for you. Though you did have to work on your hands. But we've all had to do that. But what a great job you've done on this. And he's like, what, alone? Now, as he comes back around, he's going to be a little bit willing to go with those horses. Just keep him moving right around in a circle. And we'll see how well he does this. Look at how relaxed they both are. I can hear her talking to him. Easing into that gate. She's just speeding him up a little. Look at that. Look at, almost. There you go. Is he kind of not wanting to go as fast? Are you having a little trouble getting him to move out at all? Okay. Oh, that's a training opportunity when they don't want to do something for you. So you had a little trouble coming around this corner because he wants to slow up and maybe go. Whenever they do something like that you don't want, that's a training opportunity. That then embeds that, hey, I got to do what they say right in their noggin. And that's what we want. So they never question you. You can have these horses do incredible things for you, unquestioned, because they trust you and they know that this is what I have to do. Oh man, I really, really like your seat. And I know you're a little bit short-legged as well. So, good job. Oh, look at that. In, out, in, out. There we go. Here comes training opportunity. Nice. Nice. Very good. Very good. There you go. Pick him up. Yep. Very good. That's a very nice foxtrot on this horse. You notice if the opposite feet are moving at the same time, and the front is setting down just moments before the hind. That's your foxtrot. There's a trot. A little fast. There you go. Slow him up. Oh, he'll canter for you if you want him. Okay, good. Make him move. Make him go right on out. Right past that. There you go. Yeah, if they stop like that and then really get on him to make him go. Now, if you want to turn him into the fence and turn him to the left and back around, kind of break it up. Nice turn. Very good. Good. Very good. Now slow him up. Make him consistent in his movement. Very good. Oh, look at him. He wants so bad, but he's not challenging you very much, is he? Yeah, he needs to be reminded. You're right. And you're doing that, and that's the whole point. You're doing it in such a way and so lightly that he'll try it, but he does not over try. He doesn't totally refuse you. Very nice. Very good. Yep. Nice foxtrot. That's a great foxtrot. Okay. Now you feel him in the foxtrot. Let's work on that gait a little bit and pull him down into a running walk. Pulling down a little bit more. Right there. Now a little bit more speed. Pull him up just a little bit. Pull him back just a tiny bit. There you go. Almost. There it is. There's your running walk. Feel how smooth that got? And then he slowed down. Oh, and you're doing great. But look at, yeah, because you're working through the same thing Peggy's working through. Is that trying to find that sweet spot where you're not pushing too hard or then slowing him up too much. Very nice. There you go. Very nice. Can you hear the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the foot beat on that foxtrot? There you go. Very good. Oh, there's horses down here. Peggy says, all right, Pearl says, he likes me. He wants to be here with me. Everybody wants to be with you, Pearl. I know. Can you see the change in the consistency? She's getting a little bit more consistent all the time. And look how much input she's having to give on this horse to get it to comply. It's little, just very little. Nice. Good job. I love how little you're having to to steer him and control him. You are completely and totally in control. Oh, we're exchanging barbs now, are we? Nice. There's your running walk right there. Hear that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't hear it? Really, for an even beat gait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The foxtrot, I hear the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a syncopated gait with the foxtrot, but it's a very even. There's a foxtrot. I can hear it. Yep, it's uneven. It's not an even 4-beat. It's an uneven 4-beat gait. There's a running walk. Hear it? Yep, you can hear it. And I ride with my ears. Something to work on with that horse with yours, Hawk, when you're riding is listen for that gait. If it's really smooth and you hear that 1, 2, 3, 4, even 4-beat gait, you know you've got a running walk. If it's at uneven, you might be into the foxtrot if it's a little bouncy. If it's swingy gait, you'll be uneven too, but you may feel that horse swing from side to side. This is really good stuff. I am so impressed with you guys. I really am. I'm not just saying that. I mean, you guys are really, really getting some good control on these horses very quickly. Oh, you got more to learn tomorrow. You need to be out here at 0500 in the morning. That's not going to happen, is it? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, she was out early. Let's go one more round, and let's give me a good stop and a back up when you get a good start across that arena. Because we've been going lots of forward stuff here. Yeah, come in towards me, do the same thing, and about the time you hit this end of this dry spot here, then stop. And then back. Okay, that's one thing we're going to, yep. Nope, didn't do that well at all. So, well, he continued to move on through you, and you didn't continue to correct him. So, yes, it was a little of both, actually. There you go. Keep him going. There you go. Keep going. You know, and they get to where they count. If they've never been asked to back anything more than 4 steps, they're not going to take that 5th one. Why should I? I've never been asked to do that. This is a new territory. Go ahead and just pull a little more with a little more vigor. There you go. A little more. More exuberance. There you go. And let go. There you go. Praise him when he goes back. Good boy. but you're harder. You're having to hold it. It's actually you're holding it longer because you're pulling back further. Yeah, and that's okay. But he's still moving lightly, right? And then as he moves better, then you can start to lighten it up, but still get the same amount of movement. See, then you're just teaching him to lighten his mouth. There you go. Much better. Okay, now come at me again and stop and then back right up. That's one of the things we're going to have to work on with you because we've been doing lots of forward and you're doing really, there you go, and back. Oh, yeah, better. Way better. Way better. There. See how he refused? Now we got to work past that. You go till he quit, and because you don't want them to quit you. You want them to keep going until you're tired of doing it. Very good. All right. Let's do one more time towards me, and then a stop and back up. Let's give him 7 full steps before he stops. I mean, you want him to stop and then back up 7 steps. Outstanding. Good job. Look at that. Nice and consistent. Yeah, good job. Very good job. Now, how many times do we ask our horses to back up? Not often enough. That is the right answer. Not often enough, Miranda. And so, if you can do something for yourself and your horse, when you mount, every time you mount, ask them to back up, because the very first thing they're going to do is back up for you. They're doing it how many times a ride? A couple of times, maybe, depends on how far you ride. But make that a habit so that horse doesn't just drive off. They stop. They know that they got to back up. You're in control. And then you can turn them or stop them. So, whoa, and then come off from there. All right. Awesome. You like it? Good job. You guys are doing great. So, Miranda, let's work with your pony a little bit. Yeah, this is where a pair of chaps comes in handy. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, go. And if you feel you've had enough, go ahead and put your horses away. I'm okay with that, or, do what you need to do. This little horse is such a nice little horse. He's got a really good mind. He really does. Well, I can see that. Well, and if you can work through his ring bone and extend his life with what you've done, you've saved his life already. You do realize that. Yeah. Someone else would have put him down when they see him and not worked with him. And there's some usefulness to him. So you've done a good thing. Yeah, he's loosening up. Did you see how he started out a little stiff and he just didn't want to move? It's a little bit of the arthritis, that ring bone. And he's just moving through it, and then he just warms up, and she's being patient with him, and that's really the best thing to do for him. And one of the things that we kind of worked on with you, but not a lot, but it helped with the lightness a little bit, is we all appreciate a really nice walk on our horses, right? Even the non-gated folks, they want, man, that horse really steps out. Okay, why don't you go get a gated horse? But that's okay. But getting that horse to really reach and stretch, and that's what we're going to work on with you right now a little bit, is really make him elongate. He's a little bit still short on his front end, and we'll let him warm up a little bit. But if you can just push him a little bit and make him extend, then that's perfect. And don't let him start to get up and start to suspend himself to get into a trot. You just make him make that energy and push it and work it further. Work it out. you can get more out of him. Believe me. Okay, now let's just start pushing him a little bit. Now you're going to step on the gas, and he's going to want to go ahead and go into a trot. That's what he's used to. There, right there. You feel him kind of bunch up a little bit? Yeah, so just ride through that and ask him for more. Make him stretch that hand out, stay out of his mouth so that you're not holding him back. Contain him so he doesn't run off, but allow him to stretch that neck out and really push himself, and he'll start reaching with those hind ends like that. You feel it? He took a couple of steps a little bit more. Like that. There you go. Good. Good correction. Very good correction. Cramp? Hip cramp. Those hurt. Stretch it out. Work it out. That's not funny, but it does hurt. Charlie horse in the hip. Now, one of the things that we can is in your thigh. One of the things I was watching with your horse is he's standing there pawing, impatient. He's just young. He's young, so a good thing to work on. Another discipline is make him stand in that same spot. He'll get over that. He's going to be doing this, but you take notice of where his feet are at. Make those feet plant just as we did with the groundwork over here. Keep him in the same spot. And I will get to where, and this, oh my God, this is forever for me too. To begin with, I'll make that horse stand for 30 seconds. With his mind where it's at, 30 seconds is a long time. And if he doesn't do it, I get him set back. We start over for 30 seconds. When he hits 30 seconds and he's calm and quiet, we move off, and I praise him like crazy. The next time, I'm going to go a minute. And it is tough, but you know what? It brings discipline to his mental state where he stands there and he's quiet, and it calms them. When I'm done, I want that horse to stand for 10 minutes. 10 minutes without moving. It's very important. And they're doing it because you're telling them to do that. And 10 minutes for me is, oh my God. So you're watching the birds chirp and you're paying attention to clouds, but you're sitting quiet too. But it's important to do that because that is that discipline. When you want him to stand, you want him to stand. Another good thing, and these are things that we don't even think about as training aids that are useful, but it's a disciplinary chance. 30 seconds and move off. Absolutely. And go for a while and another 30 seconds. And I mean, go for riding for 5-10 minutes and then another 30 seconds. And it won't take long. That first 30 seconds can be a lot of 30-second start over times. It just happens that way, but it'll come. I've never had one not ever do it. Sometimes you have to work harder at it than others. But sometimes the most you get, the most work you can do is out of doing nothing. All right, we're back with Miranda. There we go. There you go. Good. He's not jumping up into that gate as much. This morning he was wanting to kind of really trot because that's what he was expecting to do, right? You're already changing his mind a little bit. Very good. Very good. Stretch him just a little bit more. Let's stretch him, work him. There you go. Get that hind end up under him. You feel him start to bunch up a little bit and reach. That's good. Try to do that because what he's going to do, he's going to pull his legs up underneath of him, and he's going to figure out, I can't take off. I'll just go ahead and reach and stretch because she's asking me. There you go. That's better. Much better. That correction was about 2 steps. There. Yes, you're in there. You're getting it. Okay. You're that same thing. You're over pushing him, and he can do it. He just doesn't think he can do it. This is how you develop a really good, super good walk on a non-gated horse. And every horse is like this. I don't care what breed they are. They can walk, and they can use that efficiency of movement. They don't need to just kind of lollygag. That's better. You can feel it. Yeah, I can see it too. There you go. You're getting it in very small corrections. You're getting better about your corrections. He's responding to you better, and that's what we want to do. Let's go ahead and spin him around the other way. We've wound him up to the left. Let's wind him the other direction to unwind. There you go. Very good. That walk is staying consistent. He's not trying to slow down on you as much. And it looks like she's not doing much. She's working hard. I can tell she's right at the edge of trying to make him go without him busting into it. It's a lot of concentration. Okay, yeah. Yeah, she's concentrated. And look at him. Watch his ears. He's listening to her the whole time. All of the signals that she's inputting, he's listening to her. Look at those ears. He's not paying it there. He's distracted a little bit on one ear, but the other one is still completely on her. There you go. There's a couple of good steps. There he busted into and he didn't bust into it. He just broke the walk a little bit. Very good. Very good. That's okay. No, that's okay. I know what you're doing. Don't worry about that. You're not driving him down. You're not driving his head down. Miranda's worried about me correcting her for looking down, because when you look down, just like your hands, you look down, they go down, and you push on their front end. It's just when you pick your head up, their head comes up. Same thing as your hands. Head and hands up. We haven't talked about the head yet at all, but the same thing will happen. And she's concentrating on him, trying to get forward movement. She's pushing him. She's using emotion to push him, and he's not quite responding. But she's not driving him down. He's still moving out. So that's not an issue. I know she's just concentrating. You're already starting to get better movement on that front end. He's a little more reachy. Look at that. You're getting more head nod out of him. Notice that. There you go. Had a couple of good steps. Very good. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, now let's give him a good step, or a good stop and back. Nice. Look at that. Very good. I like the lightness. Very good. And we'll do a couple more of what you want to do. One of the things I like to do with these guys is when I'm done working them on what I've been working with, do something different. Stop them. Turn them on their hinds. Turn them on their fores. Do something different. We're going to do a bunch of that tomorrow too, by the way. But turning them, give them something different to do away from what they were doing, but something you're still working on, and then let them go. It's good to let them kind of decompress and take their mind off of what you're doing and just break it up a little bit. One thing about training, you can overtrain. You can do too much, just like we are. You start hitting us at the same time with the same thing over and over and over. Pretty soon you're like, I don't even want to do that anymore. That's a good stop. At a slow speed, it's a good stop. A lot of times it's easier to make a good stop at a higher speed than it is a slower speed. There you go. Yes, that's right. Yeah, it's the same exact concept. Hawk, do you mind working you one more time? We kind of shorted you early in the morning. I'd like to give you an opportunity to do one more little bit of work here, and especially since we changed his bit up a little bit. See, I did it again. Changed his bit up a little bit. Ignored it. Thanks. That's much, much better. You're starting to reach and stretch, and you've only worked on him a few minutes. If you do this consistently, we used to have we've had horses of all breeds, and my grandfather, my mom's dad, he could make a horse walk like nobody you'd ever met, and a non-gated horse, and that thing would just smoke. But he did just exactly this. You just work that horse and make them walk, make them stretch and reach, and they walk almost as fast as a non-gated or a gated horse would, do a good flat walk. It was just incredible what he could make a horse do. All right. Thank you, Miranda. Very good job. Good job. All right, Hawk. Now, see this horse, all he's pawing, he's frustrated. It's just frustration. He wants to do anything, and he thinks he has to stand here. Now we'll just let him move and go, because he's had a traumatic day. There's been a lot of stuff go not his way. I have every day like that. We complain, but we've got a good life. Okay, drop your hand a little. Drop those. There, watch that leg come. See, he dropped his hand. See what that head did? Came right down. Look at that. Nice and quiet, nice and calm. There we go. You're starting to speed him up a little bit. That's great. He's really reaching with his hind end. Really, really reaching that up underneath it, and you'll get more as you go. He's a little light on the hind end. He'll grow into it. He sure shows the thoroughbred portion of his breeding there. Slow him up. There you go. Just right, Hawk. You're doing just exactly what we want him to do. Speeding him up a little bit, keeping that head low, and still reaching. Very good. Very nice. Okay, there. He started to do a stepping pace, then he dropped that head and went right into a right walk. Did you feel that on the corner? You can see it. If you go back and review this, yeah, you can feel that. And when that head comes down, you got a horse here that's really going to have a really nice walk and stretch himself out with that head down. He does not have to have that head up to have a good walk. There you go. Drop those hands. Good. You caught yourself. And let him go. Encourage him a little bit to move out. Right there. Slower him down. Good trot. He's got a pretty soft trot, too, doesn't he? Yeah. And I just slow him up, let him go. There we go. Right there. Hold him right in that gate. Nice speed. There we go. That's better. You feel that. Feel that sweet spot, what you're doing with him, and you're sitting on him well. You're leaning forward a little bit, but it's not bad. And I'm not too worried about that so much because he's a smaller horse right now. You're right over the top of him. You're looking good, right? Oh, nice. He really looks nice. Good. You corrected him. I would have corrected him a lot faster, but just work on that when he starts to break it. There you go. That's better. He starts to break out of that gate, and then you pull him right back in and let him go. That's what's going to build your consistency of that footfall sequence. Pull him down. There you go. Good. Good. Hands low. Pull him back. This horse has got every gait of the gait continuum. Notice that? He goes, I can see him do a full pace, to a full trot, to fox trot, stepping pace, running walk. He'll do it all. It is. It'll be for him to transition because he can work through them all. So, how well do you know your gaits, Hawk? Iffy? Okay, yeah, you can feel a change. You know not necessarily what gait you're in while you're going. And if you don't, it's okay because you know what? I've been doing it a long time, and there's sometimes I think I'm doing a gait, and I feel I am not doing that gait at all. I thought it was a really, really nice running walk. Well, and you can feel the bounce. You get the trot. That's there, definitely. Well, it is. It is, but it's not the desired one because it's rough. But it's still an intermediate gait. It's a trot. A trot's an intermediate gait. Yeah, by definition, it's still an intermediate gait. It's not desirable for us because we have a softer or a, yeah, exactly. So I'll work you through some of these gaits, and I will call them out as you feel them, and that way we'll give you a little idea, and we can talk about the definition of them a little bit, and we may do that tomorrow. Give you guys a little bit of a demonstration of what gait they're doing and what it is, if that helps you, because it will help you a little bit. And so we'll do some of that. We'll do some more of our work on these, but I will call out the gait as I see it, and you're in it, and it will change because, like we were just talking a moment again, he is all over the place. His horse can trot, he can pace, he does a foxtrot, goes to a running walk, to a stepping pace, back to a foxtrot or a trot. I mean, he's just all over. So it's building that consistency. You got a horse that's got any gear you want at any time you want. Yeah, right. That's right. Or the consistency of them, and you can choose what you want. So, people talk about a 5-gated horse, and you've got one. You've got all of them. So it depends on what you want to hold him in, and he doesn't appear that one is more of an effort for him than the other ones. Yeah, but he's not struggling for it to get into him. So let's go ahead and have you walk. And okay, we'll get to it. We'll see if you feel it again, and we'll get to it. So just a nice flat walk here. And we're just showing just a nice flat walk. His head's low. He's just walking at a normal, not super speedy pace. Not a dog walk. He's just barely moving. He's just a nice slow flat walk. Pardon me? A hunter's walk. Yeah, that's right. Scouting for elk, looking for moose. Scout might be a good name for him. Okay, so as you speed him up a little bit, we'll work into some other gaits. Starting to work into more of a running walk. Still smooth. Trot. That was a foxtrot there for just a little bit. Stepping pace. That's what you're feeling right now. He's got the laterals moving with their uneven, but it's a stepping pace. It's pretty smooth. There's a pace. That's a dead on straight pace because he's moving both. They're setting down at the same time, which is still pretty smooth. There's a running walk. And they're broke into a pace. Running walk. There's a foxtrot for a couple of steps. There's a foxtrot. There's a trot. And back to a flat walk. Here he's starting to reach a little bit more. There's a pace. That's a stepping pace. There he broke into a trot. And the last couple of steps was a foxtrot. So he can do them all. It's just a matter of making that consistency. And that is going to be so dependent on how light you are with your body. Now, when he's doing a running or a pace like that, move your body forward, let him lift that back and drop that head, and he should work more into the running walk. Remember, you want to lift that belly and round that back up to achieve that gait. There you go. Foxtrot to a trot. There you go. You lifted himself up. Now pull him back just a little bit. There's a foxtrot. That's your foxtrot. Pull him back or lean back just a touch. There's your running walk. You got about 2 steps at a running walk from a foxtrot. Yeah. And then he walks out. Then he loses. Yeah. So what I would do is I would work him slow, just like you're doing this running and this flat walk. Work him up, and when he gets really smooth and it's even and you can hear it, that's your running walk. When he gets rough and he breaks into that uneven beat with it's a little rougher, that's your foxtrot. Now you may confuse. There's a foxtrot. There's a running walk right there. Now a stepping pace. He goes right from a stepping pace into a foxtrot. Makes that you can feel him kind of take that hind end and move it, and he's going right from a lateral gait to a diagonal gait. There you go. Good stepping pace he was a foxtrot or a running walk for a moment to a stepping pace. Right there's a running walk. Now a trot. There's about 2-3 steps at a running walk. Slow him down just a touch. Just a touch. Right there. Let him go. A little faster now. Right there. Not too fast. Yeah, you're almost on it. You can just about feel it move. Pull him down a little bit. Right there's a running flat walk. You're almost there without the speed. Right there it is. You had a couple of steps. There's his trot. Pull him back, slow him up a little bit with that head. There you go. There's your walk. Right there's your walk. Now it goes into a stepping pace. There it was at one step. Now is a trotty. Trotty. Right there's a kind of in between a walk. There's a walk and then a stepping pace. You're going to have to feel those. Yeah, he is. And what I want you to feel, when I call him out, feel what you're feeling so that you can try to duplicate that. Yeah. Hi, big guy. Precisely. And holding your body. You're saying you need to feel where it's at, feel that speed and that body where the position is, and feel what he's doing, and then hold him there. And that's exactly right. That's exactly what you want to do. And you got to feel kind of a trial and error. And every horse I do, I have to feel that a little bit because they all move slightly differently. And so then you're finding that spot and then holding that consistently, and then you're building the consistency of the gait and the muscle memory. Yeah, good job on him. I really like how his head has come down. He's calmed since we changed this bit a little bit. Keeping him low. Keeping him low. Yeah, it makes a big difference. All right, thanks a lot. Good job. I appreciate it. We will do this again tomorrow. And I'm going to work with Paula now. So, all right, thanks. Ooh, fish on. Look at that. There are some hungry hippos up there, aren't there? Is that just her? Oh, I thought she had some chicks yet. Not yet. But we do have eggs. Yeah. 2 of them. Good. Just for meat. Oh, I took it. Oh, she did. Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. And she's headed for that then? Yep. It's his turn to keep them warm. All right, Paula. Let's come on up. Okay. Yeah. Yep. I don't need no breaks. I don't need no stinking breaks. That's right. Thank you, though. I really appreciate that. Oh, you like that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. It looks like he's a big horse. It looks like it's pretty narrow on the front. Yeah.
Would we run our hands again with me on him?
Mm-hmm. You can, because that's really where you're going to feel all of the pressure. And I feel a lot of pressure on this saddle. Quite a bit of pressure. It's not horrible. Okay. Yeah, and you're loose now. I can get my hand into there. But he's like, so. And is this the last hole here now?
No.
Okay.
By going through twice, I gave myself.
Okay. Let's do this. I'll just pick that up a little bit. Not a lot. There we go. And see how that works. Okay. So. Look at this. Yeah, this fits a little better on this side than it does on. Your saddle's off a little bit. It's interesting to me on this saddle that it looks like this on the flare on this side, it's like it comes in. Yes, like it sits in on this side and out on this side. Okay. 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 What was the change? What was that about? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, so it's something that she had recognized or that they were trying then?
Trying, I guess. He never has had, like, spots that have turned white
Right.
And I can't speak perfectly about his sweat patterns, but so I'm not really 100% sure why.
Okay. Well, I mean, she's got a means to it, so we're not going to mess with it. Off, yeah. That's why I say you're canting to one side for one. I don't know if that is you, or if it's him, or so I can take that for you. We'll jettison this. And I think I'm going to do the same. That's a lot of weight. That's a lot of weight to pack around on that. Okay. And you mounted on the block over here on the near side of the horse. So minus him, go ahead and push down on that side. Let's get him a little, see if we can line that. I wonder if he's out of balance, if he's, get him to stand up. There we go. There you go. Huh, just kind of comes over that way, doesn't it? Oh, I want to look at that saddle when we're done, just for the heck of it. And it might be his build, too. He may be a little atrophied on this side, on some muscling, and not on that side, so we'll see how he does. Okay, Smokey. All right. So let's take a look at you and your posture. You do know, yeah, I know. That's the disadvantage to that. The problem is you got a seat there, a seat cushion. I'm trying to look over. Well, I think I may be identifying something here with this saddle. And look, yeah, it's kind of canted over. But I still fooled you, didn't I? Good. Did you see how easy that was? I mean, it took nothing. So, same thing. Put my hands on you here, if you don't mind. Okay. So just roll that pelvis down. There you go. Now, the one way to do that for a mark for yourself is like I did with the others. Pick this leg up and put it up, and then kind of push it. There you go. Your hind end's down, and now just put your feet down. Now it feels it's going to feel like you're not. Yes, feels like you're slunk under, and you're like, whoa. But when you do that, I can still push you, but it takes a lot more effort for me to do that. Now you're balanced for the first time. Now you're there. And then just slip them down. Good. Okay, now you two are kind of short-legged, so when you're sitting there, can you see your toes just in front of your knees?
Not in front, because I feel like I'm leaning back.
You are there. Now your body's up a little bit more. How's that? You're still your hind end is still where it's supposed to be. You're still leaning back a little bit. Now sit straight up a little bit more. There you go, right there. How's that?
Well, now I feel like I'm on my phone instead of on my butt.
Then push yourself back under if you can. There you go. But keeping your body straight up. There, how's that? It looks to me like you're much more balanced, like you're able to ride through a lot more movement and not be unstable.
I have a tendency to tighten my thighs.
Uh-huh.
And push down
Too much? Put too much weight on your shoes? Okay, all right. Well, your distance, it looks to me like you're pretty good. That's okay. That's all right. You're right in there then, but try to keep them out in front of you a little bit like that. There you go. Now, can you stand and clear the saddle, get your hand between your crotch and the saddle? Lots of room. Okay, let's set you back down, but I really hesitate in lengthening your stirrups anymore. I don't think we got the room to move. No, I think you're where you're at. I think if we dropped him, it would be too much, and now you're going to not have right. You're reaching, and you don't want to do that. That's right. Okay, so this is gonna let's have you just walk around and feel that difference in your balance and how that's going to feel on the horse, and move your whole body forward on him in the saddle. He doesn't really want to go anywhere quickly, does he? Okay. We'll work on it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's speed him up a little bit. How do you feel? Yep. That's because you're sitting up, right? But your posture, I like where you're at because you're sitting over the top of him now. You're not leaning back. You tend to want to lean back, so lean yourself forward a little bit. You just kind of lean. Yeah, you just kind of went back. Just as we were talking about it, you kind of lean back. Better. He is a big, strong horse too. It takes a lot to influence him, but it isn't like you can't do it. There we go. There we go. Good job. And I don't see you moving around a lot. You're rolling your pelvis just a little bit, but it's part of that is he's got a big pick up and reach and set down, so he kind of rolls a little bit. Speed him up a little bit and see if he can get out of that rolling so much. There you go. That's better. No, you're doing. Yeah, you corrected yourself though. You corrected yourself when you lean back, and that's what it's about. If you can do that without me pointing it out, that's self-evaluation, and you're correcting yourself. That's what you want to do. Okay, drop your hands a little bit. There you go. There we go. Drop your hands even more. Just come and set him down on his mane. Set those hands down. So there we go. That's better. Okay, now just give him a little more rein then. And I know we don't have a bit on him, but we still got an appliance there that we're communicating with him. There we go. Now as he speeds up, and if you can tuck his nose in a little bit, we're gonna see if we can get him to walk. He's getting a little pacey. And I know he is pacey, but we can correct that a little bit too. Already, he's starting to bring that foot forward a little bit more already. There we go. Can you feel how when he was sped up a little bit? Keep his speed up a little. How right there. He's not quite as bouncy. I know you're not believing that right now, but right there, he's not quite as bouncy. Well, now he is again, because just tuck his nose in a little bit and drive him forward with your legs. So tuck that nose in, pull him down, tuck him in. Keep your hands low. There, right there. That's helping. He's starting to reach with that hind leg a little bit. That right there, that's better. Feel that difference right there where he got smoother and he's starting to reach a little bit more. That's what we want to do. And shoot for pulling that nose down and doing just exactly what you were doing. Very good. Very good. You're doing well. We're just working into that little transitionary spot where we need him to reach and stretch, and you're at it right there. You're doing really, really, really well. Okay, and let's kind of surprise him a little bit. Let's just make him have a good stop. Oh, not bad. He's tucked that hind end a little bit. Now back him up immediately. All right. It's not bad. Let's just stop right there. Now go ahead and continue on. We want him to, the reason I did that is he's kind of getting a little bit where he's like, I'm not listening so much. I'm just kind of going through the motions. So we're going to break that up a little bit and give him a completely different command and make him comply with you. So he's listening. Instead of rounded in, go ahead and stop and readjust yourself if you can. See if that's going to help. There you go. How's that? Better? It's going to feel really weird to you for a while, Paul, till you get used to it. And if your tailbone hangs down and you're setting on it, then you don't want to be uncomfortable either. And so adjust yourself accordingly. But we definitely want to have you sitting so your pelvis is flatter. And it is now. The way you're positioned, you might be one that's kind of lucky and doesn't have quite the tilt to your skeleton. Okay, kind of let him go. There you go. Let him go and give him some rein. And then when he starts to move off, then pull him back up and pull him back and let him make him slow up and then drive him away. It's almost like you're telling him to do two different things at the same time, but it's going to make him gather himself up, and that's what makes him collect. better. You're actually better. Now pull him back and let him go. There we go. Now, just out of the blue, take a really hard left turn. Good, good. Oh, it's okay. That's whatever you're doing. Doesn't have to be the same for me. Good. He's listening very well to you. It's pretty light. You're not having to really haul him around. That's better right there. That's much better. I like his. Yes, he's going forward more. Yeah. Just drop him. Just let him have his rein and give him a little bit more rein. It's not quite as crucial because you don't have a bit in his mouth, and so you got a little bit more to play with. Even though it's a mechanical hack, when you pull on it, you're lifting that pull piece, so it really doesn't affect him quite as much. So you've got a little bit more to play with than everybody else does. Right there. Hold him right there and just make him stretch and move. There we go. There we go. That's better. I like that. He's picking that hind leg up under himself a little bit more. All we're trying to do is get a better stepping pace out of him. See you, Miranda. See you tomorrow, all right? Okay. Because he's pacey. He's built pacey. He's going to pace. We just want to make the best pace we can get out of him. Okay. And one of the things we need to work on with you is just like the others is pull and release. Check and release. And on those corners, when you turn him in a corner, just pump and pull, and let go. Completely pull, bump, pull, let go. Just back and forth. And don't just hang on him. Yeah. Yep. Well, and he's a big, powerful guy because he's like, I can take forever to make a turn. I don't have to do a nice, tight one. That's better. You're getting better all the time. I'm watching that gait get a little bit more consistent. There's a real pace. There we go. See how you slowed him just a little bit and he got a little smoother for you? You did. You pulled it. There we go. Yeah, he's lazy. Yeah, he's like, I don't need to have to do this. So that's also part of this consistency. And what I like to do, what will wear you out, is you got short little legs, and you bang on them like this because that's all we have, right? So what I like to do is I like to reach back and drive him from behind. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Responds to it. Well, and that's kind of a pain. You use a quirt around your wrist, a strap. But there. That is what I was going to suggest. Use this as your support hand. It's got them both there, and then you reach down and grab it. Yeah. Yes. And that's what I do. Right. And you get to where you do that, and pretty soon you just flip your hand out with that, and he's off. He'll do what he's supposed to do. Yeah, these guys they get really complacent with us because like, hey, I'm only going to do what I have to do, and it's frustrating because short-legged people like us, we can bang on them, and they're like, I didn't feel that. So yeah, managing that rein, and then just go ahead and using that end of that rein to drive him. That's fine. It's actually for me. I think it's preferable. Because you're not deadening these sides. There you go. Good. Are you left-handed? Switch hands. There you go. This might be a little bit easier for you. Because that hand you're going to use for the reins is just a support hand. You're just holding that. Okay, give him a little bit more rein. Just a little bit. There you go. That's much better. Get a little bit more speed. And we're doing a stepping pace. Fairly smooth. He's reachy. Now that was a pretty good, you had about 3 steps there. That was a really decent walk. So he can do it. Tip his nose just a little bit and let him go. There you go. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Just hold that consistency. Now tip your toes up a little bit. There you go. Yes, that's right. And doesn't push you forward. There you go. Good. Very good. That's much better. More forward movement, and he's actually picking that leg up underneath of himself. You guys see the difference, that transition where he's starting to reach with those hinds a little bit more. Very good. Pardon me? Well, he's not that stiff. He's just lazy. And he tends to pace a little bit because it's easier for him. And that's okay if the horse is a pacey horse. That's the way he's built. Let him do that. But he's a little bit lazy, so he just is picking it up because it's easier for him. There you go. Right. No, that's exactly right. Yeah, he's pacey because he's lazy. It's just easier for him. So if you tip him and do just what you're doing, you're starting to work him into a better gait already. And there's a couple times you've hit a couple 3 steps at a running walk, where most of the time he's a stepping pace, and he'll get real lazy and just throw himself. He's got a big head that he can do that into a pace. Scares you? Some anxiety? Yeah. It's always good to know that. If he does it, did you see what happened with Peggy? Okay, so same thing. When you're riding and you see that horse go down, don't follow it. Push on that horn and keep yourself back, because if they go down, they're not going to go any further down than their body. Yeah, let them have their head, or pick them up. If whatever the case may be, you don't know what you're going to need at the time. So if they're really struggling, then I might give them because sometimes they'll go 3-4 steps if they're struggling. Give them a little bit of help them pick up and support them, and it'll help pick them up. It's like picking yourself up by your bootstraps, but it helps them. Well, and if you pull them, then you have a really good chance of just flopping them over. So you want to pick up on their face evenly. You want to pick them up, because if they're out of balance and then all of a sudden you take their head away, all of a sudden their center of gravity comes over this direction, and then you'll end up on your side. How do I know that? I've done it. Saw the videos, yeah, seen it in the old movies. So one of the things that we want you to do, and you're doing really well because you're the same way. Your arms are short, so throw that arm away or that hand away, and he's not rooting too much. You've got more play, so you can put a little bit more contact on him, and it doesn't really affect, like that. So you don't have to have a lot of room out there, but try to keep everything away from him if you can. Keep no contact on him, even though it's a hack. Try to keep that contact away. It could come like right here a little bit more, but all we need to do is pick this up one, and let's try it. If that helps. What it's also going to do is it's going to give more of a communication, and it's going to because it's touching on both. Well, no, just one side is all we need to do it on. Okay, now go ahead, and when you pull, you feel where now you're making contact. See a big difference? So you want to be careful with that. But keep your hands low the same way as you do with a bit in his mouth. You want to keep your hands low. His head will stay low. And then when you're driving him off, he wants to take off because it's easier to do that. Then pull him back, but push him from behind and make that hind end come up underneath of him to collect himself at the same time. And I know it's like you're holding back but pushing him, and that's what it is. Yeah, I know Con. And it's a difference in style, and that's why because Con's been here for years. But pulling back, yeah, it's kind of the same concept. I think Con has a little bit more contact most of the time, and I don't. Yeah. So there's a little bit different setup, but Con's a great guy. I like Con. I haven't seen him in a long time, but here's the thing about differences in people. Everybody who's a trainer or giving lessons is going to give you a different opinion. Always ask them why. Oh, no. Yeah, but you should. But no, I'm just kidding. But take from them what they're asking you. Always ask them why. And I don't care. That's a life lesson, right? Why are you doing that? I'm not just going to do it because you tell me to. Why? And if they got a really good reason and it makes sense and it affects it, use that as a tool. Absolutely. Take the best you can from everybody because I've certainly got no corner on the market on knowledge with horses, and I don't think any one person does. And so if it works, and it doesn't necessarily work on every horse, try it. Look at sunshine. Well, and why do you think that is? Why would he not be quite as soft? There's a little bit of that to him. That's a good anatomically. He's got a big old barrel for a neck, but he can still soften that thing up. He's pretty soft. I mean, he can do that. Part of the reason why they don't get soft is because we're on them all the time. We're in their mouth constantly, so we harden them up. Or give them a hard mouth. So a very soft, and that's where we're going to start working more on now. Instead of just the gating, we want to work on your hands. And the same as we've done with almost everybody else is that the lighter you are, the softer they're going to be. The more responsive they're going to be. And you pull on something all the time, you just don't have the ability to lighten up that much. You just can't do it. So if you start light, you can always get harder and affect them when they need to be. Or changed or schooled. So, okay. So let's just let's go ahead and work in the circle, same direction, whichever way you want. And I'm going to have you just work on his speed because we've got him coming there, but I want you to let those reins go. And trust him, he's not going to go anywhere. And you can always slow him up. Actually, he'll slow up on his own. All right. Hands loose. There you go. They're out there. Very good. That little bit of a stumble there, he did pick it up. Okay. So keep moving. There you go. Now, as you turn him back towards me, pull and let go. Pull and let go.